So,
So Bark Lord is 18 years old and he's embarking into college.
no, he's 47 like me. That's why I was like, should I even
Oh,
do it?
oh wow,
But
he's
but he
going
has a
back to
chance of
college?
yeah, but he has a chance to not a grant, but the school he's thinking about, he can probably get yeah, grants, but tuition, scholarships, and things like that. Plus, there's loans, and I'm like, yeah, do it.
See, I don't know. I don't know. There are things that I would love to have taken if I were in college. Like I'd love to
Hold
go
on,
into
sorry.
robotics.
I just had the other thing going, so I started to get that weird 5 second echo. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying like there are things that kind of tempt me to want to go back to college. Things that I would have loved to study if I was in college. Like, knowing what I know today, I would have loved to take a course in AI or robotics. But those were like really high level courses at my school. So like you needed a lot of prerequisites to get to that, and I just didn't.
Well, it's
But
funny. A
but the
lot of
thing
that
is,
stuff is more basic now, right? That they teach it to younger and younger kids. Like when I was taking physics, they didn't really go into quantum mechanics. Now, yeah, you're supposed to take a quantum mechanics course. It's funny how that goes. Right now, I'm thinking of data science. Get a master's in data science seems pretty cool.
yeah, see, the thing is, like, the reason I would never do that is because I'm interested in just learning like basic concepts and stuff, like something practical. Whereas, like, I guess it depends on which school you're going to. I know Cornell was mostly theoretical, so you're not going to learn practical shit there. You're not going to, I mean, you're basically expected to learn the theory, and then you can apply that to whatever, right? Whatever you want to do. But I'm not really looking for that right now. I'm not looking to learn theory. I'm looking to learn practical applications, right? So, and I don't want to be tested. I don't want to take standardized tests or any sort of testing to do that sort of thing. I just want to learn the basics.
Yeah, but
Teach me how
graduates,
this shit works and how to build something with it, and that's it. But I'm not going to get that by going back to the university.
well,
So
you
you're
could.
probably
No,
better
that's
off just
not
taking
true.
a
In
tutorial,
computer,
buying a few books.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
I'm just saying that you're probably better off just instead of spending all that money and all that time, and I think a lot of that time is wasted going back to school, you could probably get that same education by going on the web or buying a few books and doing some few, you know, projects on your own.
Well, yeah, it depends, though. For example, I mean, I've had a career the last 15 that's basically was in data science. We weren't calling it that necessarily, but so I know all the practical things. But for me, it would be worth it to go to Berkeley and get the I don't know, I hear some echo, but and get the theory and just sort of dot all the I's and cross the T's. Because I think in computer engineering at a master's level, it really is very vocational. I mean, they do teach you things, applied computer science. It's not like theory of Java. Where am I getting the echo? Is
It's
that me?
damaged. Damaged. Your I think your mic is hot and it's
Oh, really? Is
echoing.
it
Yeah,
me? Oh,
Well,
yeah.
you
all
can
right.
pause when
I
you're
can
not
see the
talking.
lights going up and down, so I know it's you.
Okay.
So,
So what does that mean? I'm up too high?
no, it just means we're getting some echo from you, and if you could mute when you're not talking, then
All right, great.
that would
Okay.
probably help.
Or maybe
I
turn
mean,
down your speakers.
I wear headphones, so this never happens, right? Because Google and your computer have a mixed amount of not always the same noise canceling, right? Has anybody noticed? It's like it works sometimes and not others. So I just advise headphones, but it's fine to use a mic. It sounds pretty good, but yeah, we were getting a little, I don't know, like a audio artifact, like the edge of where it didn't cut out it didn't do noise canceling, but. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I understand where you're coming from because my whole career has been like that. I mean, I worked in these institutions with PhDs and masters. I got a bachelor's degree in philosophy, so it could seem kind of out of
Ooh.
place. I managed to
What?
learn.
Wait, wait. Tell me about that. Like, what was
You
the?
didn't know that? I thought I already told you that.
No, I did know. I know that, but I didn't know the like. What was the decision? What was the decision-making process going into that? Like, why did
Well,
you decide like this is a good choice for a career?
well, I was always taught that college was for the knowledge, not for the career. I learned about computers at 13 and started getting paid. I did volunteer jobs before that, but I started getting paid to work on them by the time I was 15. And I, after about 6 months of, or 4 months maybe of starting to work on the computer and learning BASIC, I learned machine language. So I pretty much figured out the machine. It was a simple machine, the Apple IIe 6502 stuff. And so when I went to college, and my mom had also said that I could get any degree that I wanted except for philosophy, which was a factor probably. And then she was supposed to be paying for my dorm, and I was paying tuition or something, and she never did pay for the dorm. And so after I went through all of that, and I had to drop out of school, and I was working at NASA Ames Research Center down in Menlo Park at the time, or Mountain View, sorry, staying in Menlo Park. And so I worked there for a while. I went to some community college and paid off my debts to the dorm and stuff, got back in, and at that point I'm like, well, I guess I can get whatever fucking degree I want. And I really fallen in love with philosophy. I didn't really like all the Kant and this and all the people teaching, but about half of my courses, since it's Berkeley, they're very heavy in the logic. There's a philosophy of mathematics department, so a bunch of the philosophers at Berkeley are basically mathematicians, right? They go in very abstract logic. That's where set theory comes from, and since that failed, constructibility and other things. So I really liked it, and somehow I thought, well, I'm already a programmer. Back then you could get a job when you were young because all the adult programmers were working on mainframes at banks and things. So all these PCs needed programs, and so yeah, that's basically the only job I ever had. I worked at a theater. My first job was at a donut shop deli, and I worked at a theater.
It's interesting that back then, you said that college was mainly just to learn. It wasn't about career. It wasn't about preparing yourself for a career or a job.
Yeah, that's what I always learned. I always learned that it was a fantasy to make it about a career. Just go to vocational school if you want to do that. There's schools that'll teach you how to fix a car and stuff. At my college, in my high school, half of the kids in Boulder, not half of the kids, but there was another vocational school where for junior and senior year, if you wanted, you could go over there. And they actually ran our mainframe computer system that the school district used, and you could learn how to fix cars. And vocational, it was called VOTEC, Vocational Technical Institute. You could start that at high school age. I believe in vocational.
I wouldn't hire someone out of a VOTEC school, to be honest, because usually that's...
Well, you would as a mechanic.
Oh yeah, for things like that, sure. But I wouldn't hire an IT person from DeVry, for example.
No, but if it was 1985, you would probably. They probably would have had a better.
I don't know about that.
They worked on an mainframe. Well, how did I get hired then? I didn't even go to the VOTEC. I just learned on my own.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it probably varies from.
When I went to college, I was offered a job, a high-paying job, but they wanted me to quit college.
Well, times have changed.
Yeah, times have definitely changed.
Well, a little bit, but in the game industry and some industries, you can still, if you're a hot 16-year-old with a demo that blows people's minds, there's jobs for you.
Yeah, but that's a completely different type of profession. How long can you be in that profession?
What profession?
Of being a gamer.
No, of writing games? Probably forever.
Of writing games. Okay, sorry, misunderstood.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that you can actually get a job as a programmer as a super genius. What do they call it when the kids play violin and whatnot? You know what I mean?
What?
Play violin.
No, when kids do things really young. That's the word for it.
A virtuoso.
Prodigy.
Prodigy. Yeah, you can get actual work as a computer prodigy still, but it's not as easy as.
So you consider yourself a computer prodigy?
No. I'm saying that when I was 13, if you understood computers, that was good enough. People needed so much work and they believed kids could. Kids knew computers, and adults were thought to not be able to get them.
See, the thing is, you had to tell me about this. You're a little bit older than I am. You're like, what, 47 or something? So you have like 7 years
48.
on me. Okay, 48. So you're about 8 years on me. So I don't know. At that time, was there really a booming computer industry, like jobs everywhere for programmers and stuff? Because back then, that's like when they had you know, COBOL and these like huge mainframes with these CHADs that you have to punch out and these punch cards to program computers. Um, I mean, I don't know. Was there really a big industry for that back then?
Well,
Well, no,
well,
I
the
mean, the
first time
internet is what really transformed everything. Like that's
yeah,
why.
for
Yeah.
here's
sure.
the thing. Well, for you, but I was in there before that, so it was already going on. Like, for example, the first time I bought a Microsoft product, I think there were 35 people at Microsoft,
Yeah,
and it was a
but
hardware product. But it
didn't
wasn't
Bill?
really the first time, but it was the first time I had thought about Microsoft. So this was growing because that 35 turned into 75. Yeah, before anybody noticed, it had to be, 10,000. But I sure noticed because I was playing with computers because they were fun, and they went from kits you had to build yourself to
Yeah,
Apple to, yeah, it was growing like crazy. And all of the people educated at the big universities were working for banks, uh, hospitals, the DoD, NASA and whatnot. They did not have time to make programs for these PCs, which seemed like toys to them.
yeah. Well, that was a time when a lot of people were self-taught. I mean, Bill Gates
Yep,
and the Apple guy. I think neither one of them had degrees, right?
dropped down.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Bill Gates dropped out of Harvard, but I
So,
think that
hey,
was
I
a wise
saw
decision.
Amy Goodman today.
Ah, yeah,
You
and
guys
you're a
both
big
know who
fan?
that is?
I don't.
Not really.
Democracy Now? No?
Mm-mm. I
Well,
assume some left
She's,
winger.
yeah, she's a left wing, the best journalist in America. Anyway, just checking to see
oh,
if you
is
know.
she?
Wait,
And we've never heard of her, and she's the best. Oh my
yeah.
God.
Yeah, yeah.
Is she
Well, I'm
better than
surprised
Rachel
you haven't heard
Maddow?
of her. Oh, there's not even a comparison. She's no Rachel Maddow. She's an actual journalist.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so you met your idol, your role
Idol.
model. What was that like?
Awesome.
Were you like fawning over her and stuff? Or you like, oh
I
my
was trying
God, look
not
who it
to.
is?
Yeah.
You tried to stay cool?
I've been listening to her since she got on the air in 1986 there in Berkeley, and she's just grown and grown and grown, and very well established now, very successful program, like 1,400 TV stations and or no, that's probably the radio stations. But anyway, so yeah, it was good. But I mean, I won't go into it if you don't know about her. But yeah, I imagine she's called a social justice warrior, and she's
Oh,
not. She's
Oh,
very
yeah,
fair.
I'm with you, Vic.
She's totally fair-minded. She's not like Rachel Maddow. She won't point out something and then go, "Here's the punchline." She literally just reports it, more like the news hour on PBS or something. That's her tone. However, the liberal part is, they cover um, the subjects that are of importance to some of us, and that creates a kind of a bias. But I think that's acceptable. Choosing the stories is sort of what you expect. So like their headlines today in Brazil, there's this thing about I don't know how to pronounce his name. Michel Turner takes power because President Rousseff is trying to fight impeachment. I don't know if you know about that going on, but it's just news. It's not like there's no angle to this per se. She's been impeached because of corruption, and in Brazil, so that's a big ass problem for them
isn't
over
that
there. You
kind of
can
like par
imagine.
for the course for like a
Yeah, but aren't
Venezuela
they all
or a
corrupt in
Brazil?
Brazil?
Well,
I mean,
not
Yeah.
for Brazil. Brazil's very much European Western in the whole game, has been growing for 15, 20 years, gangbusters, and it's kind of like if it happened to America or Europe, it does happen. It's not a huge scandal. She wasn't like skinning children and making coats out of it. You know what I mean? But it's bad, and you do expect better. This isn't like Venezuela or where it's a normal Western democracy, for better or worse, whether that's a good or bad thing, I would say. So I would say that's pretty surprising. Here's their second thing is about Obama coming about the bathroom thing, which is
What is your position on that, by the way? I'm just curious.
my position is generally bathrooms are under the control of the bar. And you can have one bathroom with one person. You can do whatever you want. When I went to Berkeley, they already had, unisex bathrooms and stuff. So It doesn't really matter to me. Now, this is the domain of the government, these schools. It's not enforceable, but he's saying it's your gender identity. I think that it shouldn't be said at all. I think it's up to the institution. And probably if we're all hung up about this, we just need to have, you know, bathrooms with stalls or a row of doors like porta potty style where you each get a private room. It's silly to spend time on it. We should do whatever it takes to stop spending time on it. I'll give in to half of the things you want if we could just stop fucking talking about it.
Yes, I agree, and that's the thing with this. I mean, we're talking about, like, I've heard people suggest, oh, let's just create another bathroom. We're going to radically transform all of these public places, right? All of these places, we're going to mandate all these things at the federal level to accommodate half of 1%
yeah,
of the
exactly.
population. It is ludicrous.
I mean, Ryan
No,
Dawson.
it's not ludicrous. Why do we have sexually separated bathrooms now? Don't we realize that male pedophile in your bathroom are
privacy.
Not? How is it private if the male pedophile can go in the room with your 10-year-old boy, or the female pedophile can go into or somebody can dress up and nobody knows the difference and sneak in? Maybe the bathrooms aren't safe enough if that's a real problem. How about the fact that nothing's ever happened like this? There's like 0 examples of trans people being. There are assaults in bathrooms, and there's no evidence it has anything to do with. Yes, it is. It's a matter. Yes, it is. Well, you're making a law. It should be about something that actually happens, not your fantasy. But I'm afraid of it.
No.
It's the social pressure of minorities. It's the social justice stuff. It's just they added this to their bandwagon of ridiculous causes.
Right. It's like, Piero, I don't think that you're a rapist, and I don't think that you're a murderer, and I don't think that but I wouldn't feel comfortable with you, I don't know, sharing the same shower as my mom or some shit. You know, it's just weird. It's like, why are we...
But that's not the point. The point is, right now, are you comfortable with a male 55-year-old pedophile sharing the bathroom with your
That's
young
unavoidable,
son?
Right? That's unavoidable.
Why is that unavoidable?
Because we can't read minds.
And also, you can't identify it.
So you could have a bathroom. No, you could have bathrooms where it's a hallway and a row
pedophiles
of
only. Okay, all pedophiles go into this bathroom.
This bathroom, right? Now we
so you're pointing out. So what you're pointing out.
Transgender bathroom.
What you're pointing out
is justice warrior bathroom.
So what you're pointing out. So what you're pointing out is that
and then bathrooms for the old and the young, because you don't want.
Tell me when I can talk about it.
I'll let you know when you can talk, Pyro.
Okay, go ahead.
Stay quiet. I'm kidding.
So what you're saying is, while it's obvious that you don't want a pedophile in a bathroom private with your son, say when he's with his mom at the theater, that would be a problem, but there's nothing you can do about it. So instead, you'll pick on transgender people that aren't a problem, and maybe you'll feel better. Let me finish. And so maybe then you'll feel better about it. My suggestion is, if you weren't hung up like a bathroom was a sexual place, the mom could go in the bathroom with the son, and he would go into a private stall. There's plenty of privacy, and also not too much privacy that you are cut off from your child. How about that as a solution? I don't think blaming transgender people for assaults in bathrooms, of which there is no examples, is really appropriate.
See, this is the rhetoric that you guys on the left always use. Picking on. I mean, you use this this inflammatory, overly exaggerated language. No one is picking on transgendered people here. We're simply saying, okay, we have a current system that seems to work pretty goddamn well for like 99.5% of the population, and it's worked for a long time. We don't want to radically transform it all of a sudden with a federal mandate.
Yeah, you do. You
just to accommodate.
Hey, let Vic talk.
You do want to change it, though. The local states have started changing the local laws, and this Obama thing is a reaction to that.
Here's what I think should be done.
Wait. Transgender people, no, listen. Transgender people that look like women have been going into the women's bathroom without asking you.
Yeah, that's
fine. Everything
Let's
was
leave
fine.
it. Leave it the way it is.
But that's not what's going on. North Carolina is making a law. No, they can't do it. So now men that look like women have to go into the man's bathroom, and women that look like men have to go into the women's bathroom. you've created chaos, North Carolina. That's silly.
But
It
wait,
was
what
better when people just
precipitated
went in
that?
where it seemed less.
Wasn't that in response to something though? Wasn't
Yeah,
that in
it was.
No,
It was,
no, I
Vic. It was in
disagree. Yeah,
response
no.
to an outcry of social justice warriors. That's
right?
what it was a response to.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they made a law. We said tolerate transgender,
Here's
and they
how I
started.
would
Wait, like,
do
can
it.
I finish? We said tolerate transgenders. We social justice warriors. We said tolerate transgenders. It started to happen, and governments are going to start making laws about it. That's not us starting it. We get to have our opinion. It's a democracy. We didn't make a law that you had to like transgenders. Now you're going to make a law where people that look like women have to go into the man's bathroom and people that look like men have to go into the women's bathroom. You're fucking nuts at that point, not us.
Can I just say something here, just about the whole thing in general? When a society starts creating individuals that feel that their biological designation doesn't fit their mental perception of themselves, I mean, what kind of society are we living in? We're living in a society where people have too much time to think about things like this. I mean, this is
Oh,
I
come
don't have
on.
problem. Hey,
Come
look,
on. Who are you
come
going to tell
on.
what people spend their time thinking about? Do you think about your
Listen.
pet? Do you
You're
take care
born
of
a man.
flowers?
Okay, you're born a man, you have a penis, but your brain is telling you, I'm a female. Until there is some kind of scientific neurological data that comes out that says, yeah, we've suddenly, for some reason over the centuries, are evolving with these weird brain patterns. I don't buy any of it. I've
I
known.
see. So
Well,
you're
okay.
not
Well,
an individualist, I guess. You're not much of an individualist.
I don't agree with Damage in
You
that
think people's
respect. I do
personal
think that
experience should go through
these
science?
disorders do exist. I do think that these disorders exist. But by the way, there is a difference between body dysmorphia and like gender dysphoria. Like one of them is just like a person who has bulimia or a person who has anorexic who just looks in the mirror and thinks that they're too fucking skinny even though they're not, right? That's body dysmorphia. These people have, like, those people shouldn't even get a sex change because they're just going to move on to some other body part that they're fixated on. But the people who have gender dysphoria, these people usually when they have when they change their sex, usually all those anxieties and stuff that they have, that goes away. So these people exist, okay? I don't think that we should deny that this is an actual
See,
disorder.
I don't care if somebody wanted to get a
But wait,
sex change.
so let me get to my solution. So my solution here is like, look, if you really have this huge problem with gender dysphoria, then you should have like a little badge, right? Get your sex change, right? You have a little badge, and again, if somebody like stops you and say, "Hey, what are you doing going in there?" You just go like pull out your card and go, "Here, no, I'm supposed," and they go, "Okay, you can go ahead," right? Because if you've actually you've gone the extra mile, right, to become the other sex, right? Then the least we can do is allow you as a society to go into the
Well,
the
North
path
Carolina, you'd think,
of
but
choice.
North Carolina is going by sex on the birth certificate. So you
Well,
could go
that's
ahead
why I
and
think
have
you
a
should change
vagina
it.
cut in
No,
there.
that's,
You
yeah,
can't.
once
But
you have
Vic,
the operation,
you can't
you should be allowed
change.
to change that.
You can't change that until you physically had the operation. That's the law.
Uh,
So
No, I'm
until
saying
these guys
right. That's
or
what I'm saying.
gals
It should be.
get
Yeah,
physically altered, they remain their original sex on
I
their birth
agree.
certificate.
I agree. Let's leave it like
they
that.
never change your sex on the birth certificate.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We
they
can
do.
amend the
No, they
law,
don't.
whatever. No one
They
here
do
is
not edit
defending
your
it.
birth certificate.
I
I don't
don't
know where
think
you
any
get
of
that
us.
idea.
No. You can reapply, and it's like a name change, and you've legitimately changed your sex, so that you can do this. I mean,
Right,
sure.
but not on your birth certificate.
Okay,
So if
but
a law
Piero, you're
says on
missing.
your
Or
birth certificate, they mean what you were born
But
as.
Piero,
And
no,
I wonder
no
what
one.
where do the hermaphrodites get to go to the bathroom?
Oh, now we have to deal with hermaphrodites.
I know, we have to deal with that. What do you not know they fucking are real people? Yeah, we have to deal with the hermaphrodites. Why are you making a law? Yeah, it affects them.
I've never met a
answer the question.
hermaphrodite, and
What
I
if
worked
they?
in
Why
the
don't we
that.
just let
I
them
doubt you
keep
know that.
doing
I doubt you would know
whatever?
that. I doubt you would know if you've met a hermaphrodite.
Piero, whatever they've been doing for the past hundreds of years, let them keep doing that. That's it. This
We just
doesn't
made a law.
need to become a national issue.
If
For
you're going to make it a
real.
law, you have to
Do we not
decide.
have more
Don't make a
things-
law that affects it.
This wasn't a problem until people's like social justice warriors started coming out of the woodwork.
Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong
making
about
issue out
that
of it.
because men dressing as women have been the subject of a lot of hate and violence. So it was a problem. That's where you're wrong.
Listen, I've worked
You didn't have a problem with it, but you dress as a woman?
So now we have to accommodate transsexuals as well?
You have to accommodate everybody. That's what individualism means. Accommodate individual people.
Oh, well, then if
Yes,
you're
but we should
bisexual,
apply
you should be able to
resources.
use
If what they're
any
doing does
bathroom
not
you want.
harm you.
No, but listen, Pierre, but the resources that we apply to the problem should be proportional to the severity of the problem, don't you think?
It doesn't
Right?
take any resources to just not
Exactly, Vic.
care
It's
about
all over
bathrooms.
the news. It's like, what are you talking about? This is a
People
huge
are
national
choosing to do
scandal.
that.
There are
There's no
boycotts in
scandal
place
to
for
it.
crying out loud over this shit. I'm sorry, but this is just monopolizing way too much of our time.
Yeah,
Um,
agreed.
It's,
Sorry we got into
it's
it.
such a non-issue. I'm not trying to be dismissive of the plight of people who are born this way. I'm really not. I do have compassion for them. I just think, my God, you know,
It's too
can
far.
we just make it look? Can we just make it really simple? Like, if you get a sex change, we'll change your official sex, right? And now, if anybody gives you grief about going into just pull out your little fucking card, say, look, I'm actually a woman or a man or whatever now, and that's
Oh
it.
yeah, what a
Problem
great
solved.
society. See, to me that sounds
It
like a
wouldn't-
police state.
That would almost never happen though, because
I don't
nobody
want to have to
fucking
carry
bothers.
my card to go in a bathroom.
Oh,
Are you fucking
boo-hoo.
crazy? Move to North Korea. I don't want to live in that society. I think I should be able to get onto a plane with a ticket, and now you totalitarian fucktards are telling me I have to have a card to go into a fucking bathroom? You're
And
insane.
so we need to
I'm not
have
doing
you-
it. I don't care if
Did you
think
just
it's
say
reasonable.
fucktard?
So now we have to
Yes, I
have
did. I don't
unisex-
care if you think it's reasonable. Please
So
understand.
now we have to
I will
have
fight to the death.
No, I'm
I
just
will
laughing
carry
because that's
hard
Gary's
to
thing.
go into a bathroom. I will fight that to the death. I will literally stand in like the Oregon street.
This
I will
is
not
an issue
have to
that you
carry-
would fight to the death over.
Yeah, you make me carry a card so that I can shit when I'm not at my own house. We have a big, big, big problem.
No,
Yes.
it's just there in case you fucking need it. In
What
case
if I
somebody
forget it?
Yeah.
agrees.
What if I
Just like your
forget it?
ID.
What if I
Sometimes you
forget
need
it?
to show your
Yeah,
What if I
it's like
forget it? I
imagine-
don't always carry my ID, and when I was
Okay,
born in
alright,
this country,
Hero.
Well, then
I
you'll
didn't
have to
to.
pee in the bushes.
It's like Piro. It's like
Which
the
is
idea-
illegal.
It's
You're
like
a criminal.
imagine you happen to look very young. You're 25 years old, but you look like you're 16, right? And somebody asks you for ID when you go to purchase some alcohol, right? Some beer or some shit. Is that too much of an intrusion? Is that too much of a burden? Is that a totalitarian system? No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Fucking
When
A.
you equate going to the bathroom to buying alcohol as a minor, yeah, I think that's a totalitarian system
you can
because
come
that's
up with
fucking
all sorts- It
batshit
could be
insane.
a movie. It could be a movie even. If it's PG-13 or some shit, or rated R, and you're 25 but you look like you might be 16, and somebody asks you for some ID. It's
You
not a
don't-
huge
sometimes,
deal.
Vic, you
It's
don't
not
seem
a
very
huge
bright.
deal.
Dude, you don't seem too bright if you're going to keep asking me examples. Obviously, no, I don't think the going to the bathroom is like going into a movie that has a age restriction or any other age restriction. None of those examples, you could think of them all night. Why would any of them impress me? You and I disagree. I think it's ridiculous to have to carry.
I know. Well, you're an idea.
Go in a bathroom.
You should have a unisex.
I'm an
bathroom.
idealist.
And whatever. I mean, if you want to have, but the thing is, look,
You're
I'm
an
not even-
idealist. You
I'm
think
not
you can
even
make perfect
necessarily
bathrooms.
opposed.
It
I'm
sounds like
not even-
utopian nonsense
Listen,
to me.
I'm not necessarily opposed to creating unisex bathrooms where you have like certain sectioned off for women, others for fucking transgendered or whatever,
That would be
and then
stupid.
others,
That's
whatever.
stupid.
If you want to do
We
that.
could just have big
But I'm
Why do you
bathrooms that offer
categorize-
different
The
varieties
subtle
of
main-
sauce.
Why do you go for the
To
categorizing
transform-
people?
To
How about you don't
transform-
categorize them and treat them like individuals? How about that? Then you don't have to categorize them.
Yeah, that ultimately would be perfect if we could just get everybody on board with the same
Well,
thing.
don't most bathrooms have booths where you close the door? I feel pretty private.
So, in your opinion, so when we go into locker
When I'm in that
rooms,
booth,
so
I don't
in a
really
gym,
care if a woman
No,
is
no.
at the sink.
No, right.
would
well,
I?
Well, Piro, maybe you're
Why
not.
would
Maybe
I?
not everyone is like you, Piro. So, for example, right?
Yeah, I know you're all hung up
personally-
and crazy.
I personally don't feel that comfortable having a female doctor. I just don't. I go to male doctors,
Right.
right? And it's not because I hate
It would
women.
be funny if you got cancer because you went to
Right?
a bad doctor and he
It's
was
not
mad.
because I'm sexist or anything like that. I just
No, I
happen
think it is
to
because
feel.
of that.
No,
I'm-
Vic has a right to choose.
Yeah,
the
no, he has a
kind of
right to
doctor he
feel that
wants.
way. I totally agree. It doesn't mean it's not sexist.
It's not sexist.
It's not
That's like
sexist.
bigotry. It's not bigotry.
Okay,
I just
well,
happen to feel
it's
more
not,
comfortable.
okay, you're right. I wouldn't really call it sexist. I'd call it a hang-up myself.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, for God's sake, we're not allowed to make
You're
comments
just
on
such
each
an
other's
idealist.
psychology except for we do
You're
it all the
such
time.
an idealist. It's this.
Oh, how am I an idealist? I don't think so. I think
because you have this view that everybody's equal. We shouldn't
No.
see gender differences. We shouldn't
No.
see any sort of
I didn't say that.
differences at all.
I did
It's
not
just,
say that. That's your delusion that you go on about. That's not my view at all. I don't think we should not say that. I like diversity. I like everybody being different.
okay, so let me
Colors,
ask you this.
food,
So
tastes,
now, because this thing with the bathrooms, it extends beyond just the bathroom. It goes to like locker rooms, like public showers, public locker rooms, things like that. I personally also would not feel comfortable in a locker room where, I mean, the main reason is I think I might get aroused or something, right? And it just makes me feel weird, right? I don't know. And I think women, especially, would feel pretty fucking weird if there's like these horny perverts who are like peeking at her, right? Because I'm sorry, when you have people naked, our hormones kick in in a lot of cases, right?
Yeah,
People
we're still
are,
monkeys.
they have exactly, and that creates an awkward, uncomfortable situation. That's why we keep them separate.
Yeah, I would
Well, I'm
probably
not
stop
really
going
found
to
that. I
school.
think the amount of people aroused by bathrooms is it's kinky. It's not that common. It's not that common, and it's a hang up to make your laws about it.
It's not about making our
I
laws,
could
because the
not
laws
give a
already.
shit.
It's about not changing the laws.
You go into the bathroom, do
In
you
a
trust
dramatic
everybody
way.
because they're a man? I don't. You
No,
think
but the
women
thing
should
is, like,
go in and trust everybody because they're a woman? No. And if a man wanted to sneak into the woman's bathroom, a heterosexual man, dressing as a woman is a likely thing because he could probably pull it off, like you said, where you don't know the pedophile. So you're going to stop honest transgender people from going through the bathroom that doesn't make a big stir. Brilliant.
I'd say
Seriously,
it's more
you know
of an
what?
issue for women than for this.
I have never thought about this until all this transgender
Right,
stuff.
I
Well,
know.
maybe
And it's
you
never
should
really been
have.
an issue.
Maybe you should have. Maybe
I
it
know,
wouldn't
such
be
a
an
social
issue now.
justice warrior.
Maybe you wouldn't be overreacting now if you'd given it some thought. The kinds of things real small minorities go into, like the one in 10,000 people with hermaphrodite symptoms of various kinds. Those people actually have to exist. They have to live in your stupid system with your stupid laws, and you're like, yeah, but we only make the laws
Why
for
are we the
80%.
stupid ones? I was
Because
just
you
born
think
this
that
way.
you think you can make the laws for 80% of the people, or 50 or 60% of the people, and that's fine. Then the 40% could just fuck themselves. I'm an individualist. A philosophy conservative side of things claims to have, but you don't sound very individualist
First
to me.
of all,
You have
I
no
didn't
way
even
of
know.
treating people as individuals.
I didn't even know that there actually was a law that you can't go into a woman's bathroom if you're a man but I just thought it was
There
like a
isn't. There
social
never has
thing.
been.
Oh,
There has
right.
never
Okay,
been a law.
so leave it the way it is.
Well, why are you talking to me? I didn't make the law in North Carolina. You think it was a bunch of Democrats running that place that did that?
I think it's because people have been trying to exploit the fact that there are no laws. So now anybody
How have
like
they?
that
How
freak,
have they exploited
like
that
that
fact?
one freak,
By
some
going
people,
into the bathroom, they've always
some, not all.
Who? Give me even a story.
I'm
Give
gonna
me a
show
narrative
you a picture.
of somebody exploiting it.
I'm gonna show you a picture of this guy. It's a funny
Yeah,
picture.
I have to take a break because I'm going to go down to my men's only bathroom. I have 2 bathrooms in my house. Naturally, one is for the men and one is for the women.
No,
So I'm gonna
because
go
you
to that.
usually lock the door right behind you when you go. Here it is. Here's the picture.
It's not. It's not the guy who thinks he's not only a girl but a child. Is it that guy?
Look at this guy right now. Now, if somebody like that starts, if he goes into the woman's bathroom, like take a look at that that picture that I just posted.
Yeah!
If a guy like that enters the woman's bathroom, wouldn't you be a little freaked out? Like, and
Probably
I
get the
think
fuck
that, I
out.
think ordinarily, probably, right, before this whole social justice warrior movement took hold, right, that guy probably wouldn't even dare to go into the women's bathroom. But now that we're becoming so much more accepting of just fucking everything practically, right, now people like that are probably being more confident now, and now it's like, I feel like a woman. And then they'll just walk right into a fucking woman's bathroom, and we're supposed to just accept that.
I know. It's just the silliest thing. I shake my head. I shake my head. I just like there are so many major issues in the world.
Right.
And
And the
this
thing
pops
is,
up.
and the thing is, if people just would just use just common decency, just have a
Common
little bit of
sense.
respect for other
Yeah.
people, right? Like, imagine how they would feel with you coming. I understand that you feel a certain way, but imagine how other people are going to feel. I mean, is it really so difficult for you to go into the man's bathroom, that guy that I just posted? Is it really that much of a burden?
Well,
Really?
for him, I think he'd probably get the shit kicked out of him. Probably.
Well, I guess that's legitimate.
Depending on where the bathroom was and what neighborhood. But
Maybe.
if
I
he
guess
went into
if
Gaytown
it's a
and used the
safety
bathroom, nobody would have a problem.
if it's a safety issue, then maybe, right?
Well, the
But
issue I think is for his safety, not for everybody
well,
else's.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if it's a safety issue for that person, and he feels like he's actually going to be in danger if he goes into the men's bathroom, then okay, fine, we can make an exception in that case, I suppose.
And most
And
women would
really,
just
does he
look at
put
him
it?
funny and go, "What?" and probably just let him do
Yeah,
what he's
and
got to
think
do
about
and
it.
leave.
Like this guy, if you look at that picture, right, that guy clearly has a lot more going on than
He's
just.
psychologically in trouble.
Yes, there's something really fucked with that guy mentally. I wouldn't want that guy in any bathroom, right? You know what I mean? Like, does he
Well, but
really
see,
have to go out dressed like that? Is that
no, he has no
necessary?
common sense. He has no common sense. He's inviting people to comment on him.
Yeah. He has
He
no
is
respect for other people.
forcing himself as a spectacle to make
Right.
you pay attention.
Right. Exactly.
And
And we're not supposed to be the least bit. We're supposed to pretend that there's nothing to see here. No cause for concern.
it's
No
like,
reason to think this guy might be a fucking nut who might kill me or do some shit to me right now. I mean, I'm sorry. That guy seems crazy.
yeah, no, he's not mentally balanced, clearly.
I want Piro to look at that picture and tell me what he thinks, how he would treat that person.
Oh,
He
well,
probably
no,
be
he's
like,
going to think it's fine.
it's totally fine. I don't see anything wrong with that.
He's
I'm
just
thinking nothing of
expressing
it.
his individuality. Okay.
This is what I'm talking. This is political correctness run amok, and this is why I think that Donald Trump is surging, and that's why he got the Republican nomination, right? Because I think there's this silent majority, right, that sees this politically correct bullshit, and even though he's an idiot, even though he says a lot of outlandish shit, they're like, well, fuck, man, I want to make a statement that this political correctness bullshit needs to go, right? So they gravitate towards him, right? I
Well,
think
and also he inspires them to do it more. It's like he's giving he's giving a pass stamp on, expressing whatever insane or uncommon or racist or whatever kind of thought you have, express it.
yeah.
And it's like the reason society works is because we have a sense of self censorship, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we choose our words based on where we are, who we're with. I mean, if you're in a club full of people that look like that, there are no issues, right?
Right. Yeah.
So,
I mean, I just don't understand why people consider this to be such a fucking burden, right? For people to show just a little bit of tact, right? Have a little bit of respect for the way other people feel, and this wouldn't be an issue. But no, now everybody, instead of the half of 1% being accommodating to the 99.5%, we have to change the 99.5% to accommodate the 0.5%.
I know
That's
this might
crazy to
sound,
me.
yeah, I know this might sound a little off the wall, but when you think about one of the major issues in the world today is that, roughly 1% or there's 10% of the population that's kind of in control or has the money and power to affect change that affects for a lot of people. It's funny how at the opposite end of that spectrum, the less than 1% that don't fit in with society on numerous levels are suddenly taking trying to take the public stage.
Yeah, I think
You know,
it's people overcompensating. I think that's what it is.
something's going on, Vic. This is so unnecessary.
Yeah, that's what's happening. I think people are just overcompensating for like years of oppression and bigotry, right? And now it's like flipped, right?
And it's finding weird ways to express itself. I mean, sexuality
needs to
is
balance
the ultimate way
out.
to express yourself, right?
It's all about moderation, right?
Moderation, common sense, and
right. You can't have the extremes.
Well, extremes are fine, and extremes are only tolerated when most people aren't that way. Do you know what I mean? Like if the extremes start to gather to a point where
it's no longer extreme, it's the norm. Yeah.
Then people who are of the norm, who do self-censor, who do have a kind of moral balance in their lives, they're going to start to feel like we're the weird ones, and then you're going to get a real backlash.
Yep, you guys are weird. I got outnumbered. That's all. Okay,
I mean, it's like it's kind of like
nice again. Infinity, back me up. You know who Amy Goodman is?
Take a look at the picture that I posted in the chat there, Piero, and tell me what you think.
Piero, you have to go and have a poop beside this guy.
I mean, would you have like no concern, like if somebody like that walked into the stall?
Or your daughter has to go.
Or your daughter has to go into the stall with
bathroom with this guy.
Not if I could go into the bathroom too.
Well, I think you would absolutely insist
hang out
that
by
you go
the
with
sink.
her.
And that would make a lot more sense, probably.
Oh,
but no, unlike you guys, when I see a person like that, I figure he's probably got some issues.
Yeah,
not necessarily a bad guy. Doesn't make him a sexual predator. A lot of sexual predators are Hastert.
No, but
Hastert was the leader of the house. You would trust him in the bathroom with your young boy, but he raped boys for decades. So it's counterproductive to give a damn about to make this poster. It's like a waste of that person's time.
No,
just to make fun of somebody that probably has some issues. Probably been bullied before. You're brilliant to join in. I mean, what?
Like
why?
You're choosing to see. This is the thing that you people do. It's like you muddy the conversation. You come up with these outliers.
Do you think someone that wants to outliers like Dennis Hastert? Give me a break.
No. Let me give you.
This is an outlier. You think somebody that's going to molest your child is going to dress like this to go into the bathroom with her?
No,
probably not.
Probably not. Well, who knows? He might be in there to kill. When somebody like that, somebody who chooses to go in public dressed like that, right? I'm sorry, they have severe issues, and I don't know where the limits of those issues are. I'm an
individualist, so I don't really care about someone's personal fashion choices.
This is just crazy.
I don't care about someone's personal fashion choices. It's of zero importance to me. He's on an extreme level. I'd admit that.
It's just unbelievable.
I don't think it should be a target of bullying. I don't know that that person is not a perfectly nice guy that keeps the park clean.
I don't think it constitutes bullying. I don't think it's bullying to say, hey, you.
And he's on SSI. It's because he's got a mental issue. I mean, what's my problem with him? Because he carries a funny-looking purse?
See, the thing is, you keep using these words like bullying, picking on. I don't think it's bullying this guy to expect him to use the men's room. That's not bullying.
You don't really know he tried to use a women's room. All you know is someone took a picture of him and photoshopped it onto the net.
I'm saying imagine.
Right. But he's a real person, probably, right? Or do you think that's totally a Photoshop? Is that totally a Photoshop? Is that hair all added? Maybe that guy isn't even dressed like that in the real world, and that face is... Well, what do you think? I mean, we're assuming that's a real person, right? Is that a real person? Is that a real person?
I don't know.
We have no idea.
You don't know. You don't know.
But I'm sure it exists.
Does it matter if it's a real person? Does it matter to you if it's a real person, or is this about your fantasy world?
You really don't think that people like that exist? Come on.
No, I know they do.
Okay.
And I have no problem with them.
Then why are you questioning it?
I have no problem with them. I haven't found them to be this pervy people compared to, say, the Dennis Hasterts. And the
Okay,
Sandusky.
let me respond to that. Okay, so the difference is, right, that you have clues here, right? In
Right.
the Dennis Hastert situation, the guy looks perfectly normal. We have nothing to go by.
You
So
have a clue to be
we're not.
biased against the innocent person and no clue with the guilty person, so let's just persecute the
No, so
innocent person. Makes perfect sense.
when someone is showing some sort of clue that they're mentally unstable, right?
No.
That is reason to be a little bit cautious and alarmed, a little bit
Mentally
conscientious of that
unstable. I know
person.
of a guy. Do you know this guy that's been? I don't know what's happened to him. I haven't seen in a few years, but he's been converting himself into a lion, like with whiskers and everything. He's a
Yeah,
programmer. He's a
yeah.
programmer. He's a weird geek with his own weird idea and enough money and no woman for some reason, so he can spend the money on doing that. And it's weird. And I'd go, dude, that's probably not totally healthy mental image wise if I was your cousin or whatever. On the other hand, would I work with that guy? If he was a good coder, it would not matter shit to me how he wanted to dress in the bathroom as a tiger. I wouldn't make a third I wouldn't make a third bathroom. I wouldn't make a third bathroom for tigers because of his obvious self-image issue, because he's got it under control. He's got it under control. I mean, he's screwing around with something that doesn't bother me as an individual.
Pyro,
As an individual, he can be
You've already
weird.
smoked George. Give me a chance.
He can have a weird personal modification hobby. If somebody changed their sex because of just like a lark, like some guy's like, oh my god, this will fuck with all my friends' heads. I'm gonna change my sex.
Honestly,
On Monday I'll be a girl. I would go, dude, you go a long way for a joke. I probably want to have at least one conversation with you. That's my reaction to the weirdness.
This is what I'm thinking, right?
I hate normalness.
Here's what I'm
Normalness
thinking.
makes me suspicious. Someone that looks normal makes me suspicious. Normal isn't a real thing. People that appear normal are faking it by definition in my book.
Good grief!
Well,
now
that's how the counterculture thinks.
No such thing as abnormal now.
I know, or mental.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. I said there's no such thing as normal.
Well, what's the difference?
Everything's abnormal. That's the difference. Everything's abnormal.
Well, then that makes abnormal normal.
Why is that ridiculous? Right. What's normal mean to you? That you're really the same as other normal people, or are you not individuals or something?
Oh my God, normal is that I accept who I am from birth, and I wear practical clothing, and I worry about important issues. I mean, that's normal to me.
It doesn't sound like you want to accept these transgender people. Let them accept who they are.
No. Don't get me wrong. I worked in harm reduction for 15 years. I have no problem. I've gone with people as they've gone through changes. And you know something? Having a bathroom issue for the people that I've been in contact with was the least of the issues that they had in priority that were important.
Well, it just has gone up because now everybody cares all of a sudden. Is going to be looking at everybody else.
Right? It's just
I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair that Ann Coulter...
because social justice wars are extremely vocal.
I don't think it's fair Ann Coulter is now going to get weird looks in the woman's bathroom.
I happen to believe the silent majority don't give a fuck about this issue.
Absolutely.
Sounds like you do. You brought it up. I was going to talk about the biases against men.
No, you brought it up, and I said, what do you happen to think about that? I was just curious. You brought up the issue, and I was just like, well, what do you think about
I went through a headline. Yeah, I just was doing that was Obama has said that, well, when it comes to schools, our policy is it's your personal gender identity.
Well, now, it's not that the issue has become an issue, it's that the
next headline is that the Pope is going to form a commission to study women serving as deacons. That's kind of also big news for those of us that don't like to wait until things happen to find out what's going on.
Well, what's the topic of this hangout? We're supposed to be about, like, anti-male bias or something?
Yeah, I'm open to hearing.
Okay.
And I have
my reaction to that, okay, look, I could sit here and run off all sorts of male stereotypes, right? Things that men have to deal with, right? But these aren't really problems. They're more like nuisances. So for me to sit here and like talk like a men's rights activist, right, and pretend like these are like these really oppressive issues that men constantly have to struggle with, it would just be, I would be no different than one of these third wave radical feminists at that point, right? Because let's go through the list. I suppose we can, men can't cry, right? Because it's seen as like feminine or weak or whatever.
Can we stop and
Can't
can
be
we make comments on
emotional.
each one, please? So go ahead and
Okay.
finish, but I'd like to talk on that one, but I'm not saying you're done on that one. So men can't cry. That is one.
Yeah.
And I've
Yeah.
always been like, fuck that, I'll cry. And then I cried too
Right.
much.
That's
Life
what
was
I'm
too sad.
saying.
And I was
It's
like, I
like
don't want to cry. Then my daughter died, and I was like, now I cry
and
again. I
and
cried
and
during the fucking Lego movie. Now I just cry all the fucking
um, yeah, but
Basically,
it's
anything that
such
I
a
think,
it's
oh,
a
I wish I
minor
could.
inconvenience though. This isn't a problem that needs like some sort of movement. You know what I mean behind it.
Well,
Um,
okay, so wait, but so one at a time. I think there are some examples of things that do probably need a movement. That
well,
men
one of
can't
the
cry doesn't, because men can go ahead and cry, but they will take the brunt. Now, I made someone cry at work once, what didn't happen to be a man, and that was bad. I think there was some sexism of the fact that it's like, it's unprofessional for her to be crying. I just said I would prove what I'm saying, but of course it was on me. That's a male sex bias, I thought.
yeah,
Though not, maybe
okay.
not though, because if I had been a woman, then they would have been, well, you're a bitch kind of woman. You know, you make someone else
No,
cry. But if you made a man cry, no way would you be to blame in the workplace. That man would be, unless you just punched him in the balls or something. If you physically
right, but
assaulted him, you have a
again,
legal right. But if it was purely emotional because you told the man, I could prove you wrong, and he cried, there wasn't a man or woman in the place to have any sympathy for him. So,
well,
I mean,
another issue is that
I don't
like
want to make people cry.
men typically are they have to assume the risk in dangerous situations, so it's always men and women and children first, and that sort of thing. But again, that's not a huge issue either. It's
Well,
like
here's the thing. Before we go on to the next issue, with the men crying, I wanted to get in before I forget. I
mhm,
really feel that feminism has helped it be okay for women to cry. It was feminism that said, hey, Alan Alda is a great man. They didn't really want to date men like that, but at least they pretended they did on TV for a few years because, you could be sensitive. And that was more feminism than any, macho man thing. Though eventually I would say the sports community of men is like, in the locker room, they admitted to the world that we talk about sensitive stuff too. We just don't want to talk to women about it because they're jerks to us about it or whatever. I mean, men can be sensitive now. It's a positive, even in the macho world to a certain degree. And I think this is a good thing. And I would give some credit to feminism for that. You
I don't
probably
think
wouldn't.
that the majority of men are macho, right? I think
No,
they
no,
exist,
certainly not. No, yeah,
but
certainly not.
yeah, it's not the majority,
No,
but
most men are good guys. And they look out. They feel like equals to people. That's my experience.
right.
They want to be
That's
buddies.
what I like. If it
They
was
might
like
not
a
want to be buddies
third,
with
if it
you,
was
but
like
that's what they're looking for.
if it was like 1 in 3 men exhibited this behavior, then I'd say, okay, that's a fucking problem. All right,
Well, my
these
only frame of
motherfuckers
reference is
are
high
everywhere.
school. And I would say in high school, it was like 10, 15%, if that. More like 10, 15% of the popular kids, so probably, 5% of the actual overall everybody.
Yeah.
But they do dominate, right? Everybody has to deal with them because they do rise to the top because we do have a system that rewards some of that behavior, which is what we're complaining about as feminists or, humanitarians or whatever. We're saying, we have a kind of a system where the rules do allow those people to rise to the top pretty effectively.
It used to be, but I'm 55, and I've been an activist most of my adult life, and we were considered activists, social justice. We didn't necessarily say social justice, but we were activists. We weren't warriors.
Wait. What sort of
So,
activist are you?
I was a health activist. I worked in the harm reduction community, and I worked for the University of Toronto. I was a
What do you
field
mean?
researcher.
Addiction or AIDS, or what do you mean?
No, I was in a medical department that was a statistical and epidemiology department where we looked at the transmission of bloodborne pathogens, which meant that we had to go out to do research into parts of the community that were traditionally, not easy to access, like a crack room or uh, or the transgender community, along the lines of there's a lot of prostitution and they don't necessarily choose that, but they have limited options on jobs. So we would go into these prostitution areas and, you know, target specific people identifying in certain ways, and then look at their networks to find out how this disease is being spread and what are the. It was an interesting department because they combined the hard science with the soft science, the sociology and how diseases are spread as much as the actual function of the spreading. But so I am just saying, it's like I have lots of experience with, you know, I love people that aren't of the norm. I spent a lot of years with people that kind of fly their own way. But, you know, bathrooms have never been an issue for anybody that I ever talked to. The only issue about bathrooms was it's a good place to have illegal sex and do drugs. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, but warrior, yes, this is the point, is why do you have to be a warrior about social causes? Why can't you be an activist? Why?
Well, as far as I know, we didn't do that. I'm not a warrior. I'm a peace activist, but we were called social justice warrior, and they wrapped it up with 2 words that are important.
Well, no, I mean, I personally don't have.
A spiritual warrior. I don't give a damn. Fine.
But why do we have to be warriors? Why can't?
I don't have to, but if they're going to call me a warrior, fine. It's on.
No, but see, here's the thing. Like, I personally,
I've been fighting my whole life. You want to call it a war?
I call you an activist. I call you a human rights activist. And
at least
really
I don't have a
Michael
problem.
Brooks was a social justice warrior and a regressive. Well, I pretty much share his views on most things. I don't think he's a regressive at all.
I don't have a problem with the term warrior. My problem is with the issues that you're choosing to make a big stink about, the issues that you're, you know, choosing to war over, right? These non-issues, these ridiculous, and that's what. Well, like the bathroom issue is one of them, right?
What do you mean? I don't think it's
the way it's completely overblown.
I've been trying to stop talking about it. My whole point is that it's ridiculous because basically every private establishment can decide how its bathroom works. The government buildings can decide how their bathrooms work.
Okay.
It'd be ridiculous to make a universal law to tell private people how to run their bathrooms. So let's get over it. On the other hand, you know,
then what were we arguing about before exactly?
Well, here's what. We just had Bruce Jenner / Caitlyn Jenner break through on Today Show level stuff where some people don't pay attention till then, and then they got nervous and started making rules that, well, we don't like transgender, and it's like, yeah, and they made the problem, and then of course there becomes political opportunity, and basically how are you going to run the bathrooms in the government buildings is up to the government, and Obama decided, I guess, to move his pawn out into the middle of the board and kind of preemptively say, well, we think students should go wherever they gender identify. But frankly, I wouldn't have done that. I would leave that to the local people, bigots and all, because, you know, and if I got into it to solve it, to me it's obvious. You need a unisex thing. We can't trust anybody else's sexuality or their predatory nature. You should not be vulnerable. Therefore, you have locking, you know, cubic stalls, which is pretty much how all bathrooms work. You can pee in there too. Go in there. It's a unisex public thing, which means you can have parents and whomever in the area that totally 100% guarantees nobody's really at risk in there. That seems like the obvious solution if you really are worried about it. But to reiterate, I'm not worried about it. I don't think it's a big deal. A guy just went into the bathroom where my wife was, and he wasn't trying to pretend to be a woman. He just, as a guy, went in there and started peeing with the stall open. Just a couple days ago, a week ago. It's like, okay, do we need a law? No.
Right. I never thought. I didn't even know if there was a law. I thought it was just like custom, just convention.
I thought bathrooms were in the domain of public health within the city municipal bylaw codes and shit like that.
Well, there's some health stuff, it's not sex-based. I mean,
but anyway, in that whole spiel...
It might depend on the state, but generally it's up to that establishment. And the only laws about what happens in a bathroom, or is if somebody goes in and beats you up or something, you know,
well,
there's no special law like it's twice as illegal in a bathroom or anything. It's just
no. A crime's a crime no matter where it's committed.
It's like a changing room. You can have
Bathrooms
a
do not
multi-sex
need
changing
government
What
intervention.
about a shower
on how to
room?
conduct
You have,
ourselves.
you have any
When I went to
problem?
college, they had a unisex bathroom, and the showers had curtains, and men and women both went in
You-
there. And
do you want to create a system, though, that is so much more easily exploited by perverts? So, for example, imagine if you are one of these voyeuristic perverts, right? And you decide you're just going to go into the women's room, into the shower room, right? And you're going to shower with them naked. And then, if anybody says anything, you're just going to say, well, I feel like a woman. Who are you to tell me? And then, now
I
we're
really
supposed to
doubt that's
respect
going
that
to happen.
shit.
I really doubt
I
that's going
think
to
it
happen.
will. I mean, it maybe not a
Well, if
lot.
it
It
went
won't
to a
happen a
court case,
lot, but I think
if
it
it
will
went to a
happen.
court case, if that guy was getting going through a court to find innocence or not, they'd ask, well, is he heterosexual? Does he have girlfriends? Is he really? What's the other evidence
But
of
I'm
this?
saying, is this the type of shit that
It's
we
so
Government shouldn't be
stupid.
concern
involved in
ourselves
that.
with?
It's
We're just
so
creating more
I don't
headaches
know.
for
You're bringing it
ourselves.
up. I say let's not deal with that problem and act like there's
Right, and just not allow men or
What do you
people who
think?
look
no,
exactly like
no,
men to
no,
go into
no,
women's
no,
shower
no. You
rooms.
don't get to make the law and say, since you don't want to worry about it, we'll make a weird law. You just have to drop it. There is no issue. And North Carolina is going to make a law, so it's an issue. The end of the story. I don't know why we have to go on and on about it.
I think I'm not saying that we should make a law. If there is no current law, I'm just saying we shouldn't change. Whatever the fuck existed
So
before,
here's another
I don't
headline.
think it needs to change.
So we had the Pope is going to let women be deacons, maybe. That's interesting. Speaker Paul Ryan appears to warm to Donald Trump. And anybody notice that? They had a meeting. You guys follow
Well,
politics?
he sort of, kind of, halfway did, yeah.
He kind of has to. I mean,
Why does he have to?
No, he doesn't really have to.
interest of the party.
Klanism?
Well, yeah, but the party's kind of broken up right now. So
Hey,
it might not be in the best interest of the party to have him.
Well, it's pretty obvious to any sensible person that they're going to accomplish a lot more of the Republican agenda under a Trump president rather than a Hillary president.
No, that's not obvious. And actually, Hillary is going after Jeb Bush backers and stuff because in reality, Hillary does all the regular stuff they want. She'll have the government buy weapons. She'll spy on people. She's
And
not.
also, you're kind of ignoring.
That's not the big hang-up. The big hang-up is like things like Obamacare. Is
You
there
think
any chance that
conservative
Hillary's going
businessmen
to
want a
repeal
tariff?
Obamacare? No.
Vic, do you want
What
a
about the
tariff?
judges?
Vic, do you want a tariff system like Trump is saying?
Well, I mean, if it
You want
does,
a 30% tariff on
if it-
Chinese goods.
if
You think
it
that'd be a
if-
good idea for business?
That's
if-
not going to happen.
it's
That's
not
his position.
in the long term. It might be right. In the long term, it might be because it might keep jobs here, right? That whole thing where you can
Well, the
outsource
question-
all of these
okay,
jobs,
that's
right?
weird. That's fine that you
And
think that.
who
but I
is that
think what do you think
hurting?
businessmen
First of all,
think?
why are you arguing against
Can you hear me?
pretty much a Democratic position?
Yes.
Like that's
Can
like,
hear
the
you.
Democrats are the ones who are against NAFTA. Well, I mean, it was a bipartisan when they passed it, pretty much, but mostly it was a mostly Republican idea.
I don't really care. I have my own politics. I don't believe in tariffs at all.
Okay, well, you don't think that allowing, like, making it easy for companies to outsource those manufacturing jobs is affecting jobs here in America, like,
Yep.
considerably?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. but
So
it's
why
not-
do we want to make it as easy for them to leave?
I don't know. I mean, if it's an American doing that job or someone else, it's not me, right? So it's a matter of.
okay.
Can
so
I
you're not a
finish my
nationalist.
sentences? Could I finish my sentences? No, it's not nationalist. It's the
I
opposite.
know.
of
It's
nationalist.
right. It's what I'm saying.
Selfish.
Not.
Can I finish my sentence? Okay, yes, I'm acknowledging a selfish way of putting it on purpose, which is either way it doesn't affect me. The question directly, am I getting a job? So directly to me, the issue is I do care about individuals, but people I don't know, I have to admit I don't know, and the issue is what makes the economy work better overall.
See,
So
this is-
I think it's a matter of studying that, and I wouldn't say I know. I think maybe some tariffs could be okay or whatever. In principle, no, I don't believe in tariffs. I think you can do everything you need to do by taxing unimproved land. I don't
Okay,
believe
so-
in tariffs or
But
sales
that's a
tax.
separate issue, Piero.
Maybe not you, because here's the thing, right? When you're running for president, you do on some level need to be a bit of a nationalist, right? You're not running for the president of the world. You're running for
Granted,
the president of
granted.
the United States. So
Granted.
for you to suggest, oh well, no, I think it's helping people in China. I mean, what the fuck? I can't
It's
even
kind of
believe
like
that you
if you're the
said that.
coach of the Cowboys.
Well, the idea of free trade is that you spread everything out, and then those people have more money to buy your products and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
I don't
everybody's
think
involved
that
in
obviously doesn't work
industrialization.
in practice.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, it doesn't
Here's
work
what I would
considerably.
here's what I would do instead of a tariff. We have minimum wage laws, right? We'll just extend them. If you want to sell shirts in the United States, you have to pay the people the United States minimum wage. Suddenly people in Bangalore are making $7 an hour and they're like shitting their pants happy. And that would be okay. You would have a tariff, you would make it more expensive, and you would help the American labor compete with it. But not quite, because the American labor might be wanting more than minimum wage. But that's the way I would do it. You'd still have the same economic thing, but a tariff, a tax, where you just arbitrarily have the government remove money from the system and spend it on something else, that's a proven bad idea. Tariffs are just a known bad idea. It's certainly conservative businessmen agree with me on this in bulk, the mainstream, the normal ones, because they don't want tariffs. A little bit of tariff, some fees. You got to pay a fee to go into the
course, it's
port.
going to hurt businesses. I mean,
A lot.
and that was the idea, right? The idea behind the whole NAFTA thing is going to make it easier on businesses to get up and running, right? It's making it cheaper for them, and that's great, right? Then they can hire more people, but it doesn't work that way in practice. Ends up benefiting other countries, but not us, because we never see that return, really.
But okay, so back to the original point. I mean, Paul Ryan doesn't agree with the tariff thing.
They agree way more than they disagree, and that's the point. They agree way more
That's debatable.
on the fundamental issues with Donald Trump than they do with Hillary.
That's debatable.
Obamacare is a huge issue for the Republicans. They want to repeal that shit. There is no chance that they're going to repeal Obamacare.
I don't know if they really do. Most of them. They talk a big game.
Have you listened to what Trump's saying? He's likely, when he's talking about repealing Obamacare, he says about replacing it with something cheaper, there's every chance he's going to do single payer. He's advocated it before.
But at least
what the hell could he be talking about other than that?
I don't think that's what he's referring to. But
he's not going to get rid of it. I don't think so. That's
I think he did say
he said he wanted.
I think he did say at one point, or maybe more than one point, that single payer would probably be the best option.
Yes, he has.
He used to be a Democrat, you know that, right? But he has radically changed his views over the past couple of decades.
Yeah, but that's just it. I don't think a lot of people in the Republican Party really trust him.
Well, the difference, Infinity, is that look, at the very least, with Donald Trump, they have a chance. Well,
you're arguing the position that a lot of them have, but I'm saying that a lot of them don't share that viewpoint, and they think, like George Will, for example, then they don't think that.
I think you don't understand something, Vic. I think you're naive about this. They do not care about conservative ideology.
What do they care
about their particular interests of. It's like the old thing when the guy from the CEO of GE, or was it GM? I guess GM said, what's good for GM is good for the country. They think they are the strength of the American economy, and to help them is nationalist and good for the economy. I think that's a fascist thing when you think what's ever good for the biggest corporations is good for your nation. But whatever, it's a legitimate idea because they do create jobs and stuff, and therefore they don't care about conservative ideology. They don't have those views. What they have is a view that you need to go along with whoever is trying to get a deal done over the next 4 years, and they don't think Trump will go along with that. Now, maybe he will go along with it, and I think that's what he really had to convince of Ryan and the rest of them is that, look, I do this thing, this is how I'm winning the election, but of course I'm going to make a deal. Of course I'll give in to whatever. You got money, you want this done, and I need this done, we'll make a deal, baby. And he will give and be pliant. But the final thing I want to say is, whatever you think about politics, the fact is Hillary Clinton is a part of a machine that moved the Democrats into a pro-banking, pro-corporate area. She also wants to play the game where let me facilitate, whatever the game's going on. So that, for example, in her emails, she was sending out emails going, hey, the Iraq war, the time has come to see it as a business opportunity. That's how she thinks, and they can work with that. She might want to make transgenders go in bathrooms or something political. Doesn't really matter to them if she's going to play on those deals. So I think they're going to move to her,
that is
and that's
insanity.
probably a better bet.
Wishful thinking. I mean, unbelievable wishful thinking on your part.
Why is it wishful? Because what? I love Hillary.
Absurd. No, it's just absurd to
Nothing
think
I said do I
that
wish
the Republicans are going
I
to
don't wish for
prefer, that most Republicans are going to prefer Hillary over Trump. That is insanity.
Well, I sort of agree with you in the sense that I'm really worried that even a lot of the ones that have been saying, oh, never Trump, or any, all that whole movement, they're going to ultimately pull the lever for Trump when it comes right down to it.
Yeah.
Vic, I did not say most. I said the people in the power, the people that donate the most money in the Republican Party. And as far as the voters, I don't know. I would guess it looks like maybe 20, maybe as much as 30, probably more 15 or 20% of the Republicans.
Trump is the one who's advocating lowering taxes. Do you think Hillary's going to lower taxes? No, not likely. If anything, she'll raise them, right? Trump is not. Companies don't want that. And do you honestly think that businessmen and that people who want what's best for corporations are going to think that Donald Trump is going to work against them? Come on.
Donald Trump has called for a tax on millionaires, a one-time tax to pay off.
When did he say this? Maybe this is like ages ago, but...
Well, look, you can get into all the little details of what he says, but there is a large faction of the Republican Party that does not want him to be the nominee.
Oh, obviously.
And they think that by him winning the presidency will ultimately hurt the party, not help it, and crash it even.
Right, but that's why they're in a which is the lesser of two evils situation, right? That's the situation that they're in, and
that's the situation we're all in.
It's going to be pretty obvious to them.
We've known each other a long time, so let me really, if you think about it already, so let me make a prediction so we could come back to it. It's better if I interrupt because then you'll probably remember it better. He's going to lose, right? And they want him to lose.
I'm not sure about it.
I know, I would have been so sure.
Okay, that's not actually what I wanted agreement on. Maybe he will win. I mean, anything could happen, right? She could be hit by a bus or indicted or anything.
I am terrified of that.
I'm sorry. I totally blew that. What I'm saying is the RNC and the money, I think at the point now is they're going to get behind him. They're going to sort of help him a little bit. They're not going to undermine him, but they figure, like Hillary, that the regular political calculus is he's going to lose, and they would rather that. They would rather have Trump lose, and then they can say how he should have won, and they're afraid that he actually will be an idiot president. And that he won't see with like Bush, they weren't worried about that. First of all, I don't think he was an idiot, but they weren't worried about that because he had a network of people they trusted. But Donald Trump, they ask who's Chief Justice, and he says Judge Napolitano. I mean, he only gives TV the characters. So they're worried about that. They're worried like that he's really off the reservation, and not just embarrassing, but like
he's way off the reservation.
It is possible to screw things up badly, and I think they're actually scared about that.
That's not worse plan. I think it's a much better
Trump is less worse.
Oh.
Hillary is the worst.
Let's SK, I would like to let you go. You were asking about that earlier, but let me just say, I do think also he could win without her getting hit by a bus, right? Because there's a lot of independents.
Yeah.
I do believe there are Bernie voters that will vote for Trump over.
Yeah.
I've heard of them. I believe them. I know where they're thinking. It's weird. It's low information, but I see where they're coming from. And you get the anti-establishment and not paid by other people's money. They'd rather see somebody that's just rich than bought, which makes some sense.
Yeah, I've really changed my thinking on this subject because originally I was thinking, oh, well, they're just screwing up by having him as the nominee. But now I've kind of changed my thinking because, yeah, a lot of the Bernie supporters aren't going to support Hillary. Yeah. They're just not going to go, and they just won't vote. And ultimately, the people that are call themselves Republicans are just going to go, well, I don't want Hillary in there.
The other issue that Republicans have to really worry about is, and this is really, really serious for them anyway. Not so well for Democrats too, but the next president is very likely to appoint not just one, maybe up to 3 Supreme Court justices. So That is a huge issue here.
It is,
right?
but I'm
and
so
for them,
scared.
it's huge because for them, they want to overturn Roe v. Wade. They want all that religious bullshit to
No, it's
be.
no longer huge for liberals. It's a big bugaboo.
I'm talking about
SK, what
Republicans.
do you have to say?
Republicans are going
It's
to want
huge
to
for
overturn.
Republicans because they
Yeah.
need to get a
I
conservative
can't
on
talk.
there
That's what
to
I'm saying.
hold on
Yeah,
for
that's
30
what he was
years.
saying.
Republicans.
But right, no, but they've been saying, well, but okay, my comment is in reference to in the Democratic Party, they've been telling us we need a Democrat no matter what because of the Supreme Court for all these years, and then Obama was supposed to filibuster, and he didn't really try to stop, whoever that Chief Justice Roberts is and stuff. And really, they made it a big scare story, but now what it is it is sort of a big deal, but the way I see it is the liberals, not even me, I'm talking about the liberals, maybe even the people that are too over-the-top things I don't agree with, that they're going to take over the court in the next 100 years, it looks like, and if they get a young conservative, then theoretically there could be some conservative law at the Supreme Court for 40 or 50 years, and that would hold back the tide. But that's not how it works. What really happens in the Supreme Court is beautiful. It's one of the few things in the American system that seems to have worked, which is when you give people a lifetime appointment, they become individuals. And you have Roberts making Obamacare official. Roberts being crucial, and yet he's definitely more consistently conservative and has done that. But then some of these key issues to us on the left,
He's like a centrist. He's like,
and it's always been that way. Ginsburg, all of these people, they started off different, whoever nominated them, and then they become their individual self, and it usually makes them better thinkers too. I mean, I think Justice Thomas, I think he's sort of stuck. But usually, even I hate, who's that guy that just died? I don't like Scalia. I don't like him, but he did get more intellectual being the Supreme Court justice, most people react, they're not total bozos, and most people that have some accomplishment, they react to it by actually taking on sort of an ethical attitude, and whether they're conservative or liberal, and then they surprise you. They vote liberal one time, and then they join the conservative majority in another time. And so I think that we shouldn't worry as much about the Supreme Court, because really what we should do is just get people that have been accomplished, that didn't have scandals, that didn't change at 55 and we're supposed to believe they're born again, people that are accomplished, that did good things, and generally in law probably, and we put them and we trust them actually to actually do the logic. It's a logic job. You're supposed to be able to logically do it. No matter what you think, you're supposed to be able to figure out what the Constitution thinks, and I think we do pretty well. Like, I hate Scalia, but I see how he related his arguments to what he wanted to think about the Constitution, and that's at least good, because, right, do we get that from politicians? No, they make up total bullshit that is obviously not what they're really thinking.
Well,
he they don't care about.
His bias in a lot of his rulings as well.
He totally did. I hate him, but he still linked it up. I'm saying there's something noble about the way that is constructed, that office. I mean, you could obviously put in a crazy bozo into it, but
he's a strict constitutionalist when it was convenient for him, basically.
That's what I think too, but you see what I'm saying. We don't get that quality. We have a high quality of character in the Supreme Court that we've not seen in any other part of the American or European or any other country's government. The Supreme Court in this country has done pretty well, and I think the proof is that conservatives surprise you with what you thought were liberal.
They have not done well of late.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, they covered Obamacare, which I think was good. They're covering the gay marriage thing, which I think was definitely not what they personally believed, but what they thought the modern situation was appropriate legal decision, right? I don't think that group of those old guys really are like, we're fine with gay people. Yeah, we've been waiting for this. They were more like, well, here's the situation. I think they did that fairly.
Well, they definitely blew it on eminent domain. They definitely blew it on corporate personhood. Those are two very big issues that they blew it on.
But the mainstream of this country still believes in the eminent domain, right? In corporate personhood.
No. I don't think that's true.
I'm saying the establishment. I don't think people, but you know you need like again.
Well, yeah. Well,
Trump,
who cares?
Trump
So what?
believes in eminent. Trump loves eminent domain.
It doesn't matter. I mean, they're the Supreme Court. They're not supposed to make decisions based on what the establishment
But you
wants. That's the
think
whole
that,
point.
the Constitution doesn't allow for eminent domain because it specifically does?
Not well. I'm not sure about that because you're talking about the what's it called?
I don't remember the specific case you're talking about, what the issue was, so I'm sorry if I'm talking too generally.
Well,
but the thing is, in the eminent domain, I'm a libertarian enough that, yes, I'm against it in one sense, but really, the government has to have it, and they have to just be made to do it responsibly. You know, the big example here people could talk about is eminent domain used for a highway and a railway. Okay, straightforward, we could argue. What about this? Cable TV. In my lifetime, cable TV was accomplished through eminent domain, where they're like, we're gonna put MTV in your backyard. You have no choice. You know, you don't want to buy it, fine. Your neighbor does. We're putting it through the whole neighborhood. That's kind of was inappropriate. I mean, we ended up with cable TV. Maybe it worked out. I mean, so I think it's an ambiguous thing where it's not ambiguous. They should not have been able to go lay cable TV across somebody's property that didn't want it.
yeah, but now it's to the point where a foreign country can lay pipeline across someone's property.
Exactly. Yeah, you can just pay your local government and they'll do it. Yeah, no, that's bad. Exactly. They need to be responsible with it, and it needs to be really hard, you know, on a par of changing a constitutional amendment or something, you know, not quite that hard, but on a local level, like, it has to be really hard. Like, not 51%, not the county council, but the people of the county should probably have to decide if the gas company can have eminent domain.
Well, it's been a while since I looked at these issues, but the really big one for me was the corporate personhood thing, and I remember looking at that, and what they were basing the decision on was just completely ridiculous. Just like really forced opinion.
No, but isn't there a law?
No, they had a reference. They had a reference, but when you go back and look at the reference, it didn't really line up.
They didn't
exactly.
invent it, though. The history, there's a precedence for corporate personhood going.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You
were talking about the current one, or you were just saying that I was saying they're so great. Well, there's Dred Scott and a lot of things in history they fucked up. I mean,
yeah.
I'm just saying compared to presidents. No, please, I'm cynical. I'm not trying to praise them in every respect. I'm just saying compared to the presidents, they've been pretty good. That doesn't mean they weren't racist and all the rest of the things. They carry the water for whatever the popular prejudice is, you know, in general. But what would you expect? I'm just saying they do it at a higher quality, and they do move us forward with more rationality than a lot of other parts of the U.S. government. That's my praise for the Supreme Court, and why it's not the worst thing if you get someone you think you like. Bork. They kicked Bork out of the Supreme Court. I don't think he was quite qualified, but I think it would have been better than Justice Thomas and whatnot. I don't think he was kind of an interesting guy. He was a judge that had opinions on all political sides of things. That's who I'm looking for in a judge.
Well, the original point was that the Republicans are really worried about it, but I think that's kind of true. I mean, they probably should be, and you're saying they shouldn't be.
No. Well, no, I think they have a reason to be right now because it's very important politically. If they could get a judge that would give them an advantage for another 30 or 40 years, that would make a difference to me. I'm saying it's shifted. It has been played up as so important for Democrats, even though we've fallen in line and voted for Democrats we don't like, they haven't really performed on that promise, and it wasn't the end of the world.
Well, I think something like Roe v. Wade is probably safe, is from the Democratic point of view.
Right. That's so it's safe now. Democrats shouldn't be panicking about that as much as the Republicans should.
Right. But the Republicans thinking that they can get somebody in there to overturn Roe v. Wade, it's probably not going to happen. Now they could potentially get somebody in there, though, that would rule on decisions concerning abortion that wouldn't necessarily outlaw abortion, but would impinge upon it in some way.
They managed to get like 3 or 4, and I think some people suggested 5 justices on there, and they're all, right-leaning, strict constructionists, it might be possible to overturn, some of those decisions. I don't know.
That'd be such a long shot, but it's vaguely
I mean,
possible.
they're
But
old, man.
Vic,
A lot of them are
no, but
retiring soon.
Vic, the problem is if you are going to put relatively young people, 50 for a court justice, let's say, on there, how likely are they going to be very, like, they probably know people. They probably know conservatives that have, like, but in her case, she decided she needed an abortion. You know what I mean? They're not going to be so old school that they'd actually go up in court and move the clock back. They're modern. They listen to rock music. You know what I mean? They're running out of people. To get a court like that, you'd have to stack it with people that were the age of the people that were leaving it. You need 70-year-olds or something. So I just don't see that that's very likely to happen. I think if you put a 50-year-old on the court that you think is going to vote that way, it's just not very likely, because let's say you put Ted Cruz on the court. Yeah, he would vote that way, and he's our age. However, it's very unlikely for him to get through the process through the Senate to be confirmed to that position. I mean, there's a built-in thing in the politics of it that you can only be so extreme and get through, right? You can't give anybody an excuse to form an alliance.
It depends. I mean, if the Republicans end up, controlling all the houses of Congress and the presidency, right? Yeah, they could pretty much do whatever the fuck they want at that point.
Well, you need a filibuster-proof majority, and some of your party can't necessarily. I mean, like, some of the party would no way support. They would undermine Ted Cruz. Trump tries to put Ted Cruz on the Supreme Court. There's no way the Senate's going for it.
Well, we've already seen that the party is a clusterfuck. I mean, it's just a disaster. So, yeah.
I think they're just worried. I mean, and rightfully so. They don't really know where he stands. They don't know what to expect.
No, I think
you're going to get another Roberts that surprises you. He's kind of conservative, but as he grows up over 40 years, he becomes this totally other way. What? Some of the liberal justices were appointed by the conservative people, and they grew into it because it allows them to be individuals. This lifetime appointment is a weirdly awesome thing. It works. Those people do not care about politics as much as most people. They start caring about politics because what kind of politics they want to have.
Right, but they have political views, and that's the problem.
They do. No, it's a problem, but no, it's better. What I'm saying, Vic, is then when people have strings attached, like Hillary has got strings attached.
Right.
It was a puppet. They become not puppets, but just weird ideologues sometimes, like Scalia, or weird, I started a conservative Republican or a moderate Republican. Now I'm a moderate Democrat, but I don't have to say so because it's nonpartisan. They're all over. Or I think Roberts has been a good example. I was really terrified of him, but the freedom of his position has allowed him to go, you know what, in this case, I'm just surprised those guys. They'll be surprised. It'll be funny.
I don't know if you.
They say I won't do it.
Yeah, that guy swings left and right. I mean, like, you don't know. He's a centrist, basically.
I'm saying
right now you have the court is divided pretty much evenly in half. You got four conservatives, 4 liberals, and then one that's pretty much in the middle that swings both ways.
Well, here's what I would say. I would say when you have a guy like a libertarian, say, he can seem really liberal or really conservative, because what really tells what they'll do is how extreme do they allow their positions to get. They'll probably pendulum, once they're a Supreme Court justice, back and forth depending on the issue, or for that matter, their life, what's going on with them as their feelings evolve. And if they're moderate, then they'll swing in the middle. Maybe they'll spend more time on the right, maybe a little more on the left, but really they'll be swinging back and forth because that's what the freedom allows. And so Roberts turned out to be okay because they got a young, moderately conservative guy talking conservative interpretation language of the thing, but he was moderate, and so we see him swinging moderate both sides, and that's what you really want. I'm not scared anymore about the Supreme Court. My argument is when that president puts one up, that it be moderate. Like this guy that Obama put up, who's actually a Republican, but a liberal Republican, I guess, by current standards or whatever. That's a good one. Anybody moderate, I'm kind of like,
Right,
yes,
me too. And anybody they have to. Well, I think most of them are smart. Who
they're
are president,
pros. They know how to do
but
court
I
logic,
want
right? Let's
someone
just
who's
assume they
not
know
an
how to.
ideologue. I hate ideologues.
Yeah.
Well,
Overall,
you have to put
because
somebody moderate
there's
up
just
there
no
just because of the
reason.
system.
Yeah,
At
but
least
also
with a
because it's a
person who's
smart
not an
thing for
ideologue,
that court.
with people who aren't ideologues, they can actually examine their own position, right? And they can change it, right? They can amend it
You know,
or change it. With people who aren't ideologues, people who are
yeah,
intellectual, like really intellectual. That's what I'm looking for.
yeah.
I hate people who are set in their
Well,
ways.
look, I like radical people and Salvador Dali, melting clocks and stuff, but when it comes to the court system, the whole point is that the king was supposed to tell everybody what your head gets cut off for. I can't just decide after you do it. So consistency is important. That means moderate people that basically say, well, here's how we've been doing it. We'll shift it a little bit to try to do better, but we're not going to like radically reinvent a brand new system that hasn't been tested. That's engineering. That's engineering. So for all of the flaws in the court system, at least that consistency keeps them able to slowly improve it. I feel like it's a couple hundred years behind like how logic has evolved, but that's okay. Better than it going all over the place. So yeah, and so I'm not as worried about that. I mean, even a Trump, to get someone through, it'd be somebody people had heard of, somebody people could look up. It's one of the few jobs that's really like you have to have a record. You know, we have to be able to look up at what you were saying when you were 30. You can say you changed your mind, but you can't just like show up and not have a history, you know. Like I could not become a Supreme Court justice. There's no record of me for the first 50 years or whatever. You know what I mean?
When it comes to any political candidate or judicial candidate or whatever, I usually don't want someone too old because they're usually really set in their ways, and I don't want anyone too young either because they're too idealistic and stupid and naive and shit.
Well, and also it's lifelong.
Like,
I mean, how long do you want them to be in there? They should be at least within 20 years of wanting to retire or die, right?
I think 50. I think 50 is a good age.
I do too. That's a young one. I think you should be open to 65 and even 70 these days, where people live so long. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that's where I'm looking for. I think there is an ageism to it, actually, as a matter of fact. If we're talking about,
if Cruz was president,
a legitimate ageism.
If it was Cruz, he'd be fucking appointing judicial activists like left and right. I mean, that's.
But he'd not get away with it. Like, we do have checks and balances still. Our system isn't totally in the shitter. It just looks like it on TV.
It's completely controlled. Yeah, but if the Republicans control.
No, there's more than that, Vic. The CIA, the FBI. There's people in the government that will undermine, arrest, indict, do all kinds of stuff. You understand? Wow. If the CIA or the government really felt that like, I don't think they feel this way even about Bernie. I think they're at the point they understand they could deal with that. They might undermine him a little bit, but like if they wanted to, you know, this indictment that's on Hillary, they could just issue it at the last minute. You know, the day before the election, that would be enough. You know, things like that would happen. There's a lot of checks and balances besides the official ones. But also remember the filibuster rule. It's pretty hard to get, you know, filibuster in control of both houses. But it could happen. But I'm just saying, I doubt he could get anybody too crazy in there. Right.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's ever going to be that overt. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know what you're envisioning, but I'm not envisioning like some crazy fucking kangaroo court or anything.
I believe they'd put in another Scalia if they could find one. The Heritage Foundation has a few, and that's not the end of the world. But I wouldn't be for it, obviously. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. Like, I'm going to worry. There's other issues as well politically, like Hillary splits the left, so there's a good chance that she'll put a lot of the right-wing stuff through. You know, like if a Republican had been president, we could have still had Obamacare. I mean, it was Romney care. So it's like what people are willing to do when they're in control and compromising isn't necessarily any greater than what they'll do when they're not in control and compromising. You're supposedly in control, so letting Hillary have, because they are somewhat terrible as liberals, right? They believe in all the outsourcing and undermining the worker, and they've undermined many of the factions of liberalism. And fine. I even acknowledge that Clinton did some good things that I didn't see coming when I was totally against him the whole time that he was running. Fine. But at least
Well,
they know how to
you
run
have
the
to
machine.
understand that Clinton was trying to transition, right? Because we were still dealing with the whole Reagan revolution, or whatever you want to call it at the time. So you couldn't just come in there and be this big lib and win the contest.
Well, right, but that was his theory, right? We didn't know that, and then he pulled that off, and that's where the Democratic Party is still. So us liberal people that would like to be able to vote for the Democratic Party have been out here where we're just used and undermined, but used as a voting bloc because you can't vote for those Republicans, and what about the Supreme Court and so on. And it's getting a little bit old now. I have learned to agree, yeah, that was great. I definitely would rather have Bill Clinton and a conservative Democrat in the DLC and all that bullshit. I didn't think so at the time. I was in my 20s. I said, fuck it, but yes, better than the actual alternative. But now we don't need Hillary. Now there's enough voters probably to vote for Bernie. Let's get a Bernie. Let's get the next generation Bernie. We do not need the Hillary solution. It is not the 90s.
Yeah, but you have to understand, I mean, those types of things rarely happen where you just suddenly change your tack, right? So you have to, we've got Bernie, you know, his word or his whole point of view has gotten out there now, and we can see that, hey, a lot of people do accept this point of view. So it's not just a youth thing either, even though that is a big part of it.
Well,
so,
it doesn't even matter,
but the fact that it is a youth thing says that, you know, perhaps it could move forward in the future.
Well, infinity, that's the big deal. Some youth things are like they're going to grow out of it, like certain kid band or something. Some, they're going to have some sort of, you know, it's going to carry on. It's hard to tell. Like the baby boomers were so hippie and everything, and then they became all, you know, greed is good. But they kept some of that liberalism as well. So it's hard to tell which parts will carry on into the politics. I might be over-optimistic. This might be an example of idealistic interpretation. I think this movement is sincere, and in the sense that these kids are going to grow up. They're going to become, some of them, less annoying or whatever. They're still going to believe in the Bernie policies. It's not just a personality like it was in a lot of the past cases with whether it was, you know, Jerry Brown, who I liked, or Kucinich, who I didn't like. There was the weird thing. Now Bernie has actually said, no, here's the things. This is stuff you can govern from. These are like ways the system works. That's going to go on, and I think, to me, that means in my lifetime, I am going to see in 4 or 8 years a Bernie-style president who is not really a crazy communist, but he understands that he's not afraid of the fact that, you know, if you pay for public education, that's socialist. If you pay for public, you know, police departments, that's socialist. Don't be afraid. Doesn't mean we're going to become communists.
It's basically the Democrats. You're saying the Democrats should sort of double down on the whole liberal ideals.
It's inevitable we'll have candidates like that the next 2 cycles, right? Whether it works or not, we're going to have somebody trying that angle in 4 years and 8 years. Or at least 8 years. Maybe they won't run against Hillary, but we'll see them on the congressional level, right? We're going to see them in the congressional level. We already see that, actually, people running against Trump and doing the Bernie dance that aren't, you know, they'll be able to play with Hillary too, but they're doing that. And if the more that works for them, the more they'll keep doing it. And I guarantee you that the way this works is for the next 2 cycles, they'll be trying it a lot. There'll be somebody up there that with real money behind it, including insincere people using that rhetoric that are really, you know, who knows, bought by the Koch brothers. You have to watch out for that. They're going to try this rhetoric, but in general, it's a good thing, and I hope, you know, insincere people don't make it through, but it's good. He's pushed that forward, so I think you know, we have a benefit already from his campaign that we didn't really have from Howard Dean and stuff. You know, those didn't really end up making this kind of difference.
Right, and it would be, a lot of it would be about things like healthcare, and improving upon Obamacare towards making Medicare for all or something like that.
Well, I'll tell you the thing that works. Here's the thing that works, and it's not even like, will this work? He wants to spend money fixing our infrastructure, our failing bridges and stuff. That always works. Because if you do that for 10 or 15 years, that'll be a big bulk of a lot of people's careers, doing a fairly skilled job that anybody, though willing, can kind of be trained, rebuilding things. There's a million different roles for the engineers and people that lay the concrete. And then those people, of course, buy iPhones and things like that, and it's automatically the middle class and the working middle class, and that will help the economy. I also think things like letting people go to college the way we do high school, not all of them, but I mean the public ones, makes sense, and that will help. But who knows? Maybe it won't. Who knows? Anything could happen. Maybe that won't work. But I'm saying if you rebuild the country's bridges, and even if you borrow the money like you did for the Iraq War or something, that will generate money. It's just like that's how that works. You know, you make a big freeway, then the real estate on the side, brand new freeway goes up, people build some things, and as long as people go along, it's this most sure thing. You can never start a business and be sure, but the government, when it builds infrastructure, can be sure people will take advantage of it. So I think if you had Bernie as a presidency, some of his other ideas that may or may not work out, or maybe the world is or isn't, they'd be funded by that fact. And then we'd see other things like, you know, do kids with free college go and waste their time in college and not get jobs? I don't think that would work. But, you know, some of that could blow up in his face, and he'd have some room, because basically if you fix the bridges, the country will be nicer.
Well, how do you deal with something like, though, a big pushback you get on more social spending is the debt? So,
Well,
how do you deal with something like that?
We got to tax the rich. You know, the top 1% used to get 7% of the income. We don't necessarily need to tax. You could structure the economy. What you have to do is change the fact that back in the 70s, the top 1% got 7% of the money, at 7% of the income, and now they get 23%. That's too much.
So this is why
you don't have to take their money. You don't have to take their money, but you have to change that they're taking one out of every $4. 1 in 100 people can't have one out of every $4. Something wrong there. And when you're giving them tax breaks and stuff to make that happen, that's a problem. On the other hand, as I said, I only believe in a land tax. I don't think we need other kinds of taxes. But you do have to restructure that money. You can't have 1% of the people have the same as the lower 90%. Right, so they got a third. 1%'s got a third. The lower 90%'s got a third, and then there's 9% in there that's got a third. That's not healthy.
Why can't we focus on giving people the opportunities so that they can earn enough money so they can afford, you know, healthcare and all this stuff, a good education and stuff like that? Why do we have to keep focusing on taking money from the rich? Punish the rich, punish people who are successful, who made it, who achieved the American dream,
punished.
right? In a sense, they are.
They're not being punished.
How do you
for it?
How do you deal with the problems that Piero and I were talking about, though?
Why should the rich are making way more a percentage of the income in this nation than they were 40 years ago?
Which to me is not an issue. Like, the issue is if
really, you think it was an issue to them? Do you think they've been trying to make that happen? Have they been trying to make more money? Like, don't capitalists believe in income distribution?
I've explained this many times in like past Hangouts. I can't believe that you still don't know how to articulate my position on this. Look, the issue is not. Let's pay attention this time, so I don't have to like repeat myself every single Hangout.
I may or may not.
The issue is not that there's this wealth inequality, this income inequality, right? That's not the actual issue. The issue is, right, that there are poor people, right? There are poor people who can't afford certain things. There are rich people who are exploiting poor people, who are preventing them from achieving success, right? Those are the actual problems. So the solution is not necessarily to just make rich people not as rich anymore. The solution is to put in certain checks and balances, certain regulations, fix the infrastructure, fix education, add more jobs, create new industries.
What's the goal of doing that?
That sort of thing.
But Vic,
No, wait. I want to say
not
something.
to
What is
bring
the goal of
the
doing
rich
that?
down.
The
I
goal.
want to create the same opportunities for
You're
poor people.
assuming I want to bring the rich down. What you're saying is let's do these other things that will get more money to these people that have any. They
Right.
work harder and earn it. You're talking about the same thing I'm talking about. More money to those people by them earning it. I never said they wouldn't have to earn that money. I never
You
said
said
anything
let's
about
take.
that.
You just said let's take money from the rich.
I said when no.
To pay for the programs. That's the point I was trying to make.
The basic point before we get to what we do about it is it's not okay, it's not a healthy system to have almost a quarter of the income going to 1% of the people. Just like fat isn't healthy. Just like fat in a human body is not healthy. It's not healthy that those people have so much more than they need if the roads and people are dying and there's no health care. There's plenty of money for these other things.
If they earned it legitimately, if they earned it through hard work and through capitalism, what is the problem? Without exploiting anyone, without intruding anyone, without
first of all,
stepping on anyone, what is the problem?
First of all, that's not even the issue. Are you asking whether the top 1% have stepped on other people or always acted fairly?
When they step on people, that is an issue, right?
It doesn't
just
even
having
matter.
money
doesn't matter.
mean I don't step on anybody. I have way more money
to
than
me.
all of you, but I don't step on anybody.
Why don't you understand my position? I've been explaining it for a long time too. That doesn't matter to me. If some people don't have enough to survive in a healthy way, modern healthy way, and some do, then there's a distribution problem. If some have so much they can't spend it and some people are starving, their kid has to die, the atheist, Cosmic Zen dies because he doesn't have health care and so he doesn't get a treatable, slow growing cancer treated. Yeah, that's fucked up. It's not necessary. Those other people have too much money. And I'm not saying we are going to steal the money. I want to find the most gentle way just to redirect the circulation in this pond so that the nutrients are circulated like they would be in an organic body and we don't have big fat deposits and people starving at the same time.
Instead of this gentle redistribution of wealth, right? We should instead invest in more industries.
Do you believe that capitalism embraces the redistribution of wealth or not?
Do the thing that Trump is trying to do, which is to get rid of NAFTA so that more jobs stay here, right? That's going to help the poor. That's going to help people get these manufacturing jobs, right?
Depends on if we're paid like Indian workers, though. So not necessarily.
Well, also, I brought this up, I think, the last time. We're already bringing back some of those jobs that we sent overseas, but they're not coming. Well, yeah, I would agree. But the problem is, and this is the point of not enough, the problem is that they're coming back, but not as many jobs. So where you had a factory that had like 3,000 workers is now coming back, and it's only like 200 workers. And that's due to automation and the clouds and stuff like that.
I'm just saying that there are other. It's like the thing is with the Democrats and liberals, you guys are like so focused on just redistributing wealth from the rich over to the poor, and you put less emphasis, it seems anyway to me, on helping the poor help themselves, to help them come out of poverty.
Well, how do you do that?
More opportunities.
You know what?
How do you do that?
Invest in industries, green technologies or something.
Okay, how do you invest in
with what? Invest with what? Your good hope?
Well, no, you have to cut on certain. You have to make certain cuts on certain things, right? Like for instance, defense, I think can be cut considerably, right? I think our military budget is way too high.
I have a question.
I would agree with that.
How do you think it happened that the top 1% of the wealthy were getting 7% of the wealth in the 70s, and now it's 23%? Do you think that was just an accident, a lucky accident for them, or do you think they worked on making that the case?
Who's they?
The top 1% of the wealthy.
So you think?
By the way,
you think they're all in cahoots with each other and like?
I didn't say that. I didn't ask that. You want to change the subject or something? I asked.
No, you said they. You said the top 1%. How did they do this? Like.
Well, for example.
They're not like a cabal, right? They're not like.
Well, they're the ones that.
No, but they have similar interests.
they are the ones that fund all of our political candidates and have relationships with them, right? Or no? Is that a conspiracy? I mean,
Well,
isn't
we can have campaign finance reform to.
You're avoiding the question.
I'm just saying that these have solutions, right? That
Do you
the
think
money
it
is
happened
not
by accident, or do you
limiting
think
their
people-
wealth is not necessarily the solution.
I didn't say it was.
Regulations are the
That isn't
solution.
the question. The question was
Oversight.
40 years ago, 7% of the income. Now, 23% of the income. Do you think that was an accident?
I don't know
did
how
that
it
happen?
happens
You
gradually.
don't know.
I'm not
Are
a
you
historian.
open to learning how it happened?
Go ahead, tell me.
I didn't say I could tell you. I'm asking if you're open. So I guess you are open to learning how it happened.
Of course.
Well, we're gonna have to speculate. Like, I know you don't like, this is how we do it. Like, it's open-minded. So, well, what if that top 1%, like the Koch brothers, whose dad started the John Birch Society, what if they've been working on changing laws by giving hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 40 years? What if that had an influence on making that 23%? Would that mean that the 23% number might be suspect, and maybe capitalists, not all of them, but some of them are into the government helping with the redistribution of wealth in their direction?
Right.
Maybe it's not a coincidence.
And
Well,
what's the
if
solution
that was
to
the
that, Kiro?
case, would you want to stop that?
Yes,
Well,
of course I would. That's what I just said.
It doesn't sound like it, because when I bring the issue up, you act
No,
like I'm
what
trying to
I'm
steal
saying is that the
people's money
solution
that they
is
got
not to
fair and square.
siphon. The
You say
solution
I'm
is
trying
not
to
to
steal
siphon
people's
money from them.
To even
The
bring up the issue of what the income distribution is, you assume I'm trying to steal money. You say I'm trying to steal money.
Because you said it. You said raise taxes on the rich. That's what you said.
Well, because
That's the same shit. That's what that means.
So raising taxes on the rich is taboo? Because I just said maybe
I'm
there's
saying that our
situation.
emphasis should be on
We
fixing
lower
those
taxes
issues.
on the rich.
Whatever undue
Is that
influence,
okay?
whatever undue influence that rich people have on our government and on elections, that needs to be stopped. It needs to be curtailed. Whatever we need to do to stop that, it needs to be done, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to just like, oh, let's make them not as rich, or they're not as influential. No, no, no. Let's remove the influence. Let's make it so that even if you're Bill Gates, you still can't influence the government in this disproportionate way. That's what I want to create. I want to create a situation like that. Don't take away money from Bill Gates, but just prevent his wealth from being able to have all this influence.
Well, you disagree with Bill Gates
government.
on that. You disagree with Bill Gates on that particular fact, so that's interesting.
Why? In what way?
Well, because he agrees with Warren Buffett that it's ridiculous that Warren Buffett pays a less of an income tax on his money he makes per year than his secretary. And Bill Gates is totally the same. They believe in more. They also both have come out.
No. Look, don't get me wrong.
Tax.
I'm not in I'm in favor of a graduated, aggressive tax.
But
I'm
if
not
I talk
saying,
about needing to tax,
no.
Yeah,
What
you
the
accused
hell
me.
did I say that we should get rid of
You accused
taxation?
me of blaming all rich people and all this rich class hate because I said we needed to raise on the tax, and you admit it's just a policy discussion, and yet you had this ridiculously emotional reaction to my
it
mentioning
is implicit, because these are very expensive programs that we're talking about here, and it is implicit that you're talking about taxing the shit out of the rich, basically making it so that they can't become that rich anymore.
Well, Bernie wants to tax the bankers we just gave
and the reason I know this is because you're focusing on the income inequality.
We loaned $1 trillion to save their ass. He wants to tax them
way
less than we loan them to bail them out. Sounds fair to me. They should be out of business. Is what I would have done. I'd say they should be out of business, and we should nationalize the buildings.
Fine. We're not talking about that. But that's fine. If you want to, that's fine. So if somebody does something egregious, that really fucks over the common people, right, the non-rich people, then yeah, those people should be held accountable in some way. But the reason that I know that this is about just essentially punishing the rich is because you're entirely focused on income inequality. You're looking at this. Hold on, dude. Can I finish my thought?
I don't really like this. No. Punishing back to that. You can't keep
because what you're looking at, because instead of
you admitted that what we tax people is a matter of policy, and then you're going to want to finish your statement
Listen.
where you're maligning me as punishing the rich. It's bullshit.
Whatever.
I'm
Fine.
not
I take it
punishing
back.
rich.
I retract it. Whatever. You want to just
You're
tax
not the only rich one around. You're not
taxing-
the only rich one around.
Taxing the
Buying a
shit
lake
out of them
house.
is
Fuck
not
you.
punishing them. Fine. If you want to say taxing the shit out of them is not punishment, then fine. Did he just leave? He just rage quit? Oh boy.
Okay, I think he's just calming down.
Okay. Well, anyway, as I was saying, I'll repeat it when he gets back. The reason that I know that this is all about like punishing the rich or whatever, taxing the shit of the rich, is because you're focused completely on income inequality. So, for instance, I would speculate, I would hypothesize that even if we raised poor people out of poverty to say a middle class income, right? People would still look at the super rich people and go, no, this is a problem because no, there's income inequality here. And essentially, this is a not communist, but it's a socialistic type of thing where you want, well, in a sense, it's communism, yeah, where you want everybody to be worth exactly the same. That's communism. You want everybody to basically be worth, because nobody's inherently better than another person, and everybody should make essentially the same amount of money. That's a problem. That's bullshit. That to me, it impedes it doesn't, it impedes incentives. People no longer have the incentive to be creative, to excel, to bring society forward, to be productive, because everybody's being treated equal, right? That is bad to me as a social policy. And again, what I'm saying is that we should focus instead of being so focused on income inequality, let people make as much as they can, right? But focus on the people who are poor, who, help them get out of poverty. If there are things that the rich people are doing to keep people poor, to keep them from, rising up that ladder, that needs to be looked into. That needs to be fixed, right? But I don't think it's necessary. The issue is income inequality in and of itself. That is not the issue.
What about the idea where, like in the 1950s, where we had a high marginal tax rate at the top level, but you had a loophole where you could get out of paying the tax by investing back in your company, something like that?
Or what about just removing just taxes for anybody that makes less than $100,000 a year, right? Just have everybody who pays and have graduated, and I'm okay with that, right? But it's just these obscene taxes that I think Bernie Sanders wants to inflict on the rich that I'm against, right?
What about capital gains?
Hey, calm down. How you guys doing?
What about capital gains?
Well, do you think it should remain low like it is?
Good for you, Pyro.
Well, right now, capital gains tax for people who make more than $500,000, it's taxed just like income. So it's the same shit. So it's pretty fucking high. Right now, for people that make over $500,000 a year, or in a year,
I thought the interest on capital
at like 40%, like
39.6%. I thought the interest on capital gains was 15% tax.
That's long-term capital gains. If you're talking about short-term capital gains, then long-term capital gains it is lower. Yeah, but short-term capital gains.
Well, that's how the super rich make a lot of their money, right?
Yeah, and they do a lot of, like, this is something of the things that Donald Trump said recently, is he fights really hard to pay as little tax as possible because they tax the shit out of him. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the tax code is way too complicated right now. I think that needs to be simplified significantly. But anyway, I guess in general, what my point here is that we're too fixated on what other people are making, and instead we should be focused on getting people who aren't rich and get them to make more.
The reason why you kind of perceive it as being fixated on that is because of the inequality issue, which basically means that the economy isn't really working right.
No, not necessarily. Like, for example, let's suppose you and I, Infinity, let's suppose we have same exact opportunities, right? Same opportunities. Nobody is stepping on us or whatever, and you happen to come up with an invention, right, that makes you a billionaire, right? Is there something wrong with that system? I don't.
That doesn't really address what I'm saying.
It doesn't address whether there's a problem or not, because like Elon Musk is making billions of dollars, making the world a better place as far as I'm concerned. But wait, there is a topic maybe we could come back to this later or something and go back to the topic. I have a little list here, and we've only done Men Can't Cry, which is the weakest one, we all agree. What about this? I do believe there's an idea, and if somebody wants to finish, I don't want to totally cut you off, but I am trying to cut you off, and go on to, there is an idea of the expendable male. That thing from the MRA and whatnot, it's a good term. It's a real thing. We're dealing with it. I've dealt with it. Men are expected to work hard, and then they're criticized, for example, for not being there as a father, or you missed the thing. Okay, that's sad, but it's sad for that guy, too. He's not to be blamed necessarily. He's just expendable. He's supposed to work and be, he's just supposed to work himself to death. There is an idea like that, I do believe. That's a real thing. I'm not just presenting that. I believe this expendable male idea is just as dank and dark and real as rape culture or any of these ones you'd expect me to, argue against. Any comments? No, you all agree. Great. Okay, expendable male, that's bad. No, surely somebody has an opinion, yay or nay, whether there really is in our culture this idea of an expendable male. And you're all familiar with it, right?
Totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree there is. I've seen it in my own life, and I just realized this about 3 years ago, the effects of feminism and what it's did in our culture, our employment, politics, everything. It's a goddamn mess.
Well, see, I don't think you get to blame feminism, because I believe the expendable male is part of the original patriarchy.
Right, that's been around for a very long time.
And there is the expendable female as well, but it is gender biased more towards the men being expendable and their poor, worthless wives less expendable or something. More worth sympathy if they needed to be saved and stuff. Whereas the men are like, do it on your own. Or this thing we're talking about with Men Can't Cry, the whole idea that men still don't really get away with that, even though they're allowed. It's not like people don't have opinions. And basically, one of the things on my list is I think male emotions are ignored. Men, it's legit to say, I have this, or I'm having a hormone, or this, or something else, and I'm going through a breakup, whatever, and you get to have emotions. Men basically are supposed to shut up. And if they get angry, well then, no, it's all over. Like I was saying, where I made someone cry at work, which is unfortunate, but I did feel there's a male bias there. Okay, I've stretched it a little bit, but I do think there's an expendable male. Vic, don't you agree? Why you were like pausing? Is this one of your liberal communist social?
Sorry, I wasn't. I was busy typing something today.
You're secretly a social justice warrior on some subjects.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with the reason social justice warrior is a pejorative is because it's come to describe people in the West, these third wave radical feminists and.
Mostly
not just them, but also the people
20-year-olds.
The people who are hypersensitive when it comes to racial issues, homophobic issues.
Right, but what about the expendable male? Do you think there is an idea in our culture in the U.S. or in Canada or wherever, our Western culture, maybe Europe, whatever,
that men are expendable?
Yeah, that's kind of a default of any, unless you're Hastert or Sandusky, who now turns out people knew he was a pedophile for decades. He was not considered expendable. He could get away with some crimes. That's what expendable really means. If you're not expendable, people will go, yeah, but we need him. And that's the difference right there. And so some people, the coach of a giant, is special. Meanwhile, 99.9% of the men are out there just expendable. Sorry, I interrupted your answer.
Well, with the military, for sure. But I don't know. Like I don't consider these to be like huge problems. Like I said before, when I started listing a bunch of things that we stereotype men with, the brutish man, the male chauvinist man. These are nuisances, dude.
I don't understand why
this isn't something that I don't think it's just an issue that's worth creating a movement over.
I'm curious about income distribution, whether it's an issue or not. I'm curious about social attitudes, whether it's an issue or not.
It doesn't bother you, though,
when I buy Chinese food.
No, right. No, I'm not saying that these things aren't matters of concern, but there needs to be perspective, though, Piro, right? There should be some proportion.
The question is there a bias against men in the sense that you're expendable. Meaning, if it's not an issue, fine, we treat you like a human.
I don't think
but at the
so,
point,
to be honest. Maybe to a certain extent, maybe in some cases, in certain professions, maybe.
Right.
But in general, no.
You just kind of don't believe there is bias somehow. It's weird.
No, there are biases, but I don't think
enough.
they're as extreme as a typical social justice warrior likes to portray it. Right? They overblow. That's part of the definition.
Said there was an issue in sending men to war. It was an issue, and the men dying in workplace deaths, which is a men's issue, just de facto. That seems to me.
But is it because there's a systematic bias? Is there a systemic bias against?
In Chile, they actually rescued those guys. In Chile, they actually have good engineering. They don't want their workers to die. Workers have rights in Chile. It's pretty good. Still, they send their men down there that maybe get trapped. They would be aghast to send their women down there. They're still an old enough kind of a society. They'd be aghast at that. That's the men are expendable. Now, the truth is, you and I might go, look, everybody's that expendable. Somebody's got to be down there risking their life. It could be whoever's willing, right? You and me would be gender unbiased. Somebody's got to go down there. The problem is not that you have a dangerous job, but maybe there's a problem if you have a gender bias, especially since there might be women that want to do that. There's people that want to go down there, and it's a weird world. They're like, yeah, I'm going to master that shit. If that's true, those are the people that should be working down there. So that's all I'm saying. But I get where you're coming from. But what about damaged soul?
Well, like I said
give us
before,
the woman's perspective.
Hold on. I actually mentioned
sexist. That was meant ironically.
I mentioned this before. How there is this idea that men should assume the risk in dangerous situations, right? And that exactly right. But I don't think
are they expendable though?
But that's not like a form of bigotry or because we don't value men.
I like that part.
Because culturally, men are just supposed to be seen as protectors.
I'm the kind of guy.
But it's not. But again, the way that an activist would spin it is that there's some sort of bigotry against men. It's just the wrong way to look at it.
Big. Let me put it this way. Okay, so I'm the kind of person. I think most guys are. I enjoy that. I would like to think of myself that way. Am I really? Who knows? But I would jump in and save somebody that falls off a stick into the water or whatever, and I feel good about that. And I know that's a good thing, a good, healthy attitude. The question becomes, though, with this cultural bias, what about all the people that don't jump in? What are they thinking? What about the people that are just watching you that, like, he's going to jump in, right? And if you didn't, they'd go, I was wondering why you didn't jump in. And they're not wondering why they don't jump in. What's behind that? Why do they think, yeah, he's going to jump in? Now, they might have a mixed emotion that there's a pride that you risk yourself, but I'm saying there's still a bias with them not risking themselves. Something like that. I believe it's a real thing. Well, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. I don't think it's necessarily bad if men really are like, yeah, we're fine. We'll try to be the heroes.
Let me ask you something.
As long as no woman is stopped from being a hero.
Let me ask you this. All right. Imagine there's a woman. You don't have a phone. You're by yourself. There's no one else in sight. There's a woman who's being sexually assaulted by like 5 thugs, right? Big fucking thugs, right? Now, as a man, right, you know that culturally you're kind of expected to intervene and do something, right? That's the heroic thing to do. But you might not want to, because if you jump in there, number one, you might not save the chick at all, right? You might just get your ass kicked or killed.
Right.
Right.
Or you might save her and not get laid.
A woman doesn't have to worry about that because she's not expected to intervene, really, right? But a man is, culturally.
Right. Now,
that is kind of a shitty situation, but I don't see it as...
Plenty of women that individually would feel guilty if they didn't, but culturally, right? Culturally, it's different.
Yeah, but
culturally, the woman would be off the hook.
Yeah, but the whole point about, don't forget, I'm second wave feminism, and I'm not really a feminist.
Okay. Like, yeah.
Well, I'm not really a feminist, but I was raised in it.
You get the approval from Vic.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, but the point I'm trying to make is that the whole point of equality is so that we rely on common natural human instincts. So I think the instinct to save someone who's in trouble, when you're standing there witnessing it, I think it comes down to it's a natural instinct to want to help. And if you assess the situation and it's something that's going to cause you to be hurt and not actually help the person, then I think you hesitate. And I think that this isn't about gender, it's about what makes us human. And the whole point of the second wave of of the women's movement was just to say, let's stop dividing things based on these stereotypes of women physically are weaker, so anything that requires heavy lifting, we turn towards the man. And I mean, sometimes that's appropriate because that's just physically necessary.
Right.
Other times, you know, I could jump in and save anyone.
Yeah. Well, that's a funny one because it's like if you had a relationship where the woman was stronger, then it would probably work out that way. So like the stronger lifting style, because that's another funny thing is that we have different kinds of leverage, men and women. So a woman and a man that are basically just as strong, like if they were trying to kill each other, might have different lifting in different directions and stuff. But like my wife is 6 foot tall or almost too.
Wow.
So I never, you know, it's like my whole life, it's like everybody asks me to get stuff off of shelves. That never happens with her. But I still am asked to take out something heavy. On the other hand, that wouldn't be the case except for that, you know, she has a little tiny bit of like scoliosis as she gets older. You know, if she lifts stuff, she might be a little more sore than me, so I do it. But you know what I mean? There's a biological difference. You can't really blame if there's a societal thing if in an individual relationship, a 6 foot tall woman and a 5 foot tall man, he's asking her to get stuff down off the shelf, and that's the way it would be, right? Because in the case of getting stuff off shelves, it's just like you're tall enough. In the case of strength, some man might want to pretend he's stronger and can lift more. He shouldn't.
Yeah, but,
That's blame. We need to get beyond that. If she can lift more, ask her to lift stuff. It doesn't matter your gender. Right?
Yeah, but Pyro, I think getting back to the whole social justice warrior thing, from what I've seen, is that a lot of them are young adults. So let's say they're under 30, and I think they're in around the 25-year-old range even. A great majority, and a great majority have been either are in or have been in or graduated, but have been indoctrinated through institutions of higher education.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that this is.
No, you guys.
I think it's a demographic. I do. I think it's a demographic.
I completely agree.
Oh my
with her.
God! Here's
you
what
can
I
probably
think.
verify that empirically too.
Here's what I think. You guys are just like.
Yeah, I could probably
you guys
research
are old
that.
reactionaries. It's like back in the '60s, the anti-war activism was on the colleges. Oh my God, the world's falling apart. No, guess what? 20-year-old college students are sanctimonious know-it-alls.
This is,
right?
But you're defending my point of view, Pyro.
I'm just saying it doesn't amount to much what's going on in the campus.
No, but they
on a
didn't have
particular
the
year.
internet. They
And
didn't
She's
have the
saying
internet.
something different, Piero. She's saying.
No, you were
well,
saying
Piero,
they're
no,
indoctrinated
Piero.
by the campus. I'm saying
Right.
it's the other way around. The way the campus is because it's full of a bunch of 20-somethings, and if they're Eminem fans, then suddenly it's all hip-hoppy and whatever they think that is. And guess what? They're going to grow up when they leave college a lot in a short period of time. And please have them come talk to me when they're around 30, because 90% of them are going to be pretty confused until around then, right? Especially if they're smart people, because smart people have a lot of things to think about that confuse them for a decade. That's my view.
So we agree then.
I guess, except for maybe I did misunderstand you. I thought you were saying that there was an element of being indoctrinated into super liberal views. No, they go to the college and bring whatever they were talking to their friends about in high school, and it happens to be pretty liberal for right now, but it could be conservatism. It's been everything.
Well, that has somehow infected the professors at a lot
so,
of these institutions.
Yeah, but
Here's
what
the other
else
thing.
are students?
The only fads that
hang
have
on.
affected.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this, like a
Wait,
chicken
I want
egg
to finish
situation.
my. I want to
don't
finish
know
my
who.
comment. I want
Okay.
to finish my comment by saying, really, the only fads that have fucked up and changed American history significantly, generally, are what's going on the Harvard campus. they have fucked up. They control DC. There's a few Yale, maybe that might be, but basically the fads on the East Coast liberal arts colleges, specifically mostly Harvard, that's maybe of concern. But all of this stuff, whoever, blue-haired people here and there, this is just, that's how kids are. Don't be an old fuddy-duddy.
I don't think she was referring to. I don't think she's saying the professors were indoctrinating like college kids to have blue hair.
What was the indoctrination part? I'm sorry, I have overtalked. It's your turn. What was the indoctrination part? Maybe I misunderstood.
Can I finish?
Be open-minded.
They don't.
Well, I'll try to let you. It's always hard.
I try your best. They don't just.
I will.
And when you go to university, you might take. Shut up. You might take women's studies. You might take social justice areas in sociology or whatever that leads you, but you're also taking other things. And I've noticed, even with my kid, she went to a high academic high school, they were being taught about things that she would come home and be seriously troubled about the state of the world, about how a large corporation works, about injustices, labor injustices in other countries. So when you're young, and then a load of information now is much higher coming into your brain, I think what you have is a lot of stressed out young people.
That doesn't sound like indoctrination.
Well, yeah, I wasn't.
Well, it is indoctrination in the fact that I'm not educating my child; it's being educated by an institution.
Well, of course.
Puts all this stuff together and creates a mindset.
Okay,
for
wait.
me,
My room. I just want to. I ask for clarification. You, well, I'm not using it to talk my own opinion. I want to use it to get more of your opinion. You said you're a second wave feminist. I thought of you as a liberal. Maybe I categorized you a little bit, considering you've had this anti-SJW thing, which is cool. I like when people prove, to be more individual than I might have thought. But still, why would you say, if you're a second wave feminist of any sort at all, what are you talking about? Your daughter didn't know about these issues, or were they false issues? What are you saying?
No. My daughter came to me with issues regarding how the world is run by super elites, because she was taking a course that was defining what a corporation does, how labor gets distributed, and she found that upsetting. And then I was just thinking about that in terms of when she goes to higher education, where she's not just hearing this stuff, but she's hearing all these more social level human justice or human rights infractions on society in general. And I just think that you load kids up with a lot of heavy issues.
Facts.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like indoctrination. What you're describing is not indoctrination.
That's facts. It's just like when you go to physics.
A lot of these
you don't go teach physics and limit yourself to the physics the students.
All right, I'm going to look up
those theological studies are not the same as physics. And this is what I wasn't referring to indoctrination.
What she just talked about was
when I was agreeing with Damage, it wasn't so much that I thought that like these professors were pulling aside students and somehow indoctrinating them. So no, it's based on like the things that they say, the papers that they write, right, with their very liberal leanings.
I blame you for not looking at
and then what happens is, and the students then they peddle that. They say, look what the professor wrote.
I blame you because you are all upset about interpretations, but it's up to you to look at the data. Every one of those papers actually is providing data, and then there's an abstract that characterizes what the people think the data means, and then a science journalist writes a summation of that. But you can easily go look at the data, and the data is straightforward. If it's biased, you can see the bias. They tell you how they took it.
Yeah, but the problem is, Piero, when you have
where you can go check. So just go check.
No, but listen, Piero.
20-year-olds that talk bullshit about it.
No, but Piero, the thing is, you're not going to trust some layman, right, to analyze a peer-reviewed paper, right? You're going to trust other people in academia. The problem is that most people in academia have the same left-leaning view, right? So they're going to like
The
sign
data
off
does not
on
have
it.
a
They're
left
gonna be
leaning.
like, oh, okay.
Excuse
You
me,
know that
data
it depends on how
does
you
not
gather
have a
your data, your
left-leaning
sample
view.
size. It depends on so many different things, Pierre. You know that,
So
right?
yeah, and so people should learn
And
what it
and
depends
and
on, and
there's
you can
and there
always
look,
size
it's
up a study.
hold on,
I have no
and you know
problem.
it's
Wait,
human
I have no
nature to
problem.
have confirmation bias, right?
I
And if
have
you happen to be a
no.
professor who already has a left-leaning liberal agenda, right? You're not when you see a paper that kind of confirms what you already believe, right? You're less likely to dispute it or to call
Not
it
me.
into question.
No,
Well,
I'm
maybe
not.
not you, but most
more likely.
a lot of people are that way.
I'm more
But
likely.
that's why we have
I'm
science in the
more
first
likely
place.
to doubt it. I'm more likely to doubt it. I will for sure go check it up, because if I'm going to go, hey, I'm going to tell people with this when I'm drunk, I will go check.
Yeah, but that
up ahead
doesn't
of
matter,
time when
Pierre. It
I'm
doesn't matter
sober.
what you would do. That's not what
Yeah,
we're
it sure
talking
does.
about.
I'm the future. I'm the average guy of the future. I am the average dude of the future. I'm not particularly smart. I'm just with the average guy of the future, how I'm going to approach things where I don't have to be 100% right to feel like I'm the dude. That's the way it's going to be in the future.
Well, at one point, Piero, I did hear you say that of all the presidents you've ever heard, you get it more than they do, and
I never said that.
yes, you did. You said it like
No,
a couple of hangouts ago. I specifically
no.
heard you say that. You said,
I
said,
do
I
believe
think
that.
Bernie.
I do believe
Bernie.
that.
You said
I
Bernie.
do believe that, but I don't think I said that. That's
Well, you actually said it, and then you even
Well,
said that I think
I'm
Bernie
honest.
Bernie is the first one that came along that actually gets it.
Oh, yes. Well, no, that's my point there. Now, it's not that
Like
there's
you
not
get
other
it,
presidents.
and no one else does.
Well, there's not other presidents. Like, there's the other presidents, there's things where I'm like, that was clever. I wouldn't have thought of that. But it is true that I'm usually sizing up, and I think you are too, most of us, sizing up politicians of like, wait, does he have what I think we need? And Bernie, I'm just admitting I'm a little over fanboy of it. I am admitting that. It's to me, it makes me think there might be something irrational to it, because I'm at the point where Bernie, to me, seems to be a step ahead of me. Like, when I read this book I got at Bernie's, I'm like, I didn't know that. Oh, really? I'm like, that's even more of a yes. I have when I was in my 20s, I met a lot of people in their 40s and 50s that I was like, this guy's great, and I adopted them as mentors, and they mentored me, and that was crucial. And then it stopped happening. And Bernie, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I think this dude's a step ahead of me, and I have to admit, it is a bit overly egotistical. Like, it probably has to do with my emotional egotism or whatever. Yeah, of course. But I think to be safe, we all do this. We're judging. Is Trump, good enough? Can we handle him? What's he think? I don't agree with him, but it's not like Trump supporters are all going, Trump, tell me what's good and bad. No, they think Trump believes something they already think is good and bad. And
Right.
yeah, it's rare for any of us to be at the point where it's like, I'm not a cult follower, but I'm actually listening to Bernie because he has some ideas that I haven't even had yet, and I want to listen and maybe give them all an extra chance of listening twice until I understand them. But it does add up to, yeah, I kind of think I'm smarter than most presidents, but I think you are too. Except for I'm not as good at certain key things about like making those political alliances and getting people to twist their arm but not hate you.
It's not about being smarter, because I mean there are people who are genius mathematicians, but they suck as politicians, as
Right, that's what I'm
diplomats, and
saying.
that sort of thing, right?
I'm not saying I would have been a better president.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying I'd be a better president. I'm saying I'm like the math
But
geek,
you're more
in some
knowledgeable in politics than they are?
In some sense, I understand. Well, I mean,
If everyone just listened to him, the world would be a wonderful place.
Okay, no, let's just be. I'm being honest about what I believe. So let's just go back through it. I thought that the Iraq War would end up just like it did. I backed that up by being out in the street and blogging about it.
Yeah, but okay, but let's talk about that.
I was right.
And Barack Obama said the same thing.
Maybe I was lucky. But was I right?
Well, yeah, that's the thing, Pierre. The thing is, you're like a kind of a pacifist at heart, right?
No.
So
No.
No, I don't. How?
No,
What about the Afghanistan war?
examples to the
Piero,
contrary?
I've seen you argue in Hangouts. Like you ask the question, it's like, do we even need war? Why do we need war at all, ever?
We are trying to stop all war. Yeah, I don't think it's
Well, that's the
necessary.
goal, right?
Yeah, but
But-
no. He said
Well,
he suggested
so do you want
that we are now in a
examples that might
position to be able to
illustrate to
end
the
war.
why I'm
Like, we
saying
never
to the
need war.
contrary? No, I believed we needed to go into Afghanistan, and we were supposed to smoke out Obama in Tora Bora. I supported the Lockerbie retaliation on Gaddafi at the time.
Okay, well, I don't know. Then maybe you were
I-
you were just playing devil's advocate in that particular hangout.
No,
I don't know, but
No, I just
It's
because
amazing
I
how
brought-
things get so twisted.
Dick, I don't understand. Let's bring this down like you like to. Let's
I've
say
seen
we're
you
in
talk
pit-
like a pacifist.
Let
I'm
me
sure
bring
other
this
people.
down. Yeah, let me bring this
heard you-
down to something you might get. You know, an example you like to use. Let's say we're in a convenience store, and a guy in a hoodie comes in,
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
and he's
Let's do
kind
it.
of a belligerent. I'm
Okay.
trying
Yeah,
to
maybe
avoid
he's
a
drunk.
fight. I'm trying to avoid a fight, but if he comes
Maybe
up
he's
and
buying
shoves
crack.
me, or let's say he doesn't shove me, but he pushes a thing over, an aisle or whatever, a rack
Maybe he
over,
falls
and it
falls
doesn't
on
bump
it.
into me, but I think it might, and I jump back. At that point, I'm ready to punch the guy or whatever. We're ready. If I
Why?
have a weapon,
Why
because
do you
at that
wanna punch
point,
him?
no, I didn't say I wanted to. I said I'm ready to. At that point, there's a physical altercation. I'm ready to do whatever I can, and I believe that's
Okay,
fine.
but we were specifically talking about war in that conversation. Maybe you don't
Well, I
remember
believe
the
you-
conversation, but you said
Right, I
basically
believe
that we
can
can.
eliminate war.
Well, he's telling you his position now, so it doesn't
We
matter.
could eliminate war, but we couldn't not go into Afghanistan as a way of eliminating war because they were already attacking us, right? I mean, I
Well,
think it's
duh. I mean, obviously, yes. If there was no
Yeah.
reason
So I
for
believe
war,
it's
then we could get rid of
self-defense.
war.
But I also believe there's an argument for, some sort of preparatory security kind of self-defense. But actually invading another country and killing people over there when they haven't attacked us,
Anyway, back to
No,
the
I
original
believe
point.
that's
So back to the original point. So the
Okay.
point I was making was that
men are
you know
dispensable.
when you're kind of a cynical with certain things, right? Especially when it comes to war,
I
right?
try
So
to
you
be.
can make you can say a lot. You can say, oh no, that war is bad. That war is bad. When if you're always saying, or most of the time you're saying war is bad,
Right.
you're bound to be right eventually, right? But that doesn't mean it's like a conspiracy theory. A conspiracy
No, I've
theory
been
can rack
exactly
off
right.
a whole shitload of conspiracy theories.
I've been
and
exactly
I'm sure
right.
one or two of
No,
them
I
are
haven't
Oh,
been-
Vic, I don't think you're being fair at all.
I've been
man.
100%
validate
right.
all. That doesn't
No,
mean
I've
we
been
should always
100%
listen
right.
to this person.
Vic,
because
hold on.
I have been
Hold
100%
on.
right though.
I'm
So
going to defend you,
here's what
Piero,
Well,
if you
okay,
give
go
me a
ahead.
chance.
Go for it.
Okay, that sounds good.
I don't
Thank you
think
for
I don't think you're being fair to Piero at all on that, because I'm sure he had very, very specific reasons for why invading Iraq was a bad
So do
idea.
conspiracy
And
theories.
it wasn't just because he's generally pacifist and he just kind of got lucky.
9/11
that
truthers
he's
have
right.
very specific reasons on why they think that 9/11 was an inside
Right, but I
job.
have.
Yeah,
Right.
but that doesn't matter because you're saying that that he just kind of got lucky.
Yeah.
And most of the time he's going to just no. He said
No, I'm all
It's
look. I
like
don't know
all
how
of
many
this time we've
I don't
spent,
follow
and you
Piero
can't treat me
like.
like an individual.
I'm
I mean,
just
all
saying,
this time we've
no,
talked to each other,
Piero,
and you're saying, no, you're a category of person that's
no,
lucky.
Piero. The
No,
reason
I've
I
been
asked.
100% right on these because I'm really careful. I don't make.
Okay,
take
well that was my
positions.
question. Are you
I don't take
actually
positions when I'm
100%
not on
right on these? Because a lot of times, like I'll
Well,
give you an example.
probably
I'll give you.
not.
Hold on, man. Come on. I'll
Well,
give you.
100% is silly, but just
I'll
let
give
me
you.
say
I'll give you
100%
an anecdotal example. So my
Yes.
mother is a bit of a hypochondriac, right? So she's always
Don't
predicting
say.
she's always predicting the worst on shit, right? She's like, oh, like she feels any little pain or anything I tell her, like, oh, I'm feeling a certain pain in my stomach, whatever. She's like, oh, this might be cancer. It might be. She's always assuming the worst, right? And like, whenever it happens to be true, which is like 1 in a million times, right? She's like, you see, listen to your mother. You should listen to your mother. And I'm like, but mom, you're focusing in on the times that you were actually right, but you're like ignoring all the times that you made these crazy.
Well, why don't you guess?
and
why
you
don't
were
you
wrong. right?
Okay,
So I'm asking you the question: is it possible that you're just focusing on the times that you were right, and you're ignoring all the times when war
No,
actually was beneficial and it
you're
was
accusing
necessary?
him of just being pathological.
No,
Tell
it was a
me
question,
the
dude.
beneficial
It was a
war.
question.
No, that's fair enough. This is, this is a public dialogue, but I also think it's really easy for me, my position. So, I mean, how are we supposed to approach it, though? What do you suppose I might have gotten wrong? I'll tell you what. When we had the Iraq War with Colin Powell and saying, and all of that, I was out there in the streets before that and after that, and I had a pang of, I don't believe Colin Powell is going to say these pictures, the CIA has found out that these are full of WMD, these big tanks and stuff.
You had no way to know that. You have no way of knowing that, Piro. It was pure
I'm talking about
speculation on your
myself
part.
at the moment.
Right, I know.
I said I can't believe that Colin Powell is wrong about that. I know the CIA does its job, and it's amazing to me. But on the other hand, I thought, well, the anthrax theatrics with the canister of anthrax, I thought, well, somebody is in there, and there is Karl Rove in there after all, and people like this. That's a bit of a theatric. So it gave me a pang of doubt because I thought, you know what, I'm going to protest this war, and I'm going to turn out to be one of those pacifists where there's all this WMD. They've got the satellite photo. I watched the whole thing. Colin Powell, sure, he was an apologist for the My Lai massacre, but he wouldn't lie about this. But I decided that all things considered, given that the inspectors had said that there wasn't really much room for any serious WMD and the whole dynamic of it, I was more inclined to not support the war and what the result of it would likely be. In other words, the breakup of Iraq, foretold by Dick Cheney in the first Iraq War, in which the northern western part of Iraq joins with a chunk of Syria and a chunk of Turkey and becomes a radical spin-off state, like what happened. So I decided to ignore my fears about Colin Powell not possibly lying about something as straightforward as this. Turns out he was lying about that. Okay, what else? Lockerbie, I did support us going and bombing and trying to kill Gaddafi. I probably wouldn't these days support that. But I think there's definitely a good argument to trying to blow up the leader that paid to have a plane brought down, which was true, and it wasn't known to be true at the time, but the CIA knew it, and it turned out to be not one of the CIA lies, but one of the CIA figured it out, not that secret really among the people that, in the governments knew. And so, fuck yeah, I supported that. And even if I didn't support it today, I would understand why people would support it.
The point is, Piro, that there are things that you just simply aren't in a position to know one way or the other. So just because you happen to use your gut to tell you, I haven't, because you're cynical.
I don't use my gut.
Things, right? You're very cynical when it comes to the government.
No, you're wrong. There's a ton of information out there that people don't consume.
Right.
It's like I was arguing with my cousin about the Middle East. He doesn't know, and I love him. He's really smart. He's my best friend in the world. But, there's history to go find out about the Middle East, and people don't know it. So you're telling me, like, but no, that you can do research. The publicly available clues are voluminous, Vic.
Yeah, but there's a lot of inside information that you're not privy to, right? Necessarily.
No, not really. Well, what do you mean?
Not
right
really.
now?
How can you say that, Piro?
Because
you're telling me you know everything that goes on behind the scenes, top secret information within
within 5 years, yes. Within 5 years, that stuff tends to come out, and there's hints of it, and you wonder if it's true.
He's saying before the fact.
For example, in the 80s, I heard about that Microsoft was into this thing called FUD, Fear, Uncertainty, and Doubt, and that they used it. It was invented by IBM, and they used it. I thought, that's a conspiracy theory, but it is kind of how they do it, But it's just people looking at how they do it and making up a theory. Then, in the 90s, there was a antitrust suit, and we got to read Microsoft's emails from the 80s. Guess what? They typed FUD. Let's use FUD. Let's FUD. It wasn't a conspiracy. They really did talk exactly that way. That's how the world is sometimes, and I wait until I find out that it is that way before I believe it's that way. And once the conspiracies are revealed, like Iran-Contra, it really is the conservatives dealing with the Iranians, our enemies, in order to give arms to the Contras, and that's actually what fucking happened, and you got to face facts.
Okay, but okay, so we can deal with issues like that. So like all throughout, you know, the 20th century, right? We were in the midst of a Cold War, right? And it's a totally different world. There was all this, the Red Scare, there was all this anti-communist, you know, fear. There was a zeitgeist essentially of that, and that you can kind of see how, you know, if people are that paranoid over communism, the spread of communism, you can see how they might justify certain things like that. But then when we get into the 21st century, when it's the end of the Cold War, there is no Cold War anymore, and now the theories are that, oh, well, this is just greed. This is just pure greed. This is people just wanting to line their pockets with oil money. Now it becomes more, it's like now I can't really put myself in these shoes, right? Because if I was paranoid against communism, I might see myself doing some of that crazy shit back then. If I was really that paranoid.
Well, I appreciate about you, Vic, because me too. I mean, I could imagine being in a headset like that. I remember being freaked out by homosexuality like you. I always felt I should do something about it, pretty much. Like I felt like there can't be anything really wrong with them. I think you said that example, but maybe it was something else. Maybe you were just talking about the culture. But I actually remember having to go, you know what? I don't really care. And I realized, you know what, thinking about homosexual sex is kind of like thinking about my parents having sex, and that's heterosexual. I'd rather think about homosexual sex. So it can't be that bad. And then I realized, okay, the solution is to grow up and not really think about that. And if I do, laugh or something, you know. So anyway.
Okay, so then
we go back to the men thing in a second. Go ahead.
No, but so then you agree with me then. That's why I'm not as ready to accept, like, people, the conspiracy theorists, right? They always point to shit that was happening during the Cold War, the crazy shit that we did back then, and they're saying that, see, they're still doing that now. But then it's like what they're missing is that those motivations don't really exist anymore. So now you have to appeal to shit like pure greed, pure evil, essentially. And it's like,
people and stuff.
I don't think that politicians are inherently greedy, selfish, evil monsters.
No. It's a conspiracy of common interest is the current top line, you know, bleeding edge.
Have you seen the movie Zeitgeist? I mean, that is just
it's
ridiculous.
Yes.
Zeitgeist is ridiculous, yes.
Right. It's you gotta watch it. It's fun, and it's like, what the bleep. It kind of does more harm than good.
It started off interesting, actually, because I don't even know if it's true, but
I've spent
the thing about religion being like
about the melting point of steel, and that steel does melt, and it doesn't have to melt in order to fail. It's just fucking I don't even.
Yeah, that part was all like crap. But I mean, the way it started was they were basically portraying religion, like all the Abrahamic religions, as like astrological in nature. That was it. I'd never heard that before, and I'm like,
you know about the Venus Project, right?
No.
Well, the Venus Project's the follow-up of Zeitgeist, where let's make it into a movement, dude. And it
wasn't really a follow-up. It already existed.
It's the part. It's the thing.
You're right, Vic. It was not a follow-up.
Okay, it's the organization behind it. I'm not an expert.
No, it's not the organization behind it.
It was two separate things.
They got together because they thought
I know it's related.
And then they separated.
I know it is related. The same group of people carried on and became this other thing that still exists. The point is, I agree with a lot of the ideas of that quote-unquote movement, but to me, with Zeitgeist as its filmage, it's a bit cultish, and I'm not going to be a brain-dead moron and believe a bunch of shit from a film like that. It bugs me.
There's actually 3 films done by Peter Joseph.
Yeah, and I think I have questions about it. Look, I agree with so much of what they're going for, but
I actually like Peter Joseph.
Me too, except for I'm suspicious of people I agree with that use propaganda and lie. I don't like them. I like Vic, who I disagree with better than people I agree with that lie. You understand? That's how I think.
Well, I don't think he's lying.
Zeitgeist is a big fat lie.
Well, yeah.
Peter Joseph
I think
does
these
not.
people don't even realize.
I don't. I mean, the guy was like 25 years old when he came out with that. He never realized it was going to blow up the way it did.
It's kind of like religious people. They're not necessarily
Michael
lying.
Moore is on the borderline for me, right? Like, he doesn't lie. He's kind of, look, I make films, and this is the way I do it, and you know they have punchlines. It's comedy. We put it from an angle. Maybe that's okay, but he plays loose in facts with the facts as far as he doesn't lie about the facts.
Like Trump.
What he'll do, no, he's better than Trump, but he'll change like the domain. Like it's per capita, boom, and then it's absolute numbers, click. And you don't really get an average of that allows you to compare. It's kind of like, you know, graphs that are a little bit weird. You can justify that how the axes are arranged, but it's a little bit misleading. He does that. That's borderline to me. And, you know, but I think the Zeitgeist film was enough. I just don't trust anything.
Talk about the initial, because the thing is, like as I was watching it, right? It started off interesting. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I should probably look into this. I'd never heard this before. I'd never heard about the astrological origins of all of these religions, right? It's very interesting to me. But then once they started going into the other issues, I'm like, oh my God, they just lost all credibility. And now it's like, now I got to take everything they said in the beginning of the movie with the quote-unquote documentary,
which you should, because
grain of salt.
Yeah, because the whole thing was bullshit from start to finish.
Here's what bugs me, you guys.
No, the religious stuff is true.
Here's what bugs me.
No, it's not.
Here's what bugs me.
No.
Most of it is not. No.
Most of it is.
What bugs me. Here's what bugs me.
Yeah, it is.
How do you
Okay, all right.
How do you know?
Everybody wants a turn to talk.
Because if you listen to what the scholarship is on the issue, then no. If you want to believe like what some zany, I can't remember the person's name that it was based on, but
you would have found that.
You mean Horace, and
what's going on?
We're having two arguments, a crossfire.
No, but we're talking about Zeitgeist and what is disturbing about it, or what?
No, I said that
we were talking
about the religious stuff. I'm saying a lot of it is true. Most of it is true. What they were saying about the relationship between the Egyptian religion, Christianity, and like
yes, I would agree. Yeah, there is lots of truth to it.
Yes.
No, there might be some grains of truth to it, but like the connections that were made in the movie were based on just bullshit.
No,
a
they
lot
weren't.
of it seems very flimsy.
It's been well known for 200 years, that crap.
Well, for instance, let me give one specific. Hold on, let me give one specific example and see what you guys think of this, if this is true or not. But they specifically talked about the sun. Where the sun would, like, this is how they explained the 3-day resurrection story, is that the sun would come down, right, and then it would hover in the horizon for about 3 days, and then it would rise up, and there's like a constellation, I forget which constellation, but it looks kind of like a cross, like a crucifix, and that is essentially what the story of the resurrection of Jesus is. Is that true, or is that?
Yeah, that's true.
Really?
That's what it was. No, it's what it's derived from. It's a literalization.
You know what? It's so much more complicated than that.
Yeah, it's more complicated than that. It's true. And I've got a scholar.
But if that's what it's based on, that's pretty.
You may not see the Southern Cross.
It's not based on that.
It's a literalization of a symbolic kind of explanation.
You cannot see the Southern Cross from Israel.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you can. Where you can see the Southern Cross in the Northern Hemisphere. I used to sail. I know all about that stuff. You can.
Yeah, but I don't believe you from Israel.
Yes, from Israel. Israel is at a fairly safe latitude. It's just about.
Well, I've never heard any. Okay, maybe you're right. I know you can see it from far enough south. I do not believe that's far enough south. As a matter of fact, I'll just go check right now. I'll just go check right now because you can't see it from Hawaii.
Yeah, you can. I saw the Southern Cross in Hawaii.
I don't believe so. You must have been fooling yourself. I lived there and looked for it and worked with astronomers. You can't see it. You have to. I've seen it when I was in Chile.
All right. Well, look it up.
Okay, I stepped away, so I missed.
Anyway, you know what? Okay, wait. No, I'm sorry. In a way, it doesn't matter. Maybe you're right. I don't know. It's a fact thing. but I've never heard
Crosby,
that.
Stills, and Nash.
I've never heard that related at all to Christianity, that cross.
Neither had I.
There's
That's
the
why
Northern
to me, I was
Star.
like,
There's
Well,
the
like-
idea that the Northern Star. No, there was the idea of what
Look,
the
I
star
type in
was.
Hawaii and see what it says. Because I type in Southern Cross,
So
Hawaii.
the Star of Bethlehem was a particularly bright Venus, which is possible in the
Type
sense.
in Southern Cross, Hawaii, because you already said I was wrong, so let's just see.
Well, I also admitted I could be wrong, so let's see.
Hawaii is the only state in the U.S. What does that say? Oh, yeah, take it away.
It
Hawaii is
says
the only state in the
it-
U.S. where you
it
can see both the
says-
North Star and the Southern Cross.
right, but I lived there for 12 years and tried to see it. And
You worked with NASA, and you know everything about astronomy,
We
right?
never. Yeah. We
Yeah, you just
for it.
established some credibility here, because I don't
I think
talk
it-
out of my ass.
I think it is geometrically possible, but I don't know anybody that's seen it, and I've talked with my
I
coworkers
saw
about
it. You can see it. It says it's visible. When you look up in the sky, you're seeing it. You're just
Up-
not aware of which fucking stars.
Wasn't it on the horizon, right?
No.
Sort of.
I stepped away,
straight
so
up-
why are we
It
talking
was
about the
straight
Southern
up in the
Cross?
sky. It was straight up in
It
the
wasn't
sky.
on the horizon or straight up directly overhead. It was like off at an angle to the side, basically.
Well, you're lucky. So
No,
what?
it's just normal. So what? You
It's
brought
not
it up.
normal. Not normal. You normally cannot see the Southern Cross. It's hard to see.
No, you can see it when it's normally
What is
there at a certain time
so let's say you're right, it's normal. What is the result of that?
The result is you were arguing that what I was saying was wrong on the basis that you couldn't see the Southern Cross from Israel.
No, actually I said the main thing is I've never
Anything-
heard that was a part of Christianity. And I was under the impression you couldn't see the Southern Cross from Israel, but maybe you're right. Maybe you can if you were careful and are a good astronomer, which I'm not. I can't memorize where the stars
have
are.
to
I
be-
have people
You'd have to be an equally good astronomer to see it from anywhere else. It doesn't matter. That's not really the issue. What I'm saying is that, yeah, it's a complex thing. It's hard to have this argument in this format.
well,
where
I'm
going
just
through all the
I'm
points. I'm
looking
just
up
saying
on Google.
stuff
I'm
about
looking-
in zeitgeist, about the religious, about the relationship between ancient religions and Christianity and all that. That stuff is true.
Well,
like,
what I'm
a lot
reading
of
on
what they're
Google.
saying, I agree, is straight up bullshit.
So
but-
let's check. Wait, let's check.
no, I
about
just I
Israel.
looked at it just
I wanna
now.
check
I
Israel. Is
just
that
did,
possible?
and what they said is that it's not visible now, but it was visible back then. So
But by Jesus, because he can see through.
no,
I don't think
because-
that's what they said, Vic. I think you're misrepresenting it.
I'm just telling you what I just read on Google.
I just read that you can't see it from Israel, but maybe
Right.
Israel thousands of years ago could with Jesus's eyes.
Yeah, they're saying
Whatever.
no. Okay. All right. You want to really get into this fucking shit?
No, I want to get into it. You're right. You're right. I concede. You can see it from Hawaii. I'm just lame. I have trouble seeing things in the sky. But guess what? You can't see it from Israel. So I guess the actual point, you were wrong.
No, that's not true. Where did you
Oh
look?
no,
at
you were wrong. You were wrong when you were wrong. I admit I was wrong when I was wrong, but you don't admit you were wrong when you were wrong. I guess you were right then. No.
What is the significance of this? I'm sorry.
It's about who's ever wrong.
Numby and Puro are having a
Which of us has
pitching
ever been
contest.
wrong? That's what it's
Let
about.
them finish.
Okay, look, I want to change it back to here's a new issue about bias against men. First of all, men commit suicide successfully more often than women. They don't actually attempt it more. Interesting part.
Right.
But they do succeed. Go men. They're not failures.
They know what they're doing when it comes to killing
Is
themselves.
that an issue? But before you answer that, is that an issue? Because I, again, think statistically, automatically an issue. That's weird. Why is that? I know a lot of depressed women. What's that about? So we could talk about
Well,
why.
what do you mean?
Wait,
Why
wait,
is it an issue?
But wait, I'm saying it's automatically an issue because if you take social statistics and find some weird thing like that, until you can explain it at least, it's like, what? Why? What's the problem for men? And I want to relate it to this other
Well,
bullet
wait a
point.
minute, though. You
Wait,
said
let
that-
me finish. I'll just finish and then you go. Okay, I'm just saying I want to relate it to another bullet point I had that I mentioned earlier, which I think there's a bias against male emotions. When males feel strongly, legitimate or not, like if some people feel like, oh, that hurts me, but it shouldn't, but it does, then be sensitive to that person. And there's a bias against doing that for men. It's like men, oh, it hurts you, you feel embarrassed and you feel bad. Well, man up, you motherfucking wussy. And so that's related, I think, probably to why men commit suicide successfully more, because they're like, nobody's listening to them. They get isolated emotionally more than gender biased more. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I think there are equal explanations of that explain that are just as speculative as what you're doing, that look at it from the other point of view, and that, hey, most of the time they're just pulling out a gun and they're sticking it to their head and pulling the trigger.
Did you ever see the
whereas
Southern Cross in Hawaii?
culturally, women don't want to mess their bodies up to,
Thanks.
you know. Did you hear what I said? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My wife said she saw the Southern Cross from Hawaii. Way to undermine me, babe!
You lose. Well, the important thing is whether you can see the Southern Cross from Israel, and that
touche.
post that you're putting on your screen disproves you as well.
Anyway, go ahead. What were you guys talking about? But
It's your room, man. Come on. You just shifted it back to the Southern Cross.
You can't see it from Israel except for with magical thinking. That's the
No,
important
not
part
read
now.
it. Read it, dude. Read what she says there. Just read it. It's on your it's on your screen. Just read it.
Yeah, you won't
He
see
just wants
it
to
from
be, he like, wants to be right more than he wants to know it.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
This
Read
one
what she
comment,
wrote.
You won't
Read
see
it.
the Southern Cross from Israel now, but
read
Jesus
the
saw it.
explanation. Go ahead. Keep
In
going.
our epic, you might just catch a glimpse from the Elad, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I know about the procession.
Read the third paragraph. This is not the way it was in historical times. Due to a phenomenon known as the precession of the equinoxes, the blah, 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 can be seen entirely from Israel. There it is.
Yeah.
So, okay, I see what you're saying. So how does that play into, okay, so you win
because
all of
you're
the
using that
points.
to counter
How does
argument.
that play? So I am honestly curious now, because I know about this Star of Bethlehem angle with a planet that was bright. I don't know the Christianity of the Southern Cross, I guess. Totally new to me. So what's that about? I'm not a Christian. I'm a lifelong atheist. What?
Well, what they're saying is that Southern Cross is like that's what the crucifix in Christianity is based on, right? And the whole resurrection of Jesus in 3 days, that was because, you know, when the way they showed it in the film was that the sun is like right there where the Southern Cross is, and then as it goes up, it's basically going up the crucifix. You know, it's
And when did
and that's happens over a 3-day period.
The Southern Cross in the Bible?
There's a literal what
Well,
it is.
wait a minute. Isn't the 3-day period a reference to Old Testament?
No. There's a literal. What happened is there's a literalization of a symbolic explanation of astronomy that the ancient people had. Like they didn't have mathematics, or at least they didn't. They used metaphors to explain these processes in astronomy, and then later on, people took the metaphors literally. That's what the Zeitgeist is saying. They're saying that they were taking basically astronomical knowledge the wrong way, and that's how we ended up with, you know, the literal interpretation of Christianity and other religions.
That's not the only way. It evolved through
Right.
the Romans. What
Yeah, I'm
about
putting
the-
this in the most simple way possible. I'm just saying, like, that's basically the kind of argument that they're putting forth,
These-
right? Where
these
they're
are where
saying
these
that-
concepts
yeah,
come
right.
from.
Which is
the knowledge
fascinating because I
decay
never.
by-
Yeah, and just like I resisted those things, they turned out to be true. No, there's a lot of that. I'm saying the only thing that bugged me really about it is the whole conspiracy theory about the buildings.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
so
And
that's,
that's
what I
a-
was
that's
saying.
an entirely
That's what I
different
was
thing.
saying.
No, but
I
then also
believe- I
beyond that,
agreed with, and also all the sort of principles of humans working together. I really dig that rhetoric, but I am suspicious. I believe that you want to make sure you don't join a cult, which means when you run into people that's like, they believe everything I believe, you're very suspicious because individuality dictates they probably
well,
Right. I'm just
Beyond-
saying that, like, I'm not promoting Zeitgeist. I'm just saying that you don't want to just throw out the baby with the bathwater with things. I mean, it's not the baby, but it's just saying that,
what's
like,
the
you have to
baby?
take each point as a point, right? There's
Right,
because
right.
Well, you make a good point, and I would agree with that, but you also make a good point by pointing out, like, where I'm getting a misconception of it. I agree with that. I think, and I said, I think it's worth watching. Like, you got to watch it. Like, it's a cultural thing, and it's a point of view,
Well,
and I think it's
what
worth
they were
knowing
saying
what
is
it
that-
says.
beyond the
religion is
9/11,
really interesting.
beyond the
It's
9/11
interesting to
thing.
see how knowledge decays and how it how it dies.
So that's
beyond
good,
the
but I
9/11
wanna-
thing, though. They also were talking about like the Federal Reserve and how like there's these people behind the curtain that are in control of everything, and they want to create one world government, and so it's basically Illuminati type shit, is what it is.
But I agree with that in the sense that there is sort of a banking financial control. But can we go back to the subject today, because I like it being open, but this might be helpful. Okay, men commit suicide successfully more, and men are not allowed to have their emotions. And let me just put it out there a little bit more than I would want to. But for example, I think it's fairly common still for a woman to be like, especially even a liberal woman, it's like, I'm on my moon. That's what the hippies call, being on your period or whatever. And so of course they're emotional. There's hormones, and we know that's a medical fact. So their emotions are forgiven. Well, when does a man's emotions get forgiven? Really not at all anymore.
Piero, let me ask you a question.
Or for that matter, if you don't have enough emotions, that's not forgiven either. If you're a cuck or whatever. So
Piero,
it's
let me ask you this: is this your way of kind of justifying like feminism by saying that, well, masculinism or whatever is also justified? I mean, is that essentially what you're trying to say here?
Okay, here's the issue. I'm not really primarily like a feminist. I'm loyal because they've helped me, and I support the general idea, and they work internationally, and it's all a cooperation of many issues, but I'm kind of like more of a peace activist. No, these are my ideas. First of all, I'll tell you right now, when the MRA started calling themselves that, I'm like, men's rights, yeah, I think there's probably some issues there. And I went and I found at the CAFE site, these Canadian men's rights activists, I found a list of issues that were like, no way to deny there's more male suicide. What's that about? No way to deny that boys are starting to do bad in school compared to women. What's about that? You know what I mean? There are real issues, and also on my own, I have noticed, I think, that there's a kind of like, on TV, the dad is an idiot. He goes to work, but he doesn't show up for my recital. You feel guilty. And I don't like that. I'm a hard worker, and it's because I have to, or else I'm on the fucking street. What do you expect? Have some appreciation. So I think that's somewhat sexual, because a woman that works, it doesn't have as much time for a kid. It's like, you're a good, strong, single mom, like my mom, total hero, and she deserves that, but so does everybody else, the men included. So school performance, I don't have an explanation like male emotions for it. I think it's interesting, though, because we could talk about it. Is it because the boys like basketball players and they don't care, but the girls, some of them think it's good to get A's? I don't know. I think it'd be interesting because there's something to that. The way women or girls and boys behave in school is gender different. Maybe justifiably so. There might be biological reasons. They have the cultural differences. But still, it's not really okay that if boys are falling behind, I, being liberal, am kind of like, maybe you should figure out a different way to teach boys that they would appreciate. I know they can do math. Why are they falling even in math and behind in language? Doesn't really have to happen.
This is why they used to traditionally have men and women, or boys and girls, educated in separate schools, right? Because to de-emphasize. Yeah, I think so.
Do you think one of the problems is
it's
that
less distracting?
Yeah, well, there's not so much of like identifying as male. There's not much of an emphasis.
Well, I thought the whole reason for that was because they wanted boys and girls to concentrate on their schoolwork and not on like humping each other. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, but these are the results of them
period in life
concentrating
where
and
your
humping
hormones
each
are
other.
going crazy.
Well,
But when
that's
they
not
wanna
quite
hump
true, Vic. When they were in separate schools, all the cotillions were between the different schools, and the boys spent all of their time zipping over to the girls' school. So it wasn't totally different. What it changes, though, is your day-to-day experience. Are you trying to primp up for the girls at the school day, or are you just there with a bunch of guys and the jocks and the brains and everybody? It's a different dynamic. But I don't like separate but equal. I say get them together and figure out how to do it.
I'm not. I'm just telling you what's their motivation.
Even
I'm
if
telling
it's
you what
hard.
their rationale was. I'm not saying I support that. I'm just.
No, I think I agreed with that
Just
assessment.
saying why.
It wasn't very
it was
deep.
dumb.
Do you
The
know?
whole The whole concept of having these schools is, you know, where you go into like.
Why do you think boys are doing worse now? You know, they're doing worse year after year, as a trend.
I was going to say something there actually.
Okay,
but,
sorry. Well, let's be able to interject. Just keep saying it then.
Well, I was happy. Okay. Anyways, sorry. I was going to say, like,
I don't really like whining.
This whole, like, I wasn't whining. You're just interrupting me.
Leave me
just
alone.
go on and say what you're going to say, because I don't care if you think you were whining. I said what I thought, and I still think it.
You're really whining now. But okay,
no,
so
I'm saying,
they send them to these
weird.
They send them to these weird age-segregated schools, and it's like it's not a normal experience, you know, historically, for people to be, you know, just thrown in this bin with all these kids just exactly their own age or roughly there, and you know, they I think the sexual, like those distractions and those sort of like hypermasculinization occurring early and things like that occur because they're concerned with humping each other, right? Those are the results. Those are like, that's why that thing that's how the distraction manifests.
So you're saying, are you saying that boys are doing worse because they in a co-ed situation, they are preoccupied with humping their fellow students, mostly female?
I think that might be part of it. I think that just basically the whole idea of schools in general is kind of fucks a lot of people over. Like, these people who are not the very middle of the road in terms of how they're psychologically oriented are going to not do well in that kind of situation.
I agree. I think we should have a totally homeschooling situation where the parents that can't homeschool, there's enough tutors that they send the kids to the tutoring center, and different tutors they've hired individually or as a package, but basically in principle. And those teach the kids, and the kids socialize when they go do soccer and go swim lessons, and they socialize where they meet kids other than their mathematics and sociology educations, because it's just really ridiculous. There's a benefit to public school of it being a cross-section, but it's not really a cross-section because you got rich neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods. It's not really a cross-section. So it would be great if there was a cross-section of the rich and poor all meet at one place, and it'd be worth dealing with it. But really, it's just it's fucked up. The sociology at schools is crazy.
It's hard on families too, because then kids, kids are the worst with the keeping up with the Joneses type stuff, you know, having to have the latest gadgets and clothes, and it's like
totally makes that worse. You're right.
It becomes totally ridiculous. Like, you know, they're just going, like, because they're under an incredible amount of pressure, and they don't.
You're right. You know what? Public school is probably why they've managed to market to the youth market, because the youth market never used to get to spend any money until TV came along. And then the kids were able to bitch at their parents. And you're right, it's probably more than TV. It's probably public school where they talk about what they saw on TV.
Peer pressure, and it makes people like lose. You know, people will compromise almost anything. That, like, very few young kids can hold themselves together in terms of values, principles, psychology in the face of mounting pressure from 20 different other kids. You know what I mean?
Okay, Num, since I've
Wait, Piero, what's your theory? Why do boys perform worse than girls?
Well, that's what I was going to ask, but I was going to say Num, since you got 2 out of 2 right with me, you know, maybe you are being. What do you think? Why is the school performance? What are you saying? I'm happy to say what I think it's about. I don't have a real clear idea, but I've got a couple, you know, things you'd agree with. I think boys are into jockness. I think this issue of sexual, that they go to school and spend their time trying to hook up with girls, probably, I don't think it affects the girls as bad as the boys. I think the girls can go to school, try to hook up, and still get A's, and the boys are like, it fucks up their education. Yeah. Maybe the boys are the only ones that need a little bit of isolation from that.
May I ask a question?
A girl can
anyway, but let Num go. I'm curious what he's saying, because he's been saying something about it. What are you saying? Is that that the sexual dynamic makes boys preoccupied by the time they're middle school, and that's what fucks up the boys now? They're doing worse. They're doing worse and worse year after year. They're falling even in math and behind in everything else, and they've historically been ahead in math.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, and I think that you know, the way that the kind of pressures that are, I think we have to look at it in terms of the kind of pressures that are put on girls and boys, and that the kind of pressures that are put on boys maybe drive, like, I think this thing would need more study, but like that it pushes them away from pondering and intellectually stimulating themselves and into more like showing off, where girls can kind of escape into learning from the pressures on them.
Well, it could be that and the opposite too. There could be also an additional influence and pressure on girls to outperform boys, because boys are historically, seen to excel in math and science and stuff. And now that girls are being pushed to enter these fields, they're putting more effort than the boys are in these fields, right? And that's why that might be influencing the grades. I
think it's mostly going to be due to immediate pressures that the kids sense, because when you're that young, you don't really have perspective on these things. You have to gain it through experience. So it's like, I think that it's going to come down to things that are kind of immediate to the situation more than girls. I don't think grade 8 girls are being pushed that hard to become engineers that it makes it changes how the dynamic. I think it's this weird it's sort of a confluence of like the changing marketing kind of capitalism culture mixed with, and how everybody's got it in their pocket now, combined with the what we've learned to take for granted, the kind of co-ed public school work, based on the work day. It was basically babysitting for industrial laborers in the beginning, and and gave with the benefit of teaching people to just be literate. They just wanted people to be literate so they could read instructions. And then now it's turned into a whole cultural phenomena, really, where it's like high school. It's like we just can't imagine a world without that. Like it kind of almost sounds perverse to people when they first hear this idea, like maybe we should just get rid of this whole fucking thing, right? Like they're just like, well, wait a minute, that, because they have their best memories there, but maybe those memories just happen when you're young.
I would bet that there's a lot of radical feminists who will like turn studies like that and try to make it genetic, like girls or women are just genetically smarter than men.
Well, they're just dumb. That's just
well, that just can't be true.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
no, genetically, I don't believe that is true.
No, of course it's not true.
I don't think it's true, but it is conceivable.
It's not really. I think
personally, I wouldn't be that offended. I wouldn't even be offended by it. You know why? Because there's more variation in intelligence among boys and among girls than there is between the sexes, right? Yeah. So it's really not something that you should really get that. It's not like something that you can't overcome. You know what I mean?
Well, the data is never all in, right?
Hey, here's an idea, you guys. I just added something to my bullet.
In which these things are developing, like you can't just like I say, the study of it is never over. So we don't know what the potential of girls is until we've tried everything, which we never.
Wait, you guys just gave me an idea. Can I add something in here? So here's another bullet item about the man's issue, and this isn't so much anti-male bias, but more this idea of bromance, right? Where the affection between two teenage boys as friends that want to play tennis or whatever, that there's something, tender to that.
Yeah, well, there's something tender to friendship, hopefully, right? Like,
do you think feminists helped us be able to have that, or was that something that macho boys were going to invent?
That's just something that happens between human beings.
Like, it was already there, I agree. It was already there, but who's going to name it and go, that's sweet?
I never use that word romance.
That's not gay.
I don't like this
word. No, nobody uses it, but you know what I mean. It's like, it's sweet. It's a non-gay, two guys really dig each other. It is a funny thing.
But it just makes me want to puke, because then it makes me think like, oh, I guess I shouldn't have any male friends anymore because bromance. Ew.
Oh, really? I thought it was the other. Well, it was kind of like that, right? Because before that, we had those feelings, and we didn't have to face that. Ooh, that's kind of gay. It's not gay, though.
I'm not saying it's gay. If it was gay, I wouldn't bother me. It's bromance. Like, it's one of these portmanteau kind of sickening portmanteau.
Well, I like terms that are a little bit cynical, but let's just call it male bonding. The discovery of male bonding as a good thing is actually where men have benefited from all this gender awareness.
Yeah.
Male
I think that males have
bonding.
always.
That's the
I don't
strong.
think male bonding was ever really in danger, to be honest with you.
No, but it was never named. You don't understand what I'm talking about. It wasn't a phenomenon that was understood, and then it was kind of like
fraternity. It was called fraternity in the past. They're gone by various names.
No, but it's worse than that because it's also part of the old boys club and patriarchy. So male bonding is a positive thing of, look, you know, maybe the old boys club and this racisms or whatever, blah, 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 might have been bad. Male bonding is still a thing that we have and we need. And it's between men. By definition, there's a biological reason, blah, blah, blah. It happens this way. There can be bonding between all kinds of people, but male bonding, there's rituals to it in certain cultures, and for a reason, because there's a pattern that has to form in a given culture, has to have some form of male bonding process.
It's not under threat. You know, you can't stop it. Like, it's just how people...
Right. I just think acknowledging it is worth saying. That's a good thing, acknowledging it. We didn't know it was a thing in the 70s. You know, it comes along later, and you go, oh, yeah, that's true.
Well, I think people did know it was a thing. They just wouldn't maybe... Like, I don't know. I don't think there's ever been a culture, time, era, where people didn't know that male bonding was a thing. Like,
well, interesting. But here,
they knew that, it's plain to see it. I don't know. I mean,
right, but Newton invented the theory of gravitation. The story we tell is that he noticed an apple falling. Pretty sure people noticed the apple falling previously, and yet he invented this theory and is considered to have discovered gravity. It's not like people didn't notice things sucked down towards the earth, but
I don't think that's a good comparison, because he was thinking, what's the mechanism? I mean, the people knew things fell downward already, but he was, you know, he was like, that's.
Well, I don't understand what we're disagreeing about. The thing is,
I'm just saying, because you're saying that they didn't know that it existed till the 70s.
The Old Boys Network is one way of talking about the bonding after it's existed for a long time.
Well, the network is more implying, like, you know, like a fraternity or like
patriarchy is a way of saying that the boys run things.
You know,
I mean, there's a lot of terms for this male-to-male sociology. I think male bonding's a good one. I think bromance is a good one.
Titles passed along the male line.
The reason why I like bromance is because it makes men face a possible feminine side to their affection towards other men, and I think we should face that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I think it's pretty silly, but.
You know, as much as I speak out against these third-wave feminists all the time, one thing that does bug me, and I don't know, maybe, do you know who Eagle Eye 1975 is, Puro?
I want to double down on this, but yeah, it sounds familiar. Who's that again? That sounds familiar. Who's that?
He's some, I don't know, some guy on YouTube. He's kind of fat. You know, I think he was in trouble. He got in trouble for beating his kids or some shit. But anyway, he came out with a video recently where he's.
Were his kids good or bad kids? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know the whole thing. But anyway, he came out with.
Funny, a video.
He's like in defense of my traditionalism, right? And then he was basically coming out here and defending like traditional gender roles, where like women stay home and they cook the meals and tend to the children, and men go out and be productive. And I'm like. And he actually thought that this is how we should be, right? And then I put this huge post just fucking tearing into him for this ridiculous, backwards ass, unproductive ideology.
You're SJW.
But then fake Sagan came out with almost an even more absurd video. I don't know if you saw his latest video.
Oh my God!
Already
Smooth terrorist.
What happened to that guy?
He came back as a total moron.
I'm surprised. I'm subscribed to that, but if he doesn't make videos very often, it's really easy for me to miss just one. I got all these fucking news companies.
He's a Christian now,
another one.
by the way.
He's a Christian now. He's a born-again Christian.
Oh my God, he's become Brett
His
Keane.
brain exploded.
You understand? I had high faith in that boy for so many years. Oh my God, it's humiliating. You think Nummy Numb making me wrong twice in one hangout is big deal? Fuck, that's nothing. Smooth Terrorist is a Christian now. Like, he's basically a Brett Keane thing.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, you should watch the video.
I will watch
but
the
he's
video.
also like,
but actually,
he's not just a Christian. He's also pushing this like just ridiculous like masculine gender.
Did you ever see him when he was on reality TV show? Do you guys see him when he was on
I
the
saw
reality?
a snippet on YouTube.
No,
Yeah.
no. Which
I
show is
saw the
that?
show itself and, of course, his videos on it, but I also watched the show itself. You could probably see it somewhere.
What's it called?
What was it? It was something about getting married, and he pretended to have a Satanist wedding.
Yeah.
I'd have to look up what it was, but
Yeah.
That sounds
It
like
was-
I used to like the guy because he was pretty funny.
I
He was
loved him.
toning people. There's a
Here's
lot of
what
drama
happened.
surrounding him, and I enjoyed that.
How long ago did you
But-
watch it?
Well, I mean, he hasn't been on YouTube for like 5 years or some shit.
When
right?
he
It's a
was
long
first back a hard
It
case?
wasn't that. What when he was Smooth Terrorist? That wasn't that long ago.
When
time.
he
No,
was,
yeah, but before
when
that,
he
Fake Sagan.
was when he was Hard Case Owns You. All right, he was a carpenter. He drank wine, and for example, he was MGTOW. He didn't call it that, but he was like, I'm not into girls right now because it's, whatever, it's slowing me down. And people would be like trying to pwn him with, yo, you got no girlfriend, and he'd pwn them with, no, actually, I'm in control of what's going on. I have had a girlfriend. I can have a girlfriend. And then when he got that one girlfriend, he started switching around to like, you got no girlfriend, I get laid. And then Captain Awesome was like, she's my cousin. And he's like, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're part of the family, but whatever, you're an asshole. And then it's like, well, I'm not really your cousin. I just slept with her one time because she's a total YouTube whore.
My
and
cock was
then-
there.
Yeah, and then it's like, well, I pwned Boring Dispatcher to death. I mean, and he just totally was off the rails by then. He's never recovered. Now he's a Christian. It's just sad what can happen to people
Well, the
psychologically.
thing is, I can kind of give him a
Because he
pass
really
for
is
the whole-
smart. There's some cornel down there. I still think
I don't
was
know,
wrong.
man. Yeah, he is smart, but man, the shit that he believes now is just out of this world. And the thing is, I can actually give him a bit of a pass on the whole Christian shit because
Cutting
his life
himself
was a
on
mess,
TV and
right?
shit.
The guy's life was a mess. He was an alcoholic. He was a fucking gun nut. He was
Yeah,
probably
Vic,
suicidal,
whatever.
in
So
trouble
what?
with
So
the
was
law.
mine. Vic,
right?
You
No,
came
no.
from
No,
privilege.
no,
You come from
I'm
privilege.
trying
All
to-
of the working classes
Oh,
that
Jesus,
way. And
no.
no, come on. You're
Let
going
me
to be
finish. You're
sympathetic
not-
all of a sudden.
Vic, you're a gun nut, aren't you?
No.
Yeah.
What the
You're a
fuck?
right.
No.
You're a right tard, aren't you?
You,
No.
Vic, you admit you're
Like,
from a
I
privilege.
thought that's your
Vic,
kind of thing. Like, you're a
you
gun nut.
admit
right
it.
No,
tard.
I'm an independent. I'm neither Republican or Democrat. My
you're from a
belief-
not
my political
I didn't
beliefs.
say Republican. I said
Vic,
gun nut
Right.
right tard.
Vic, are you from a privileged upbringing, would you say?
Middle class. I wouldn't say it
Middle
was
class.
like overly privileged. When I was
Really?
early on, when I
So
was
you
like
got
8 years old.
you got a scholarship to Cornell? Did you go to Cornell?
Yes, but I got that
Got a
scholarship because of my grades. It wasn't because I was rich.
Oh, I didn't know that. I have to admit, I assumed you were. What the fuck is with
And
this
no, but
hangout?
however,
So that's
I
like the
did
third
get.
time I'm wrong. That's like 3 times I've
However,
ever been wrong. All
I did
tonight.
get a lot of financial
girl.
aid because my mother pretended to be a single mother, and I did get a lot of financial aid from the government for that.
Well,
So
good for
I
you.
only had to pay like
No, you said
$4,000 a
Cornell,
year.
90%, you went to school. But okay, cool. And I don't actually against the rich kids that go to Cornell.
Anyway,
either, so.
I'm not a rich.
Cornell.
I'm not. I wasn't a rich kid.
Right.
By any
Good
means.
for you.
So
Good for
that's not the reason I got in.
Well, what I was going to say, though, is then in the working class, it's not everybody has these same chances. Not everybody can.
Yeah, but again, you didn't.
No.
You interrupted before I finished the point that I was making, right?
Well,
And that's
because
the
it
thing,
helps.
You're like,
It helps.
you're assuming things that I'm going to say, which I'm not
No.
going to say, right?
Well, it's
I
called
wasn't
production
trying
value.
I wasn't trying to impugn Fake Sagan for having
Right.
these issues. What I was
Okay.
saying is I was giving him a pass on
Okay.
the Christianity, Jesus thing, the born again shit, because
That's good of you.
when his life back then was a mess, right? He was an alcoholic. He was in trouble with the law all the time. He was just a disaster.
When? Fake Sagan.
Yeah, Fake Sagan. Back
He
in the
wasn't
day.
like that when he first started. He was a working class man that made videos.
Well, afterwards, I don't know.
Yes,
When
he
he
was
left
he was
YouTube,
nuts.
fine. When he left YouTube, he was a mess, right?
He lost his
So
shit.
when you turn to Christianity, right, because you're desperate, right? You're looking for something to turn to, and you suddenly find that your priorities are shifted, your life is changing for the better, right? once that happens, you don't want to abandon that belief system because it's done so much for you, right? It's been such a positive influence in your life. It's had so much utility. You don't want to abandon it. So it's kind of like superstition at that point. It's kind of like when you're really successful with your wearing your lucky shorts or your lucky hat in sports or some shit. You don't want to abandon it because you know some part of you is kind of superstitious. You feel
even
like
if you know it's for fun.
So anyway, I don't have a problem. So that's why I can dismiss that because I think
that.
it's kind of disingenuous. I think it's kind of like a phase of as I think as he settles into this, you know, more stable phase of his life, I think he'll finally shed that bullshit and he'll realize it's just a crutch, basically.
Well, I'll watch it, but could we maybe summarize?
But the other part, but the thing that he doesn't get a pass for is, well, number one, he's an anarchist. I think he's always been an anarchist, which is fucking retarded.
He's not really.
On top of that, he has this male chauvinist attitude where, you know, women are born to be a certain thing, men are born to be a certain thing, and it's just the most oafish, like primitive, boorish mentality you can have.
Right.
Stupid. People get stupid. I've seen this before. Yeah. Like, an otherwise intelligent person, they get to the crossroads and they choose the wrong direction, and if you don't practice your intelligence, it goes away.
Yeah. And the
well,
thing
that's why he was totally victimized and whipped in this weird situation.
But
the attitude, like, it's got to be this other way. Those are the guys that are in the opposite way of what they say they think.
Fights you right
and the thing is, like,
everything, you're fucked.
He's a
fascinating. I find it fascinating that people change like that.
But you would think that he's familiar because he is a fairly well-read person. He seems fairly learned.
I thought so.
So you would think that he's familiar with the fallacies, right? So he should know that it appeals to nature, appeal to tradition. This is reasoning.
I've seen him talk about it.
But it's like what's the dominant force in your psychology becomes more
your emotions.
Right.
Your emotions.
Or it's like
and then suddenly
his need for feeling, you know, powerful, correct.
Well, I think 15 minutes of fame really went to his head. He was a pretty healthy-minded, working-class guy that was working, being able to get his stuff together, would have, you know, found this or that, and he got the ponage thrill and the 15 minutes of fame, and it like burned up in his head, and then suddenly he's hanging out with a YouTube fangirl and you know, doing reality TV, and it was all fell apart from there. But what was the problem? Because he was smart enough to do a university path, and he was like, fuck those people. I like the people at the job site. They're a little sexist or this or that, but they're honest, and you know, you can hang out with them. They're straightforward. And he made a really strong point about that kind of thing. And then why did he change? I think it was actually YouTube. I think his YouTube experience gave him a feeling of that celebrity-ish go for that, and then he's just went crazy. He's cut himself on, you know, the internet live
hype kind of thing, and then crashed.
He made an entire fool out of himself.
He did.
I mean,
totally like.
No, and then the thing is.
But on the other hand,
and he's
So Awesome was even more spectacular.
He's a conspiracy nut. Big time.
Yeah, I don't know if he was always that way, but I suspect he always was sympathetic.
But anyway, back to the whole thing with the male chauvinism and stuff, and the people who believe in these traditional gender roles. It's like, don't these people understand? Like, even if hypothetically, right? Because this is already a huge disadvantage to women, right? Imagine it, right? So in a situation like, let's suppose you have a man who tends to he's the one who's the caregiver. He gets the money. He's the one who's productive. The woman stays at home, tends to the child, and cooks the food and cleans the house, right? If that relationship falls apart, the one that's assuming most of the risk here in this relationship is the woman, because now she's dependent on him. He just washes. He's still independent. He could still live on his own just fine, but the woman now is fucked because she might not be educated. She might not have any of the skills to become independent, really, right? Yeah. So it's just it puts her at such a huge disadvantage. But even hypothetically, if everybody respected gender roles and men were responsible and they didn't abandon their women and they tended to them, even if that were the case, it's still not good for society, because it's such a waste of potential. You have 50% of the population that is cooped up at home, where all that creativity, whatever creativity the woman can come up with, productivity, that is wasted in the home
No,
fucking
No, it's
cleaning
not, because
that's not
and
fair.
cooking.
That's not fair. Like
That
right
is
now.
a waste
no,
of
but like
potential.
children
Look,
are raised
my
by the
wife-
television, right? There's that argument. There's the other side of the argument is that
Oh, wait a second.
so when without a parent at home, then you get this latchkey kid phenomenon,
Yes.
which is how I grew up personally, and
Right.
I can see how it it
Me
does
too.
not all
And I
benefit.
was actually fine with it, but I don't want it for my kids, and I think it had a place in the problem when I was a single dad, and this kind of had the latchkey kid thing when I was a single dad after I divorced was a problem. But on the other hand, since we've moved, my wife has a business degree which she used and was very accomplished things, but right now she's working at home. That is actual work.
Oh, you're misunderstanding me. That's not what I'm saying. Of course you can.
No, I'm not
these days
saying
you
you're
can work.
against it. I'm not saying you're against
You
that.
can
I'm
work
just
from
saying
home and
we
be
have,
productive from home.
no,
and be
no,
creative from
I'm not
home.
accusing you. I'm saying I'm in what looks like a traditional role right now where she will make a pot of coffee for me and makes me food and stuff like that. But on the other hand, I've been working the last 2 years, 15-hour days, 7 days a week, either to look for work or do work, and it's like it's a fair trade. We know what we're doing. It's not a sexist thing.
No, right, exactly.
He
That's
would
that.
work
I don't
that
have a
hard.
like. If people choose, if a woman chooses, if this is what she wants, and the man and the woman they decided together as a couple that this is how they want to raise, this is what their household to be like,
And it could
and that's
totally be
totally
the other
fine.
way.
But when you're talking about like what Eagle Eye was suggesting is that just as a culture, as a society, we should strive towards this dynamic. That is fucked up. You're just squandering so much potential there. If you're limiting women to just cleaning and cooking and tending to children, right? You're getting rid of all that potential.
Yeah.
Right?
This is the thing is here is that we have to remember
Yes.
that this is an experiment, right? Like we're not done experimenting. Nobody's figured out the potentials, and technology, culture, globalization, all these things play a role, and it's like we can't just constrain shit down to the past. Like obviously that's just fucking
Right. You know what I think they look at like the
hold on,
Brady
there's no big
Bunch.
expense at experimenting though, right? Like
you
there's
know
a lot
what
of bad experiments. People get thrown under the bus unwittingly, right? Just by people just trying all these different arrangements out. But
Well, I think it's from people not being treated like individuals. Like maybe 90% of green-eyed people don't want to do blah blah blah, but we shouldn't. Once we figure that out, you shouldn't say you're green-eyed, you won't be good at this, because that 1 in 10 is like he's a superstar, and it's like wow.
Well, what I think is happening with these traditional people is it's like a bit of nostalgia. They have a longing for a simpler time where there weren't all these cultural problems and stuff, and it was just much more simple. The guy goes to work, he comes home, the woman tends to the house and the children, and that's it. It's very simple. It's very wholesome, right?
Animalistic.
And it's kind of like they look at the Brady Bunch, right, and that's what they see as the perfect model for society. And you're just wasting so much there. And women are at a fucking disadvantage in that situation big time. Because
you're going
that whole
off topic.
system
We're talking
kind of
about men's disadvantage.
Well, men are at a disadvantage in that
kidding,
system. They have to they face all the
But
danger.
seriously, look, I'm not going to belabor or beat this dead or live horse, but men successfully suicide more, and I say male emotions are minimized, and like, suck it up, man.
I think that might be biological slightly, though, because
So I would just like to take a survey, since it's not a deep subject we didn't want to get into, but I would like to at least ask you guys, it's my room, a survey. Okay, suicide, men succeed more, a lot more men suicide than women successfully. And so that's a fact. And then the non-fact, the opinion is that I think male emotions right now, when men are like, I'm upset, that really bothers me, honey, that's discounted.
Well, personally, I don't think that suicide should be stigmatized.
And it's related.
As it is, to be honest. I think you didn't choose to come into this world. So if you find that this world is not worth living, right, then you should be given that latitude to check out whenever you want, right? With dignity, right?
It's the main human like individual right to me.
That's an entirely different question about why do more men commit suicide. Because even on the basis of that fact, like should we expect that more men would? And if so, what are the reasons? But I think that
why do you think?
Yeah, I think it's because men who find themselves without a direction in life or without support are in a much more precarious position than women under those. Women
here's
have a
my
basic
most
value.
Here's my theory. My theory would
Okay,
be
your
that
theory.
it could be that it could have something to do with stereotypes, right? So a man's value is typically measured by his wallet, his success, and that sort of thing. So when he doesn't have the means to care for his children or care for his wife, and he doesn't fit
Or
that
track a
role,
wife,
right?
or
That
like,
role of being the productive person in the household, he feels a sense of failure, a sense of worthlessness, right? So that's
yes,
why he might want to kill himself, right? More than a
that's
woman.
why my
Men are more
grandfather committed suicide.
men are more willing to take risks, generally speaking, whether that's cultural or I think there's a biological contribution to that. It would make sense, just like male animals are more willing to take risks, that the risks more often don't play out in their favor than smaller risks, right?
So
Like
wait, you're saying, are you implying, or this is what it made me think, I think this is interesting, that leads to a decision to suicide. Like if you take a series of risks and it's unlucky and they don't pay off, that would lead to a situation where man or woman would go, oh, I'm in this situation.
Yeah, a
suicide.
total loss of self-esteem,
Right.
total loss of self-worth, right?
Whereas, yeah, no, I think you're right.
And that's why there's
Leads to
also
chaos.
more men who are could be contribute, not be the sole reason.
But what about the fact that women...
more men are rich and stuff is because those are the men that benefited from the risk.
But what about this? Women try to commit suicide on par with men. They just fail. But I remember high school a girl that tried to commit suicide, and it was obviously for attention. She didn't try really hard. But wait, was it because she wasn't sincere and wanted attention? Or was it because she's not as good of an engineering her own death?
I think it's more ostentatious behavior.
The former, I would say.
That kind of behavior is more rewarded in women. Like,
I'm not sure now, but that's what I thought at the time. But now
I think that they're more rewarded.
If you really want to die, it's not that hard.
Yeah, people who really want to die generally succeed. I've studied this topic, so.
Okay, well there you go then. Okay, good. That's what I've always thought too. That
I have two friends who committed suicide. One was male, one was female. They both jumped off of one jumped off a 30-story building, one jumped off a bridge. So
yeah, and when you truly are crossing that line, that instinctive genetic line, when you've really crossed it, it's not hard to find an absolute sure method.
Yeah. Has anyone ever seen the documentary about the Golden Gate Bridge and the suicides?
Yeah.
I saw that.
That's just fascinating. That is a fascinating.
What are the numbers? How many people commit suicide on that bridge?
It's
well, yeah, now they're building, or maybe they already built it. They had to build a net.
They built nets over the years, but you can get around them, so it doesn't totally solve it, but it is a big solution. Which is funny because the Golden Gate Bridge was like, I think the first bridge, might not have been, but it was a big deal that they had nets to catch the falling bridge workers, because in the old days, bridges like that, you'd have a lot of deaths, and it was just like, well, it's a dangerous job, and they're like, well, let's put nets and catch the guys so they don't die, and it's like, hey, that works great.
Don't they just land in the water, though? Isn't there water under that bridge? I don't know.
Well,
but they're falling from such a high level that it's like hitting concrete.
Yeah,
Well,
it is amazing.
Some people, there is a chance of surviving, but yeah, no.
Sure.
It's
depends on how you go.
Well, they interviewed a guy that did survive, right? So, and he said
people who survive it, but it's because of the way they go in the water.
Well, it's like a diving thing. Yeah, you can imagine.
Part of the problem is you get knocked unconscious if you.
Well, they invariably say that they regretted the decision right after they let go.
Yeah. Right,
I feel like everyone who jumps off of a building by the time they get to the 30th floor, they've changed their mind, but it's too late.
Yeah, I did hear that. I remember that guy, and I think he's not the only example of that on that bridge. A lot of people have survived, but not compared to how many have died. It's like a tremendous amount.
Don't you guys find it?
When I picture committing suicide, I don't think of jumping into water. I would, you know what I mean?
I know. Yeah.
I think there's something symbolic about jumping off the bridge.
You can look it up, but it's a really high bridge. It's enough to die hitting the water, and if not, you don't have long to get saved. The water's in the 50s, you know.
Yeah.
cold.
It
Yeah,
seems like it would be
Think
more of a
about
sure
kinds of
thing
things
jumping
going
off
on.
onto concrete.
But when you
Like,
think about it, yeah, it's like if you want that guarantee, like, yeah, you're not gonna live under the concrete. Like, there's no
No, there's a no. I guess
Absolutely no
where are
way.
you
It's
from?
it's the
No,
romantic
there's a
thing, though.
romantic part of it. Yeah, that's what I was gonna
You
say.
think
It's
that you think it's really coming down to like the symbolism when you're at that?
Yes.
yeah. You're
Sometimes,
jumping
yeah,
off,
for sure.
you're jumping
for
off
sure.
a glorious monument that
And you
Californians
really
are
don't
tremendously
want to
proud
make
of.
so much of a
Think about it,
mess on the
Henry,
concrete.
It's the most personal thing you're ever going to do.
Have you ever seen the Golden Gate? It's an amazing place to put a bridge. It's kind of like we should put a bridge here, but we'll never be able to do it, and they did it. And it's not that amazing now. Of course, you could do it, but it's so
Beautiful
anyway.
bridge.
It has a place in the heart of California, including our cynics and depresseds. Are like, I'm going to jump off that damn thing. Plus,
Yeah.
it's always had a bike lane and a place for people you can jog across and walk across it. So it's just really accessible
Yeah.
for a bridge.
don't you guys find it amazing that, you know, now in the 21st century, after all the technology that we have, with all this demand for having a painless and dignified way to check out, that there wouldn't be like a pill or something that somebody can easily take and painlessly and with 100%, you know, success rate kill you? I mean,
When
why
people-
doesn't that exist? Why
lot of
doesn't that
time-
exist
Well,
yet?
it
We
lot of the
don't
time
want
we
to
do it-
pursue that as a culture.
It does
Why
exist.
Why not? Fuck it.
Because
let's do it.
humans instinctively want to live, so it's against our grain to
I'm
create-
not defending that. I'm just saying that's the way it is. We
Wait,
don't
can I
want
say
to.
something?
Why do we want
Guys,
miserable
How
people?
about a
Like,
big
wait, wait.
overdose of heroin?
Guys,
That's pretty
guys.
fucking effective.
No,
not really. People
wait, no,
fail
it
with
does.
that all the
No,
time.
Wait a second. Excuse me. I've looked into this, so I have an opinion, but I'm not saying I'm absolutely right. It just happens that I am totally absolutely right. Just a coincidence, though. One, the heroin thing does work. That's what hospice does. If you've ever heard of hospice, eventually they overdose your patient on, and they're angels of death for doing it. They definitely do not do it too soon or anything.
It's not always
No,
easy.
but the
Heroin.
problem
Wait,
with
wait,
the
wait,
heroin
but
thing
wait.
is that-
The real suicide thing for people has been invented, and it's amazing, and they do use it for various kinds of euthanization. And what it is nitrogen. You know, when you don't have oxygen and you start to feel that choking sensation, like if you're holding your breath underwater, it's not because you're not getting oxygen. Your body is actually not sensitive to not getting oxygen. Your body is sensitive to not getting rid of carbon dioxide. So in other words, if you can exhale and inhale something else that doesn't make you choke in itself, like water, you won't notice anything. So the answer is nitrogen, which most of the oxygen is nitrogen. I mean, most of the atmosphere is nitrogen, so you're used to it. And as a matter of fact, people that are working by nitrogen sources, that, you know, tanks that might be leaking or whatever, they will pass out and asphyxiate without ever noticing. You go gently to sleep. So it's the most gentle way to euthanize is to fill the room with nitrogen, no oxygen.
Yeah, but that's not easily accessible to people. I mean, you need something that's
No,
like
it could be.
easy, like a pill, man.
No,
Like
no,
a
no.
pop
The thing
a
is
pill.
No, it could
You
be.
guys
though.
are
I mean,
American.
nitrogen
Isn't
is
a gun
cheap
the
as
most
hell.
accessible thing?
Oh, but that's nasty, and there's so many
Wait.
psychological
But Vic,
things
you
with
know,
And you-
But
Vic,
it's
you know
very
there's
and it's not
No, it's not
guaranteed.
that effective, actually. People
Vic.
survive gunshot wounds, self-inflicted
Right.
gunshot wounds to the
Vic.
head often.
Oh,
Right.
really?
Yeah,
they
they
don't do
do.
it right.
And they end up all fucked
Oh.
up, like
People-
paralyzed.
No, that's
can't
worse,
speak,
right?
or
Okay,
even
I knew
worse.
a guy. I knew
Okay,
this
you
guy
guys,
who
hello.
shot himself in the head and lived.
Oh
Hello,
my
wait,
God, that's
Wait,
even worse.
hello,
Or
hello,
falling
hello,
off a building and living
Hello?
as a paraplegic. Oh,
hello, hello.
sorry.
Okay, thank you, no problem. Okay, the point is, Kevorkian, for example, he used car exhaust kind of approach. No, nitrogen is totally safe. If you decide to stop breathing nitrogen before you're dead and breathe some oxygen, no brain damage, because nitrogen is mostly what you breathe anyway. So that is the painless way to do it. Now, is it as easy as a pill? Well, you know, you can take a cyanide pill, and there's a moment of
Oh,
death.
that's
but-
nasty though. Oh,
Well, yeah, because there's that spasm of death. Why not just slowly?
Oh, it's
fall
horrible,
asleep?
painful way to die.
There's lots of ways
Why
with
not?
gases. Just put
It's
any
quick.
other gases
What do you
besides
mean
the gases
horrible,
that we need to
painful for
breathe,
what?
and it'll work.
Horrible, painful for 45 seconds. I mean, it's not like drowning.
Oh, drowning's a terrible way to die too.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
horrible.
spasmodically painful way to die, and that's why I'm saying the nitrogen thing happens to be the best. There might be other ways
What
you
about
want to do it.
hypoxia? Like, breathe
You know
pure
what, guys? Just listening to this conversation, maybe this is why you guys succeed more often than women. You really think about
Yeah.
it.
That's what I was saying. There's an engineering aspect of a sort of a geeky thing that maybe boys tend to be more geeky
Whereas-
about. How would you kill yourself? I mean, guys would sit around talking about that don't want to commit suicide. Oh, well, I'd poke myself in an eye right into the brain. No, I'd put my bullet.
I'd like to say
The best
something-
way is an enema. Is
I wanna-
a
I gotta say-
nuclear enema.
I want to say something important here.
A
Okay?
nuclear
People
enema?
People that I
We're
know who
creative.
committed suicide.
It's a
Listen,
thing.
Sorry, Nimby, get
Really?
us back on track.
I've never heard of a
People that I
nuclear
know who
enema.
committed
No, it
suicide.
was a word association sort of game, actually,
Oh.
but I thought it turned out good myself. It was what I was going for.
Okay, listen.
Hold on.
I know two people who committed suicide, right?
Creative.
And
way-
in both cases, it was, you know, not a sudden decision. Like, they'd obviously been thinking about it, but they suddenly were possessed of the will to do it. And like one girl, she was in the hospital, and she was on suicide watch. She had a nurse with her 24 hours a day. But the nurse went to the bathroom or something. She escaped, ran in bare feet to the nearest bridge and jumped off. The other one, he went to just, nobody knew it was coming. Like, he was obviously depressed and kind of fucked up, and then he just went up to the top of his building and jumped off. No explanation.
Yeah, see, that to
Like,
me,
kind
those
of consider the
that's
situation that people do this in, right? It's not always one where they're
Right.
going to make all of these, like,
Right.
there are cases where
See,
people are.
I think it's a
right,
mistake.
and that's why, yeah, and those issues that's what causes me to be torn a little bit on the issue, because in some cases it's just a fleeting thing. It's something that they're going through, like a breakup, some stupid fucking thing that'll be over in a few months or years.
Right.
Right, and yeah, you don't want people to commit suicide or something like that, something that they would regret later on.
I don't
But
think
if
that
it's
happens.
something chronic, and yeah, I mean,
But I
Well,
also think
can
an
I-
adult at some point should have thought to be or not to be. They should have considered, do I want to commit suicide?
But it's not
and
like
I
that
just-
in time.
I
for
decided
young
no.
people.
I decided no, but I do think it's a question that every mature adult really should realize is a question, even if they go, of course not, whatever. They need to consider it as, yeah, it is a thing you can decide to do. Why would people decide? And it gives them sympathy for other people. And most people, of course, decide, no, I don't want to do that. I mean,
You
life's
make a
kind of
decision
shitty,
under
but I like
duress.
the weekend.
Well, can I
You make a
just
decision just made
interject?
under duress. I'm telling you, you.
I'm sorry, yeah.
people
Let
feel-
Damage Soul go. I interrupted her. I'm sorry.
Well, and I don't want to interrupt Nimbley, but I think
Go next,
that
Nimbley,
Nimbley and
I'm
I
sorry.
agree.
Um,
But and I just think your avatar is so adorable. Anyway,
I know.
I know. I'm like,
adorable.
Yeah,
I think it's
Morat.
hideous.
Yeah, that
No, I
is
think
the
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 nightmare.
Mortal
Oh,
Kombat
you're-
character thing is
You're a
not
bad
normal.
person, Vic. You're a bad person.
Mortal Kombat universe.
sorry.
man.
This is what I wanted to say.
Not for
Is that
anything. Just for
having
the
dealt with
I don't get into
statistics-
racism or anything. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
having
You're not
dealt-
racist. I'm just kidding.
Jesus Christ.
Just kidding. Just
Having-
showing my
Everyone's
humor is
favorite
not politically
white guy.
correct. No, I'm going ahead. I'm sorry. Okay,
Okay.
yes. Damage.
Having
Sorry.
dealt with statistics on suicide, most, if not the vast majority, have suicidal thoughts way before they commit suicide, and they've had more than one attempt
Oh, yeah.
before they're successful.
Suicidal ideation. Yeah, I have that all the time.
All right? Well, it's very common. And so
Yeah.
what you need is a set of circumstances that last too long. And the biggest thing is when people don't talk to somebody about it. And men tend to be more, I'm not going to therapy, or I'm not going to talk about it, whereas women ad nauseum love to talk about everything.
Interesting.
That's
The
true.
girl culture network is a little bit more of a therapy network than the men. The men are kind of like, really? You feel that way? Hey, if I was you, I'd shoot myself. All right, see you later.
That's not my experience. That's not my experience at all.
Well,
I
you sound
talk to
young.
my guy friends about actual stuff. Personally.
How old are you?
in my early 30s.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well,
But I've done that
I
since
don't
I
know.
was a teenager. I don't know.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, I've been that way myself, but I felt kind of ahead of the curve. Like I was not in a culture where most men were like that, but my friends were, and we were honest. And
I think
you
everyone
know.
feels that way, but actually, no. People talk to each. The reality is that very few people are living in that shuttered,
Well,
stoic
anymore.
maleness. Yeah,
Anymore. It's
Yeah, but for like
decade by
60, 70
decade.
years now. So it's been a while, right?
No, I don't know, because my dad's from the 60s, and in the late 60s, I'm born in 67, and they opened up in a major way in the 70s. Before that, no, they didn't tell each other. They didn't admit they masturbated to each other. By the time I was around, it's like, we admit everybody masturbates, right? No, I don't masturbate. One of your friends says, like, yeah. But then again,
I think that depends
we
very
also
much.
don't admit that we masturbate. We don't deny that obviously everybody does. What?
I don't masturbate. Okay?
Hey, you guys need to go downstairs.
Yeah, me neither. I definitely do not.
Disgusting.
My family is
Very
is
perverted.
Practice.
my family is disapproving
And I don't
of
watch porn
the
either.
conversation. But anyway, you get the point. We all admit that kind of thing now and other stuff. You know,
I would never admit that to my
I
mother.
hate lesbian.
I wouldn't.
No,
Never
no, yeah, we kind of
Yeah,
do.
please don't ever admit that shit to your parents.
Just so
No,
awkward.
but you guys know that back
You
in
know,
the
your poor parents have to live with that information for the rest of their lives.
when the baby boomers were in the
What's their
50s,
problem?
when the baby boomers were in the 50s, it was literally like a big taboo secret that people discovered on their own and didn't admit to other people. But see, that's the baby boomers started to tell their best friends, and everybody was like, really? Everybody's going through this stuff? And then they got crazy and were kind of worthless.
Like,
And
you can watch
luckily, they're
porn.
getting old now.
You can watch porn from the 20s. It's the same. It's exactly.
Is it? Are you sure about that? I don't think it was quite as kinky back then as it
No,
is.
it was. Go check it out. It's.
They had scat back then?
Is that your thing, man?
I don't know. Like I've never even seen
The
that.
20s. The
Does that-
20s is
Well,
your
look,
like.
look.
Here-
Well,
Yeah,
I
pretty much
personally,
had all types.
I actually like vintage
They
porn
did.
because,
I think
like,
you have to look for the scat because I've never even seen any. I've seen like some little video things
Look,
that
if
thumbnails.
you
I don't
really
like
research-
how like women these days they shave it. Well, anyway,
Look, if you research everything that was available, you will find pretty much all the types, but not the quantity. But the thing is, that doesn't matter because it's kind of like saying right now, if 100 years from now people research the pornography available now, they'll find all this pedophilia that's been traded in this underground of pedophiles. It won't really tell them what our society was like, but those people do exist now.
I know this
You know what I
pedophilia.
mean?
That's like
So it's hard to look at. I'm just
no, the pedophilia is like I've never seen it. It's another one of these things. I've seen a lot of porn. I've never seen one.
Me neither. Yeah, but there is an underculture of people trading.
Right.
We
So
know
that's
that.
for that will
So
be the
my
thing for
point is, that's my point is, it's hard to look at history and say, was there porn and what's the date on the file, or what's the date on the film, or what's the date on the picture. It's hard to know what it really means about the culture because we've always had undercultures of criminal and not necessarily
like
very
the
criminal
flock.
sort.
That's always
It's
been
not.
how it was.
Yeah,
People
it doesn't
always
tell
liked
you
the
how
flock.
everybody
They
is.
always masturbated. They always fucking had threesomes and lesbian 69ers.
But like
and
the whole
each other's
snuff
fucking
film
mouths,
thing,
whatever.
you could find the snuff film thing going back as long as there is film if you really look for it.
I don't know.
Real deaths.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
no, it's true.
But
As
in
long
different,
as there is film.
right, okay. I've never seen a snuff film either. I don't know.
No,
Well,
I
why
didn't
would
either.
you want to?
Yeah.
Ian?
No, it is.
I've seen a lot of
But you
films
don't
I
need
didn't
to
want to
see
see.
one to
I've
realize
seen
it's
lot of
not a
images
fake
I didn't want to
phenomena.
see, but I've never seen it, like certain things. Like you can't even help but run into things on the internet now, right? Like
Well,
you
the thing is, 4chan,
accidentally
you'll
seen
find
some
people
crazy
posting that
friends
type of
off.
shit on 4chan.
Well, in my generation,
I
it
don't
was
go on that
this
shit.
thing called the Faces of Death, which was on
Namely, there's
video.
a thing
Yeah.
called the dark web. Check
Which
that
was
out.
on
I'm sure you'll
video.
find everything there.
Basically, Death is a safety video, really. Like it's,
A
So how do you
safety
know it's
video.
yeah, it's like
What?
don't fucking walk and be careful around trains, shithead. It's for people who need to, like anyone who
I
wants.
think it was. I think it was
I
just
never
a
did
video produced to make money to get
I
people
never
to
did
watch
watch
these
it.
gory
I never did
scenes.
watch it.
No, I'm just saying, like it functions as that. Like you could get some value out of watching it. You could be
You know
like,
what?
whoa,
Do you guys remember?
walk around near the
Wait,
train. I've seen things like that. Now when I see a train, I'm like, be careful.
They have gore sites.
what?
Like, you ever
Guys,
go
you
to the
remember this?
YNC.com where they show like gruesome beheadings and women being raped, and it's like, holy
No, I haven't
shit.
seen it.
But don't you think
But
it
here's
could
the
be
thing,
fake,
you guys.
dude?
Do you remember this?
YNC.com.
Okay,
Might
I
be
want to
fake,
float
though.
something. Whenever you
Load
guys
it up.
are
Put it
ready.
up. Put it up on the screen. The YNC.com.
No.
No.
Okay, look. Do you remember an era in YouTube? There was a one point of YouTube, if you typed in, hey, skateboard accidents, you'd see people doing hairy accidents, and they'd stand up at the end. Then it got kind of like maybe they wobbled when they stood up at the end. You weren't sure. Maybe they didn't bother to show them stand up at the end. And then there was a period where I thought I was kind of watching stuff where the people wouldn't end up dead. And like I saw a video, I think it went viral, of a guy who was looking out a car window and another car comes along and just decapitates him. And videos like that, all of a sudden, if you're looking at that, and to me it was a cultural change.
It's not a
Because when
snuff.
I was
That's
a
not a
kid-
snuff film, though. A snuff film is made
No.
for the purpose of
I
gratification.
know, but you're saying Faces of Death was really more like this, hey, look, bad shit happens, you can take it, you better watch
Well,
it.
right,
Faces of
because it
Death was a
wasn't-
documentary.
it
That was
wasn't
different.
snuff.
That wasn't erotic.
No.
That was a
No,
documentary.
well, to me, I'm saying
Faces, I remember there was a whole series of
never
videos.
watched.
Faces of Death was a whole series of
A
them.
lot of it
It's
was
not a
fake.
snuff
one.
film.
It was documentary.
It's not snuff, right?
No, but the original
Those aren't
one.
snuff films. No. A snuff film is like
made
where
for the purpose of
Well,
gratification.
snuff film is where you
Pornography,
set it
yeah.
up to be what it is.
it's like a porn where you kill the fucking person at the end.
Yes, exactly. It's made for the gratification of the audience, where catching, somebody's death caught on camera, watched, is not the equivalent of a snuff film because it, like I say, I avoid it like
Oh,
the
of course
plague,
not.
but
Oh,
it
I
has,
see what you're
it
saying.
has
Yeah,
value
no.
for some people.
No, there's underground, these people that lock people in their basement, take films of it, and that's actually a
They
snuff
don't.
film.
You know,
But
they
is
don't
there a
actually.
marketing
I
Wait,
That's
stop.
all
I'm
the-
talking to Nummy Num. It's the point is, if somebody actually like kidnaps and rapes somebody or something, takes a film and kills the person at the end, that's actually a snuff film. That's
Right,
what
and it's
you're
also
saying.
evidence of homicide.
Yeah.
That's
But
something that
to
people are
us,
like-
but
they
to
don't-
the American culture. Wait, to the American culture, and in 1978, I'm like 11. It was it was like real deaths. They didn't do that. Even the TV news, if somebody died, would not show the body.
Right,
They
because they
might
have some
show it under a
fucking
sheet.
consideration for people's sensitivities, right? Like,
They used
Like,
to.
you
So
don't wanna
that's
bump
why it
in-
was like a snuff film to me. But I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I
no, it was just,
didn't
it was.
wonder why we complain society's so
But it's the
insensitive.
21st century now. We would say, oh, it was deaths caught on tape. Whereas a snuff film is somebody's like, hey, I'm going to kill this person and film it, and that's a kind
I
of
don't
death
think people
porn.
take that so lightly, I really don't.
Yeah. No.
I feel like I don't, if you bump into it at the wrong time, at the wrong moment,
Right. And Faces of Death would now seem mild if I would go ahead and watch it, basically.
it's
I mean,
like
you
a
guys-
safety video, right? It's like for
Oh,
people.
it definitely is
somebody-
mild.
Like I
having
could
sex-
accidentally watch
Yeah,
it on
guys,
YouTube if I
guys.
wasn't careful.
Well, you'd see it's called Faces of Death, but people the thing is people
No, but I mean the same kind of thing. I saw a guy decapitated on Facebook. I saw Iraqi shot and ripped up children in Iraq before they deleted all those videos when we were
Probably
going into
fake.
Iraq.
Oh, it's very easy.
No,
to find that shit.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about ones I know were real.
Well, there was the fake video of the woman she took it where people killing babies in the Iraqi hospital.
No,
Right?
no, I'm not
Well,
talking.
yeah, that's a famous fake.
Yeah, and then there's
No,
the
no,
fake
no.
beheading
No.
video, the
I
fake-
saw videos.
How do you
No,
know?
there was a
But, yeah, they
time.
can do it realistically. They can really do that shit pretty convincingly with effects.
Hey,
So
they
you'll
sure
never
can.
know. You can never know because
Well,
we know this is
because some of
propaganda.
them are still available, but I mean, I saw some videos where they were uploaded by people in Iraq before they put the stop on that
How do you
Yeah.
know?
out of their Humvee.
How
Well,
do you know
because
that?
you could tell it was the Humvee driving down a street in Baghdad,
Because it has
stealing
an authenticity that you
stealing
just can't
into
fake.
a place,
Well,
shooting
you-
everybody.
that's your idea
and
of
they fall.
authenticity.
Well, no.
What's your idea of authenticity? Is nothing authentic? Yeah, I have
No,
an idea
I'm
of
saying that you can
authenticity.
never know for
The
sure.
fact that I have an
You must
idea of
use some
authenticity.
footage clip. You
Who
need
gives a
corroboration
fuck? I
from
can know
people.
for sure. I can know 50% or 80%.
Sure, okay, fine, but
Think
I'm just
that
saying.
picture of JFK getting shot was real? Yeah, I think that was really him getting shot. I cannot be sure though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
there's
by
also witnesses and shit. I'm saying in Iraq, like,
Well,
or
you're
I'm
just
saying,
saying without even hearing the videos I was talking about, you're like,
well, you
oh,
said
but
the beheading. I'm just saying, we know that they create propaganda like
yeah.
that.
Wait.
That's a good reason to doubt
Wait.
the authenticity of
So
shit like
beheadings.
that.
Do you know of any confirmed beheadings that have been filmed?
I don't know of any.
Oh, okay. Well, you should look that shit up on Google.
You're kidding
I
me.
know of some.
Wait a second. Hold on.
I'm gonna take a break, you guys, while
around
you
by
explain about that.
feminism to
Are
chop
you-
off heads on videos.
Yeah, are you saying you don't accept any of the videos that have been shown of beheadings as being true?
Not any single one, because I'm sure some of them could be maybe real, likely, but I know for sure some of them are fake. So
Well, what about, like, say, for
You're like
example, the
conspiracy
ISIS videos of...
that's not a conspiracy theory, Vic. It's been confirmed. The fucking Iraq babies thing and some of those.
Just
ISIS
because some things have been fabricated doesn't mean the whole thing.
That-
Like you
that's
said before,
that's
you
what I
can't throw
said.
out the baby
But you'll
with
never
the
know
bathwater.
which ones after that. They're always in doubt because of all these fucking fake propaganda shit.
But you can say that about anything then. Then you
No,
can't
no,
take
you can't say that about
scientific
anything.
evidence seriously because
No,
some
you're
scientific
basing your
evidence
opinion
do, right?
100% on video evidence when we know there's a tradition of creating that propaganda. So it's like, no, there's a different reason. to be-
Scientific evidence is
witnesses
fabricated
are part
sometimes
of
too. Does
law.
that mean that
No,
we can't
Things
trust
have to go to court. They need to be treated in a.
But hold on a second.
Court of law.
You're not
Yeah,
just
no, they do.
dismissing all of the
Missing
video
it. I'm
evidence.
saying I don't believe it. That's not the
Well,
same.
that sounds like dismisses.
Now, to you it does because you don't have half a brain in your fucking head. But I'm saying-
Okay, whatever. That's
Well,
an
you're saying
insult. That's
it's
unnecessary.
shit, so it kind of makes sense for me to say that. Sorry. I'm just saying that these things do have to go through a
I
verification.
already proved you wrong once, man.
About what?
The 3 days thing is a reference to the Old
I never
Testament.
fucking
Yes,
defended.
No, you said when I said it was, you said no.
Well, I don't know. It's probably.
You said no, and then
Yeah, it's probably
continued
something
on, and I was like, well, I think it probably is, so I looked it up, and I found the fucking quote from the Old Testament, and that proved you wrong. So fuck
right.
you.
Okay, fuck you too, because you're stupid. Anyways, I'm
And
just saying.
that's really
I'm making
intelligent
a really
thing to say,
rational
right?
argument here. Yeah, it's really intelligent. It is, actually. I'm just saying, I'm making a rational argument here. They make propaganda. We have verified examples of such propaganda. So therefore, yeah, we need to, single one of these videos needs to have some kind of verification process in order for us to establish it as real. Why should I accept any of it as real?
Agreed.
Why do you accept anything is real then, right?
Because
Because I mean,
some things have
anything
more
could
than
be
just a
fabricated.
video clip on YouTube.
Well, no, that's true. It's like, for instance,
Yeah,
when you
that's
see
all
the,
I'm
when you
saying,
see when you
Vic.
see the pranks on YouTube.
Why do I think anything's
When
real?
you
Oh,
see
because some of it has witnesses.
If you have
No, no, but there
legitimate
is
reason,
overwhelming
if you have
evidence.
legitimate reason
look.
to say, hey, this isn't real, then that's fine.
No,
But you don't just dismiss things out
I'm
of
not
hand
dismissing it. Why are you saying that? I'm saying
because you're saying, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
not believing it is not saying it's
The
fake.
important thing isn't so much
I'm
as
saying
one
I don't know if it's real.
individual. The most
Don't
important thing is
understand skepticism.
Numby,
That's
hold
why I'm
on,
calling you
hold
fucking
on.
stupid.
The most important thing here is not whether you believe one individual instance of an atrocity. It's whether you believe that there actually are a ton of atrocities going on in the Middle East and committed by ISIS.
Yeah, I'm
You
sure
believe
there's a ton
that.
of atrocities, but
Okay.
it does
So
matter
you
whether
there's a
we
problem.
consider-
So you
if people
just
are making
question
fake
whether
videos. That doesn't
individual
No, it
atrocities
doesn't
actually
justify making propaganda fake videos, okay? I'm saying we will get a different impression if we just, well, they are real atrocities, so, all the fake videos get a pass. No. They started their first Iraq war in 1991. Largely, they mobilized public consent to the war by a fake fucking video. A fake video. A video that's acknowledged to be in court. So I'm saying,
That doesn't sound right to me.
well,
No,
look the fuck
I-
up,
I'm
idiot.
proven wrong on
It is
that.
real.
Well, you can keep calling me names and
Because you're
insulting
saying, well,
me.
it doesn't sound
Nimby,
real.
just
Why don't you
stop saying
fucking
Just
stupid.
settle down and make
Don't
your
get in my
case and
ass like
stop
you
being
do.
an insulting asshole.
Well, yeah, you're right, but you're pushing me. You know,
I know you're
How am I pushing it? I'm
saying
questioning what you're
stupid
saying.
things over and over again and making me repeat myself when I've already. You're like, well, you're dismissing it. Well, no, I already told you I'm not
It
dismissing it.
sounds like you're dismissing it to
No,
me.
I'm dismissing you.
Maybe I'm the only one that it sounds that way.
Well, the
Yeah, I think
reason,
you are,
Numby, because
because I
there
think
are
most of the
people who
people
are.
are-
I'll give you a concrete example, Numby, of someone who is very dismissive of all the shit that we see in the media about ISIS and stuff, and that's like Warbles on a lot. Do you know who that person is?
I don't see why does it matter?
Because your rhetoric sounds very similar. So I don't think Infinity.
My rhetoric sounds very
I'm
similar.
saying I don't
And
think
the specific
Infinity
point. Argue
is
the fucking point. Don't argue that I sound similar to some other guy. I don't give a fuck about that.
because
You're really
I don't
getting
think it's
upset.
unreasonable. When
I'm not really upset. I'm just
Infinity's
being emphatic.
when
You sound very
Infinity
upset.
says that you sound
you're
like you're being overly dismissive, it's not in like an unreasonable thing to think.
No, I'm
Because you
saying, but
sound
I've
like people who
clarified several
actually-
times now that I'm saying I'm not.
Well, what is your point? What
My
exactly is your
point
point?
is that we don't believe everything you see on television or on
Well,
video.
what do you do? That's not anything groundbreaking.
Well, yeah, it is, because I'm saying I made a further point that said they mobilized public support for the first Iraq war based on a fake video that was verified to be fake. So it does matter. If we just allow fake videos to be like, well, we may as well accept it. No, that doesn't work. We have to be skeptical of evidence. We have to scrutinize every fucking piece of evidence before we can say we think it's real and we know it's real, especially when it comes down to things that are determining wars.
I don't think anyone is saying that anything that's brought forth should be free from scrutiny.
Well, that's all I said. So what that means is that
you have to present a case. You can't just
I
say.
am presenting a case, but you're saying me saying I don't believe it is the equivalent of me dismissing it. So you're saying before we go to court,
Well,
if
when you
I
don't believe that an ISIS video is real, then you're dismissing it.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that we need to investigate.
Okay, I don't see the distinction there.
Because not believing something doesn't mean that you don't.
Well, okay. Do you mean I don't believe?
Who would you
By I don't believe it, you mean I'm skeptical of it?
No. The question here is
verified that like 5 times now. So
Numby,
what the
who
hell's
would
wrong
you
with your
trust?
brain?
Who would you trust to validate an ISIS video where they claim that they take credit for blowing up some innocent people?
A normal forensic process. Or expert.
In the middle of Raqqa, which is controlled by ISIS.
No,
You think
of
that's
the
something?
video, of the evidence. The evidence. Whatever evidence we have.
And you would trust them.
that-
So what if they're controlled by the government or some?
Well, I'm just saying, we don't even go that far.
Okay.
No efforts being made. Zero. Okay.
Well, the government usually does authenticate these videos. That's what they say.
Really?
They
Like
take
which one?
Yeah, pretty much all of them.
No,
Like
they
take,
don't get
like take,
authenticated
like
through a
take
friend. No,
the
they
Daniel
don't.
Pearl. Will you stop? Calm down. Like the Daniel Pearl beheading, right? They took some time to actually verify the authenticity of that video, and they did. And
which
all of these
one?
all those, you know that what's that guy?
Fine.
guy
If
who-
they,
the
if
guy
they
in-
took the effort to verify them, then fine. I can agree with you. Then.
Well,
But
then
I'm
you
saying-
just said, oh, they never do that.
Well, I'm talking about the specific stuff of like the whatever, like the beheadings from the Middle East or something. I've never heard of it. Maybe if I'm wrong and
They
that they
do.
have verified them, then
They
show me
do
that.
verify
But
them.
really?
Yeah.
So what about the one that was fake? What
But
do you
of
think
course, you could also deny. You could also call into question the people the authenticators, right? You could do this all the way up down the line.
Yeah,
right?
you can. That's
And
allowed.
that's a conspiracy theorist. A conspiracy
So what?
theorist will doubt
All
everybody,
conspiracy theories-
including the
Any
authorities.
conspiracy theory is automatically wrong because
I
it's
never said that either. I'm just saying you have to draw a line, right? You have to have
Yeah,
some
you
trust
do.
in someone, unless you're personally going to
You
validate.
have to know how
Yeah,
to
but that doesn't
validate.
mean
a
I have to
conspiracy.
believe every video I see.
Of course, you don't just automatically believe. If there's some specific reason, a legitimate reason why you can doubt the video is real,
No, because
then
they
of
can
course.
fake
But you
the
don't
stuff
just.
No, they
Oh,
can
oh,
fake
well, that's
the-
probably
The
propaganda. I'm not
legitimate
going to
reason
believe.
is they can fake these things convincingly. That's the reason to doubt it. It might look real. You don't know if it is. Have you seen Hollywood movies? They can fake the shit convincingly.
Oh, yeah, okay. So then maybe the moon landing was fake.
Will you bring me my
The moon
glasses?
landing was fake.
You're being facetious, right? You don't
No.
seriously think that.
Yeah, I do think it.
You think the moon landing was
Okay,
a hoax?
this is what we're dealing with here. I mean, that's pretty.
No,
that's a
I-
revelation.
Wait,
no.
I've got to go straight to the flat Earth. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, good. All right.
Oh,
let's
we
get
got a
back.
baseline now.
Well, we're talking about videos and all that.
I actually helped you there.
That like ends the discussion right there. Once he says he's like a moon hoax.
No, it doesn't. I've had
That's
many.
because you're a fucking idiot.
Oh, I mean, everybody's an idiot. Except
Everyone's an idiot.
everyone who
that
doesn't
doesn't
accept your
think-
conspiracy theories is an
You're an
idiot.
Can
You're
I
an idiot.
bring
Yes,
some
and you're the one who
control
hangs on like Inmendum
Can I bring-
every fucking
No.
word, and you're the
Are you guys
genius.
gonna let
Fuck
me
you,
go?
I do. I've disagreed with. I've had it out with Gary a couple times. He believes in the moon landing. Whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
I've looked,
Nami.
I've-
Look, you guys gotta let me go. There's Nummy Nums back on. Vic, you're back on. Fine. The thing is, I'm willing to discuss that. I've known many people that believe that. I think it's ridiculous, but I do respect your ability or right or whatever to have that position. And, there's some things that you can argue, I think, that doesn't add up. But
Well-
I disagree with Vic that it's like, hey, it illegitimizes what you're saying. No, it doesn't. There are a lot of hoaxes in the world, and that's not actually beyond the pale of the kind of hoaxes that people would try to do. However, there's no way they could do that hoax because the scientific community is absolutely not going to contribute to a hoax of that magnitude.
And you wouldn't be
They
able to
would
keep
That's
those
correct.
tabs for that long.
Sure,
I
you
mean,
would. That's a bogus argument. You could. You know how many state secrets have been kept for longer than that? Lots. Tons.
No,
It
but
happened.
there are too many scientists involved that would be like, these aren't real moon rocks. These are
Says
from
you?
Nevada. Yeah, says me,
I don't
says
think you've actually
science, says the
researched this,
evidence.
Ruby. You really
Okay.
haven't. You've probably looked at like moon hoax conspiracy sites,
no.
and that's what you're
Listen,
basing
let's
on
not get into the moon thing here, but like
No,
like,
because
okay.
and actually I disagree with Piro because I think
Well-
that does say a lot about credibility, right? If
Well-
somebody
Well,
comes to me and
I'm
he's
wrong
a
about one thing, I'm wrong about everything else.
No,
if
Vic,
the
I'm not
person
saying
is
it
a flat
doesn't.
earther, that
I'm not
person needs
saying it
credibility. I'm
doesn't,
sorry,
Vic.
he does.
Vic, I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying we have to have the conversation. It doesn't automatically
fine.
say that a person.
And
like,
people
you're
have had a
automatically wrong, your
conversation.
credibility is automatically gone
No,
because you
But
have
the
a
thing is, people have
But
had.
I
the
also agree
conversation,
it's a
and
little
it's
extreme. It's
debunked
not
so thoroughly.
agenda all the time, but then again, Nummy Num admits that it's not necessarily on the agenda like his main issue he wants to talk about. He's just honest about what he believes. Can I say another male
But
thing?
wait a second, the moon landing is a hoax. I mean, come
Can I
on.
just say another male thing?
It is a
maybe?
hoax.
It's just so
Don't be an
ridiculous.
idiot.
Hey, wait, you guys, if we want to
Obviously
talk
was
about
a
the moon
hoax.
landing, let's
It
come back.
obviously was a hoax. You haven't looked into it. I'm
Wait,
telling
wait.
you.
Okay, well, why did they do that?
Wait,
It's
I
a
don't wanna
fucking
talk about
obvious
it
fucking
quite
Well,
hoax.
because they wanted
Why
to be
did they do it?
Russian. They wanted to keep the
Why do you
Soviets in
fucking
Guys are
think?
space.
bad.
Obvious.
Why can't you just be quiet when I ask you for a second?
Okay.
Okay, listen. We can talk about that if you want to, because it's kind of hard not to, but let me just try to distract us with my final male thing that I have on my bullet list, though I'm sure there's more I just haven't thought of. I just, I've been jotted them down as I thought. I think a final male anti-male bias, and which I think is actually, even though it's the least of the ones I've mentioned in a sense, the least legitimate or concrete, it's the one that the MRA and MGTOW are really upset about, if you really get down to it. It's the idea that men we all start out with an idea that we're creepy and pervy.
Yeah, that's fucked
Creepy and
up.
pervy, our senses of humor, who is getting us excited, that we're excited. We have to be embarrassed that we're excited, attracted. Women don't have to. They get to joke about, oh, look, Mr. Big on Sex and the City. We're creepy and pervy, and I think that is a real thing. And I think emotionally, that's what a lot of these guys that hate the whole feminist thing are really reacting to, is like, oh yeah, really? Well, I hung out at a party, and I was just trying to be an ordinary guy, and I got treated like a creep because I flirted with a girl that some other guy wanted. Yeah? No? Yes? I mean, I haven't even
I
got
can't
it. I'm not a
comment.
non-creepy guy. I haven't got this personally.
I agree. I agree with
I
you.
think
Sarah.
that
I agree.
I think that we have to say, hey, hi, vastly hate it. Thanks for joining us.
What? Oh, and then he disappeared.
Oh, and then he disappeared. I'm sorry, Vasily.
You sent him
Come
away
back.
somehow.
Well,
Yeah.
no, he was a little upset that we were ignoring him.
He
Anyway,
always is that
He
way.
doesn't like to comment too much.
Yeah, he always does that, but whatever. He just needs to speak up. But come on back. But anyway, thank you. Okay, so yeah, Nummy agrees. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, I think it's fair to say that we start off, we guys, in some of our ordinary things where we're just like emotionally, I don't know what to think, I really like her, and it's sort of innocent, maybe it's goofy, maybe you can make fun of it, but it's not fair that guys get nailed with the creepy, pervy thing because they tried to flirt with one girl that was claimed, or there was something going on they didn't realize who loved who and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not fair. It feels like getting ambushed for a lot of men.
for the last, prior to moving here in the last couple of months, like I just moved, and prior to that, I had a house full of 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds,
Oh
male
my
and
God.
female. And, well, you know, I'd had a lot of training, so it was okay. But
That's insane.
I have to say that females, the way they are today, and in that age group, often freak guys out a lot. And this is from actual guys, okay? The female behavior in that age group is a lot of the times over the top.
Yeah.
And it's offensive. And women
Well-
can be, young women can be extremely aggressive, especially when they've been drinking.
Well, you know what? I guess I'm a liberal enough blinded that I have noticed that, but I also felt it's like, well, is this something I'll deal with, the reality? But I think that's true. I mean, I think that it is really, it's amazing. It's also, well, I didn't put this on my bulleted list, but this is kind of like the thing of, even when we had women supposedly not in control of the culture, women have figured out ways to control the culture and take part just like everybody else. They have certain, you know, individual women and women in general have ways of, you know, managing to influence the culture, even if they couldn't own property or whatever, or even owning property and controlling property when theoretically they couldn't. So,
Look, throughout history, smart women have always found ways to influence where they felt they needed to, had to, necessary to. So all that the original thinking for me behind why there was a movement of women in the first place was just to try to change our cultural roles, and we wanted to have the choice to be at home or not to be at home. We wanted to have the same choices, that, or at least have the range of choices, or at least close to what men have. But I think it's all out of control now, and I think it's been taken way too far.
Right, but the point
and I
is,
think that that's one of the reasons I've seen a lot of young men really confused with women. Just
but the thing is, the
young
whole
ones.
idea of that phase of feminism is, okay, we have legal rights, but the society doesn't actually let us exercise it.
Right, and we basically got legal rights. Feminism basically has gotten everything it wanted.
But you're
why
still working
why
on
we are
cultural
still
rights.
behaving like this is ridiculous. Like, why feminism has gone to the point of where
this is the
a
thing.
man,
It's like starting
where a woman gets pregnant. Okay, here's a big peeve I have with what feminism has done to society. It's a bad thing. Okay, women are gatekeepers of bringing people into the world. It is up to women to be responsible for who you have children with. Now, here's what feminism did for that. For women who have bad judgments, they have children to men that they have no right to be having children at times in their lives when they're not ready to be having children, which then puts pressure on the state to deal with this. And then the guy who made an error in judgment that didn't produce, like for a woman to make this error in judgment, she produces a human life or has the ability to. A guy doesn't. He walks away. He gets on with his life. He corrects the errors, and then he gets bang out of nowhere. A lot of the times, gets hit with, you owe somebody $25,000 for having a child.
Oh
no,
cry
this
me
is
a
real.
river. Cry
In
me a
Canada,
river. Oh,
no,
poor guy.
Yeah, but what about the woman
Well, that
who
could
made
have
the
happened
same
to
decision
me.
to have a
That could
child
have
when
happened to
she had
me.
no means of looking after it? What about her
Oh,
responsibility?
what about her?
No, but
I
it's
know.
not, Hero,
Because
that's not an argument.
He's
Hero.
corrected his life. He corrected his life up, but to her, oh.
No, but Pyrrha
Takes two to tango, right?
emotion
Bullshit.
shifting.
No, it takes two to be responsible.
No,
That's
just
what I'm
her.
saying.
Hero,
Right,
but it
that's just
doesn't
a
mean
man
that you later
Hero.
on go and trash a guy's ability to make money and function in society.
Hero,
Because he
you're
got
doing
That's
that
not right
fucking
either.
man thing. You're
Oh,
doing
he
that
has to
fucking
pay for
same
his
thing.
kid. He
You're
didn't
doing
know
that thing.
He
You're
didn't know
arguing
about
against it.
how sex works.
Look,
Oh,
if you're
only
going to
got
put sex on the
education.
level of its
No.
social pleasure, well then you've changed the whole meaning of that interaction. So why do you have laws that take that, insignificant act you did that turned into a human being? It's okay to have that insignificant act, but all of a sudden now we're going to get righteous because somebody has to pay for this poor child who didn't ask to be born.
You're doing that thing
What
that
are
you
you
were talking
saying?
against. You were doing that thing. You're like that. Isn't that the just
What
like?
are you saying? I don't get what you're saying. No, I don't feel that that's what I'm doing at all. That's how I feel.
But
It's
you're making an appeal to
mocking.
emotion, like
No,
like.
I'm mocking. Like, who gives a damn? Oh, the poor guy. He was fixed
Okay,
his life. I think that's
you know what?
bullshit. So
Hero, I
explain
agree.
yourself. I
didn't
don't
handle
understand
that
what you're
emotionally
saying.
well.
Me? I'm just saying that you're not
It
making a
just
very good
upsets the
argument.
No,
crap
I
out of
do
me.
not understand what point I'm even arguing against. It takes two people to make a child. He's fully informed. I think we can assume about how it works.
He's talking about the fact that men can't opt out of being, like, a woman can put the baby up for adoption.
Right.
Not the man has no say.
Oh,
So-
really? Because I don't agree with that. I think that I chose not to have babies.
No,
with a lot
once
of-
the pregnancy is underway.
Oh,
the
I
man-
see.
Well,
Yeah.
ultimately,
Well,
that's
lucky
the
that's
way you have to do it.
Lucky that's preventable.
I just think
It's
women.
not preventable.
So
I
lucky-
think
lucky
women
you
should
still
be
do have
called.
control.
Talking about equality here, okay?
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Well, how do you make it equal?
Wait,
Women
so
have to be held
equality would
responsible
be,
for their actions.
Wait,
How do you do that?
Well, you don't do it through the courts and try to
Yes,
destroy a
right.
guy's life.
Well, I'm asking.
A pregnancy, once it happens, is something going on in a woman's body. That's why it's her decision, right? Creating
well, yes, so is
Yeah,
the
once it's
decision to have
born,
sex
put it up for
25
adoption.
times.
Right. So
Even
both
people
people
you
make
don't
a
know.
decision to have
You
sex,
can
and also
legally
with or
unlink-
without birth control.
No, the
Well,
woman
there
can
you go.
unlink
Then you
herself.
fucked up, didn't you, as a woman?
The
If you're
woman-
having random sex, why aren't you using protection? Why are you getting pregnant?
And the same is true of the man.
The woman can unlink herself legally from the child after it's born, right? That's the thing. She can say, I want to give this baby up for adoption. She doesn't have to pay for it, doesn't have to pay any more taxes or
And
child
there's lots
support.
of people that
Oh,
want to
it's so
adopt
hard.
babies into really good
I know.
lives.
How do you make it equal? I want to know.
That makes it so hard
I'm-
to figure out what
I'm
to do.
not
And I
saying I have the
that
answers to make. I'm not saying I have the answer to make it equal. I'm just saying that there's a question there. There's a problem there.
Right. But
Right.
guess what? I think it's.
But
it's
don't
not
you
that
have
hard.
to put the ultimate decision upon the woman as far as,
No.
whether to have an abortion?
What's your argument in favor of that?
Of what?
Because
Well,
she's
the
the
only
one
way
that
to
carries the
resolve that
fucking
is-
child.
I'm talking
No,
about
the
the.
woman.
I'm talking about the legal responsibility that comes with the child's existence. The woman can leave it behind. Okay, the man can't do that. It
A
is
man
kind of
can.
fucked up.
A man
What-
can not impregnate her in the first place.
So a woman cannot get impregnated. It's the same there. It's no different.
Right.
from that part.
It's the same
Okay,
there. Once
after
she's
it's
pregnant,
born, the woman can
she's
legally
pregnant- once she-
disassociate herself from
once
the
she's
child. The
pregnant,
man
it's a life.
cannot.
Okay,
nothing
my
else.
answer.
And that is reasonably
My
taking
answer-
care of a mistake.
My answer is that at that point, it is a parasite living on her body, and she gets to decide, just like she decides if she has brain surgery or heart bypass.
It's living on his body too. When his labor
No.
is his body.
Oh my God!
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
saying
Well-
babies are parasites.
Well, I am, and the thing is, though, I'm saying that you are responsible for children that you bring into the world, because obviously you.
Unless
need
you're
to
a
know it.
unless you're a woman who gives her kid up for adoption, right?
Well, no women. If a
Yeah,
woman gives
right.
if a woman gives her kid up for adoption, the father has an option to take that child.
That's true, but the man can't give
That's
the
true.
child up for adoption.
Yes, he
That's
can. He
No,
can
he
decide
can't.
not to. He can decide not to take the
No,
child.
but
and
he
give it
can't
up for
decide.
Not by law.
Why are you
You
just
can't decide
exalting
first. You're
what-
wrong.
I'm confused. What are you complaining about? You're complaining
Look,
because
no,
a woman
I
can
wanna
put the
say
child up for
something.
adoption?
I'm not complaining. I don't have any
Look, I
children.
want to say
I'm
No,
something.
saying-
it's a statement. It's a statement
I-
about
This is a
responsibility
fact.
when you make a mistake. Men have a responsibility, but so do women.
I want
And
to
if you
say
can't,
something.
Yes, and what
if
are
you don't
so
have the ability to raise a child,
Look, here's
but
how it's
you
going to work.
also
Here's the thing. We're going to come back to what I want to say. So why not just go to it right now?
You guys aren't listening to the point here, okay? I'm saying.
Yes,
once
I
the
am.
baby- No, you're not, because you keep
Yes,
repeating
I
it
am.
back in a way that doesn't make any sense.
Yes, I am. I would like to explain how I understand it. The woman may give a child up for adoption, but the man can take it in that case. But the man can decide to also allow it to go up for adoption, and they both give it up.
No,
So what's
no,
yes? Yeah.
Nope. no,
Yes.
no.
So wait. So what do you think? When a woman gives a child up for adoption, the man has to take it and can't.
Yes.
No, you're wrong. So
No.
children can't go up for
No, no, no,
adoption.
no. Let me clarify. Okay?
Your
Maybe-
position is children can't go up for adoption.
No, listen.
The
Let me
dad has to
clarify.
take them.
Just give me a
No, I'll
second.
tell you, the
Yeah, okay.
woman.
Yeah,
if
of course,
the
you don't
woman-
want me to
No,
clarify.
I'll tell you what you're talking about
Hear
before
what I have
you
to
just
say.
make. I'm going to finish what I had to say. You are
You asked me a question.
obviously.
You won't let me
You-
answer.
I am going to finish. You are obviously talking at most about the fact that if the woman doesn't give it up for adoption, the man is responsible to pay child support. But he absolutely can give the children can be given up to adoption. The
Yes.
dad is not stuck.
But the
So-
man can't make the decision to forego the legal responsibility like a woman can. That's so the difference, inequality in the law. A woman.
You're wrong.
No,
You're
I'm
wrong.
not wrong. A man cannot give up a child.
Okay. You're wrong. If a man takes the child, then the mother has to pay child support.
no. If you don't have a marriage
No.
contract,
You're
then
wrong.
the default
No,
is
you're
the
wrong.
woman.
No, you're
You're
wrong.
wrong.
Look it up. Look at the
I
fucking.
don't have to look up shit. I've
It's
been
the
through it.
law.
I know all about it.
Oh,
I've
thunder
already
Jesus.
looked it
I'm
up.
gonna look it
I
up.
have already looked it up.
You just make an error, so whatever. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I could make an error, but I'm not. If a woman wants to not have the kid, the father can take it, and then the woman has to pay child support, just like my wife had to pay child support, but she didn't, but she was supposed to. And eventually it was settled out, and she had to pay it.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
Okay? Look, if women... Look, because what you're saying is like women don't have to pay child support. They do.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that a woman
what it would
can
be.
have a child and say, I can't handle this. I'm going to give this baby up for adoption. She's not on the hook for anything. If a man, when the child is born, if the man feels that way, he doesn't have that option. That's what I'm
not
saying.
true. Right.
Yeah, it is.
You're right. No, it's not.
Wait a minute. So,
You
Piero,
think
you're saying that
women would have to pay child support in that situation? That's what it really. That's the
No, they
real
would.
law.
No. They wouldn't. It's different. There's two separate laws for.
That's
mother-
what you're saying, and that's what we disagree about because you're wrong.
Well, why don't you try to fucking back it up? Because I'm looking, but it's going to take me a couple minutes.
I'm not gonna. People can look it up on their own. I don't really give a fuck if you think that women don't have to pay child support when the
care if
man
you're
takes
right?
custody. I know I'm right. You can look it up yourself and get right or not think and believe in the fucking moon landing was fake. I don't give a fuck. I believe in
Oh,
free
so you're
thought.
going to go back? Yeah, you're going to play that game again. Okay, that's funny.
It's not a game. I am right. I know women have to pay child support when they don't want the children or can't get the children. I know that. That's true. So there's nothing left to look up. Hopefully you'll be right, just like the cross thing, the Southern Cross thing. Could happen.
I was already right about that. Come on.
Yeah, so you could be right again. I'm admitting that, but you're not.
But you're saying you know you're right, even though you're...
Women, I'll tell you why I think that, and you'll maybe find a clue to why I might be wrong. It's because women do have to pay child support, and not wanting to take care of your kid doesn't get you out of child support just because you're a woman different from a man. Parents have to pay child support. If both of them give it up for adoption, then yeah, it's another person's child, and the law means that person has to pay. And if those people get divorced, they have to pay child support. It's still the same. If the man takes the child, the woman has to pay. If the woman takes the child, the man has to pay, and that is how it works in the law in the entire United States right now.
So,
varying degrees.
just to be clear, so you're disagreeing with what he just said, Nummy Num.
I wasn't entirely completely listening because I was trying to look up this information.
Well,
But,
I'm not sure I'm clear on your disagreement.
I'm saying that when the child is born, right, a woman can decide, I want to give this child up for adoption. And the man, the woman, and presumably
But
the man
only
who got the hook.
the paternal father wants to contest it. Okay? And to contest it, he has to first prove he is biologically the father, and secondly, if he's contesting it, it's assumed that he's going to raise the child, and he has to prove that he can.
Right.
Well, what's the problem? So you're saying that the woman doesn't have to pay for the kid once the dad says, "Oh, I'll take the kid if she wants to give it up for adoption."
He can't make that. He cannot initiate that
No,
process.
it was a side issue. I think that women have a responsibility.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
To make rational decisions about what's best
Well, then
for a
promiscuous. How are you going to
child
judge
in the
that?
world when you haven't planned it. It's
No, wait a
reasonable
second.
what I'm saying. I just can't believe you guys are arguing with me. It's like
Well, I'm trying to understand it, but I'm also trying to understand. I'm not sure you and Nummy Num are exactly saying the same things.
Yeah, I agree with what she's saying.
What? That women are too... What the fuck were you saying? It sounds crazy.
we were talking about do
I don't
women
remember
have the
you being
legal
this
right to
right-wing
decide if a baby that gets born where there's no two parents, she's on her own, and she has a kid. Does she have the absolute legal right to decide to get it adopted? And I looked it up. And the point is that if no one comes forward to contest it, yes, she does.
Right.
Well, what's the problem with that?
We were taught. I began this, and I got too emotional, and I apologize. I began this by saying that
forgive you.
Women's rights have had a negative effect on men, which causes a lot of depression, and maybe why some of the suicide rates are up, is that you get women that decide to have the babies, okay? You're 18, you're being promiscuous, all this shit's going down, but she decides to have the baby, and then, but you want nothing to do with...
You have to be promiscuous to have a baby, we all know that.
Well, I'm just using a word, maybe it's the
right,
wrong
but my parents were virgins, had sex, and then impregnated each other that very time.
Well, what does promiscuous have to do with anything?
Because that's why you get all
I had a
these
single mother because she didn't really.
But not necessarily. That's we're talking about principles.
How do you get a single mom who's 17
because they have sex and
my mom
got home?
pregnant.
How does she get that way? Just reasonably.
Not by necessarily being promiscuous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
No, but it's inappropriate for her to bring a child into the world when she herself can't look after herself.
But that's a separate issue from being promiscuous.
It's inappropriate. Well, let me give you a little clue.
All right. Promiscuous, I agree.
The world is not appropriate. The world isn't appropriate. Stop pretending it's appropriate. It's not appropriate. There's nothing appropriate about it.
Appropriate about what?
The world. the world. There's nothing appropriate about it. It's not run in an appropriate way. There's nothing appropriate. It's a big imagination, the idea of appropriate. Appropriate is more about appropriation, stealing other people's shit.
No,
There's nothing appropriate about it.
No, you can do things logically, rationally, and that's appropriate. And
No,
appropriate
bullshit.
doesn't mean appropriate.
What do you mean appropriate? What do you mean appropriate? You think the world's the appropriate world, the world of proper
No, I don't think the world is
the world that
appropriate
acts
world.
proper, the people
I
that
think you can have
put
it
the
be
fork on the
more
right
appropriate.
side, the
It could
people
be
that put the
more-
fork on the right side, they are proper.
No, because there's
Never
no
existed.
logical
You
reason
understand
to
my
put it on
point?
one
It
side
never
or the other.
existed. It's a big fantasy.
No, it's
Puro
not.
saying the appropriate is arbitrary.
People that talk
Yeah,
about
because
appropriate,
it comes down to fundamental philosophy that you live by. You either live by, I'll just use myself as an example. I have a philosophy that I live by. It's a baseline. I try to get through life without creating harm through things that I do selfishly for
Does
myself.
that work? Does that work? Have you never created
For the
harm?
most part, you know what?
So
It
no.
guides my judgment on decisions that I make. But,
But it hasn't quite
God,
worked.
I've had a lot of years to make mistakes.
My point
and
is it
learn.
hasn't quite worked. It hasn't quite worked though, right? It hasn't worked for me either quite. I try to do the same thing, doesn't quite work. There's nothing
But don't
appropriate.
you keep trying? Don't you keep? Isn't it always the goal though? Most times.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Seems
add
like
up
this
to
is a
that doesn't add up to
maybe.
appropriate. It adds up to real reality where people aren't perfect and we try what we can try. Not appropriate where you always do the appropriate thing, which is a bunch of bullshit.
Well, you should listen. If from the beginning of raising a child, you raised a child with
Hillary does the appropriate thing. Hillary always does
Hillary's
the
a fucking
appropriate thing.
criminal. All right.
You know what?
Like,
You know what?
don't
Attacking
bring her
Iraq.
up.
Attacking Iraq.
She's
was the-
inappropriate.
Attacking Iraq was the appropriate thing.
That
Everybody
just shows
agreed.
you that it's arbitrary what you're saying.
Okay, yes, okay.
And bullshit.
Every
It's whatever
situation
everybody
has
thinks.
its own
Appropriate.
set of-
Appropriate is what most people think at the time. Well, I'm in the 21st century, and I've never lived at a time where people weren't mostly full of bullshit.
Well, it doesn't help if they're being fed false propaganda either. That's what the point I was trying to bring up earlier. Like when they're basing their decision on the good faith belief that things are being honestly reported, which they're often
the thing
not.
is, we did go to the moon. What can
Well,
I
I'm
tell
not
you?
talking about the moon, so whatever.
Yeah, well, if you're
You're
going
gonna
to
use that.
deny
You're gonna use that in
what's
every
the point?
argument now. You're gonna
Look,
just.
you could
That's
go
the point of
read.
every argument.
You
You
could
fucking
read nature.
weak ass bullshit.
No, it's not
fallacy
just that.
argument.
You could read
Yeah, it
nature.
is. That's such
You
what a
could read
pussy fucking.
nature.
thing.
Now who's engaging in
Science.
propaganda,
You
nummy
could
numb?
read
That's what
Nature
you're
and
doing.
Science and Physics Archive, and you could find the actual stuff that is honest about
If
physics.
you want to have this argument about the moon landing fairly, I'm willing to, but I'm not going to have it in the ridiculous, automatically discredited.
I don't
because-
really want to because it's pretty.
Yeah, I
it's
don't
pretty-
think most people don't really
Damn,
want it.
boys, we are in the
No,
most
because I've been taking part in that since Capricorn 1.
Somebody tell a joke.
It's
It's
not
a
new to
it's
me.
a waste of
I don't
time.
believe
It's a
you,
waste of
Carol. I think
time.
you're lying.
I still enjoy it. Well, whatever. I still
He's
enjoy
saying
it, but I
you're
don't want to
lying.
do it right
Facebook.
now
You're an
because it
astronaut?
wasn't the subject.
No, you just don't
I'm an
give me this you're an
astronaut.
astronaut thing. Whatever.
No, I said I've known about this conspiracy theory since like the early 80s when I was a kid, and I have followed it, and it's not a brand new thing to me. I enjoy the argument, but I also have a feeling about how it turns out.
Well, if you
So
enjoy
I
the
don't wanna
argument, let's have it sometime in a
Yeah,
context
we
that
could
makes sense.
spend a whole Sunday doing it. I would love that, but let's set it aside. I don't want to do it
Yeah.
now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. So until then, why don't you not bring it up every time I
Dude,
bring up
people
a
I
unrelated
love
topic?
in my family believe it, and I goof on
Listen,
them a little bit
How
too.
about
so-
how about until we argue it, you don't bring it up as evidence of my credibility in every point that I bring up. How about that?
Fair enough, but also I want to say that's not really my intention. It was more like an analogy, but I will refrain
Well,
from
I'm
that as an
talking about
analogy.
something else, and then you say the
Well,
moon.
you were okay. No, but but in my own defense, I agree to what you're asking. But I'm just saying, in my own defense, you seem to discount scientific results in other cases. But that's where maybe I overstepped. and that you're asking me
Well,
not
I
to.
was talking about the propaganda thing about the fake baby killing in Iraq that was used as evidence to justify the first
Right.
Iraq war. And I provided a link.
Yeah.
It's true, proven.
No, I know that. Yeah, that was the whole hospital thing. Yeah,
Right.
total
And so that
fucking
made
lie.
it. I'm saying that these things make my point was that if we believe in video evidence or just pure testimony, like if we don't look into these things in a very skeptical way, we should not be basing decisions like this affects things like as in people
Yeah.
have wars, millions of people fucking die. It's like any claims of this nature, murder, things like that, they have to be taken seriously, treated as in a forensic manner. You know?
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that.
Okay.
I mean, Iran's a
I
great
don't know why you
example.
brought up the moon landing thing. Then.
Like Iran's a great example. Here's the thing I complain about the regular media about. Like Iran. Hey, does anybody here know why Iran has nuclear power plants?
Because the United States
built them. Hey,
because the United States
gave it to them. We gave it to them. No, we gave it to them when the Shah was there. We built them. Why is that not mentioned every time we talk about the nuclear program?
Because it's fucking propaganda.
What's
so it's not true?
What's propaganda?
True, but they don't mention it. They're omitting vital information.
Yeah, no, because it kind of tells you. Like,
that's what that's his whole point.
No, he's agreeing. I think he's
I'm agreeing with him.
Yeah, he's agreeing.
Okay.
So that's the kind of thing I complain about, because it's like it doesn't mean that the Iranians haven't become hating of us because I think they have a good reason, but I still don't want to be blown up because people have a good reason, right? Like if I fucking piss somebody off, I don't really want them to kill me still, you know. And so there could be that kind of situation, but it is vital information. That's the kind of thing. I think if Americans knew that sort of thing, we'd sort it out a lot better than the fact that we've been lied to. So that's where I kind of agree with you. Yes, the American government would be the kind of institution to pretend to go to the moon and have not really gone.
But we can all agree there's propaganda. I mean, no one disagrees with that.
That's just one I don't think they could have pulled off, and I think there's enough honest scientists that are like could have told, would have figured it out.
Yeah,
that's
I'd like
my
to have.
thing there.
Let's have the argument sometime because.
I can tell you bigger things. Think about all the things they did.
Let's have the argument sometime, all right? Because like we're just gonna get into the shallow.
Let's do it another time. But I also in that conversation we should talk about other conspiracies, because I like going into the conspiracies that we know happened.
Yeah, well, I think that those are important to look at, and like I'm saying,
like
when we have historical precedent, right? Then we have you can't call someone a nut when there's historical precedent for what they're a related claim.
Yeah, the thing
but that's not why you get called a nut. I mean, maybe some people do that, but
it is a little. No, it's not fair.
But look. I mean, even 9/11, even the 9/11 truthers have some kind of. Just let me make this point.
Wait, go ahead. You guys go back.
You're fucking an idiot.
But go back and forth. Let Infinity, you Nummy, go back and forth as long as you want.
Well, even 9/11, even the 9/11 truthers have some sort of point. I mean, there's something to back up what they're saying.
Well, you think I don't have anything to back up what I'm saying? How do you know? We haven't had to discuss.
No, you're being paranoid. That's not.
Let's wait.
No, that's
Infinity. We're gonna have that conversation.
That wasn't the point at all. I'm saying. I'm actually kind of.
Some evidence.
I think he's kind of.
Does that not imply that I don't have evidence?
No, that's not. If that was the indication, then I apologize. It's not what I was trying to imply.
I think he's lending credence to him. You might have a point, but he doesn't necessarily agree, just like I don't. But you might have a point. I think that's where he is going, right?
Right. I mean, there's always some. Well, not always, but there's. Even in that case, which I think they're really off base, but they do have some documents and some things, and there's something that kind of backs up what they're saying.
About what?
I think there is always something. Like, let's take Nazis. Let's say you wanted to defend Nazis. That would be, nobody wants to do that. But if that was the point, yeah, they invented the VW bug that the hippies love so much. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to have to defend Nazis, but there is actually always something where people have gone too extreme, even with people as evil as can be, because we're all sort of humans. There's reasons you don't have to say, like, my attitude is, you could say that's a vile person, I'm gonna have to kill them. There's no other way to deal with them in this world. I don't even want to imprison them and kill them. And you could be right, and that doesn't mean that the person you killed doesn't have a human aspect, that it's like, well, it's a tragedy how it came to that. And so that's my cynicism about the world, but it's also a positive thing, because yes, I believe that every racist and everybody else that's vile, there's somewhere they're coming from that they got so confused. And in a sense, I don't blame their humanity, but if they're going to go around dragging people behind their truck, then they're going to have to be executed by the state or something. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I have a sympathy where they get to live, or I'm like, let's treat them nice. No, maybe anything happens. But I do have a basic human empathy for how people get so crazy, even to be that Dahmer.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's looking at like systematic causes and that sort of.
Yeah, and they're crazy mothers. Like, I saw this thing way back about a guy who was killing people in the Berkeley Hills. He was killing these young college students and killing, raping them and all of that. And you know, when he stopped, he realized, oh my God, it's really my mother that I hate. He went home, killed his mother, who was really vicious. Vicious to him, like, you know, Sybil, or, you know, just tortured him as a child, killed his mother, and went to the cops right after and turned himself in. And then he was given this, you know, these interviews. He did a whole series of interviews. Okay, and he actually knew how fucked up he was, but he also knew, well, I figured out it was my mother I was trying to kill all these times, but I couldn't because I worshipped her, and then
Who is
So
this
what
guy
does that
again?
mean? I don't remember the name. I saw a documentary. I'm sure you could do it. It was like in the 70s.
70s. Okay, thanks.
He was killing people in the hills above Berkeley.
Okay.
There's some kind of woodsy hills up there in Tilden Park and stuff, and it was a serial murderer, and you know, and so he figured it out, and so it's like, well, that's not cool. I mean, I'm not forgiving him for that. On the other hand, I see where it was coming from, and maybe something we could do to avoid it in the future. It's like, somehow if you could avoid that from happening. That's another thing I figured out. When I was young, I always believed, like, the parents have the right to raise the kids however they want. Oh, what are you going to do? Are you a communist? You're trying to control people? But here's the thing. A lot of parents are like fascists with their kids. You know, or I saw this documentary on HBO that was about sports parents, and some of these sports parents, I mean, were really fucking assholes to their kids in a way that's like, that's not necessarily okay. I mean, it's almost like Gary would say, like, you know, around 9 or 10, kids maybe should have a say if they want to leave the house and go live in the orphanage, which should be pretty nice, or something. I mean, it's really complicated issue, but I'm just saying, a lot of people really are fascists the way they're run, and totalitarians, dictators. Nothing fair.
Well,
not
you have
all
to have
parents.
checks on that, and we do.
How would you possibly control it? Because the other thing is, like, well,
you can't entirely control it.
We patrol it by, well, don't hit them, do whatever you want, fuck with their brain, fuck with their mind, fool them, but don't hit them. And it's not necessarily true. It might be better not to fuck with their brain and hit them a little bit. We don't know. It's not fair to really judge. We don't fucking know.
Well, I think the science says that it's bad to hit them, but.
Well, it's bad, but worse than what? I mean, the situation is so complicated that it depends on what. Well, what if your kid kills your neighbor's puppy for fun? And you go, what the hell? And you hit him. Is that bad? Or it's probably not the whole solution.
But why is he doing that?
Right. Probably because you were already hitting him.
Yeah, and that you know, circles back around to your original idea.
I'm just like a lawyer would or something. It's just trying to complicate it. I mean, it's complicated. I actually have a very judgmental view on that kind of thing, of when you strike and if you're the one that strikes and stuff. But I'm just saying it's more complicated than I see. I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit. It is complicated. I feel that with kids and corporal punishment, I agree that we should not corporally punish our kids anymore, but I also think that historically it's not been proven that you can raise good kids that way. So we need to face reality.
You mean by not spanking them?
Yeah, by not hitting them. I mean, every animal on Earth grabs and if it does, if you, for example, where I found the problem came into play because I raised my kids very liberal and not with any of this idea. It was after the fact that it occurred to me. But when you have your second kid and the oldest kid is punching the little baby, what? Yeah, you might go, what are you supposed to do with that 3-year-old punching the 6-month-old, pinching him, slapping, whatever? You looked around and you're like, what the hell? Humans do that? Yes, they do. And what are you supposed to do? I mean, you have to at least go, what the heck? You have to yell or something, or no. What are you supposed to go, oh, that's not good, little Jamie. Well, you're going to go over here, have a popsicle, and feel good about yourself. Then you won't do that anymore. That's not how it works. So we haven't actually proved that we can do it without corporal punishment. Every mammal animal uses corporal punishment. Don't get me wrong. I think let's try to figure out how to do it without it. But it's some sort of weird mind voodoo. And I think it's, it is through love and attention, giving better examples. But it does involve some corporal activity. Like if your baby is punching the other baby that's 1.5 years younger than it, say, you might have to like grab its little hand and just hold its little hand and look it in the little eye and go, look, you're not strong enough to do that. You do not boss your little sister. She's a sweetheart. And you might even take her little hand and touch lightly and say, see, you touch lightly, yeah, and turn it into something else. You could be clever. But there will be a physical thing because we communicate at least 70% through body language. So if you're punching your
I don't
sister,
think that's the issue. I don't think it's, body language or grabbing or, I think the issue is when the intent is to inflict harm upon the child.
Right.
To condition the child to punish.
Have you ever, are you a parent?
Sense of it. If it's
are
like
you a parent? Let me tell you another situation. So your kid is throwing a fit and hitting things and throwing things, and so you have to take that child and put them in their room, and you probably have to stay in there because maybe it's 20.
Yeah, but let's look at it. If we look at it like mental health, it's like a corporal punishment and restraint. Somebody should be restrained or contained.
If you understand, if somebody is trying to hit you, if somebody's trying to hit you and squirm and everything, and you're going to grab them,
then that's restraining them.
Right, but do you understand that restraining?
It's not corporal punishment.
No, do you understand restraining is just an interpretation on the situation, because when your kid is swinging at you and gets a sock on, hitting your face or something, and you grab it.
It's a rational interpretation of the situation, yes.
Well, let's just agree that,
it's a blurry line.
No, it's not that blurry. If the kid's swinging at you, biting you or some shit, you restrain them. I don't think you're going to find anybody who's like, well, I don't know if you should. No. There's nobody who thinks that.
Because the people that are dealing with that get angry and emotional as well, and it gets blurry.
I think, but that's different than a policy.
Look, let me tell you, here's how good I am at this. I had an abusive wife that hit me, and I had to go to the hospital sometimes for it. And, cops sometimes got called, and they, by California law, had to check her for bruises. And I never got arrested. She never had any bruises. I did, if they would have checked me. So I might not be so good on where to draw the line with my partner, at least used to be, but I certainly don't hit people.
Yeah.
Right? So I know how to draw the line.
I thought we were talking about corporal punishment with kids, and now it's.
But I'm saying I know how not to hit people. But I'm just saying when you have kids and you have to move them from one room to another, or they're hurting another sibling, or the pet, or anything like that, it becomes physical. It becomes physical, and if you're the kind of person,
she's trying to punch you in a serious way, you grab her by the wrists and hold her there until she's out of breath. That's not abuse. That's not punishment.
No, look, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what happens is if you have to physically interact with someone to like make them go to their room or stop hitting their sibling or anything like that, it becomes a physical altercation. You can try to control it like a cop. It can also get out of hand. So it becomes a blurry line in the sense that you're trying to do no physical harm, but when you restrain someone, that can harm them. Like, I think the cops right now are taking that truism and, like, they use it as an excuse that we harmed him more than had to happen. Okay, but there is a grain of truth that once you have this physical altercation and have to restrain someone, it's not always so easy. I mean,
but it's not corporal
you know.
punishment either. That's what I'm saying, is that you're saying you brought this up in the context of corporal punishment, saying, oh, all mammals do it, it's blah blah blah, but no, corporal punishment is like an action. No, yes, you did say that.
Yes, I do believe that, but what do you mean by corporal punishment? I mean bodily.
Like, a corporal punishment has a real definition. It's like, if you infract such and such rule, then the penalty, maybe the penalties are ad hoc. But in any case, it's saying, we're going to hit you now so that you don't forget to not cross this line ever again. Or if you do,
but no, I thought I made it clear that I'm including that if you have to arrest someone where you've got to put handcuffs on them and they're not putting their hands behind their back, that becomes an altercation.
Part is what comes in court, not at the arrest. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, a person that doesn't want to hurt another person, when they have to force that person to put handcuffs on, they realize they're in a situation where, holy shit, I'm going to have to do things I don't want to do because I might hurt this person just to accomplish the part I want to accomplish. That's what I'm saying, and I'm that kind of person, so I'm relating to you that kind of experience with all corporal punishment, meaning bodily punishment, where you have to force a person's body to do something it wasn't doing by cooperation. Is that
clear? But that's not what punishment is, so come on. Really?
But that's what I was saying to you. If you want to talk about the distinction of punishment, yeah, I mean, punishment where you say, you did this crime, now on the list, here's the thing you have to do.
You can't even, to me, like, you can't even relate restraining a violent person to
Well, just to make it clear for you, I don't believe in, hey, you did this, now what do we do? 5 slaps to the face. This one's 1 punch in the nose. I don't believe in that kind of corporal punishment at all. I thought it was obvious from the beginning. I'm kind of a peaceful, I wish we didn't have to physically force people to do anything physically ever, but we are in a situation where that happens, and not just with criminals, but with children. So it's a complicated situation. That's all I tried to show. Sort of. Well,
it comes down to sort of economics at a certain point. It's just that it's an easy, cheap way to condition people to respond a certain way to a certain situation, right? And so sometimes, I'm just saying, if people have enough affluence to raise their children properly, and or we have to set a standard, I believe, that you can't just hit children.
Well, what are you saying? Like, if you keep the kids stimulated intellectually and stuff, that you won't deal with.
Corporal punishment to me seems like it's like a desperate attempt to condition another person. Really.
Yeah. I totally agree. That's why I'm saying we got to move on. I say we haven't proved how to do it without corporal punishment, but whatever. Let's go off into the void. We'll find something, because we know the corporal punishment causes psychological abuse damage and PTSD stuff. So it's not worth doing it. We can find a way, and we know some parents figure it out. We don't know if they lucked out because of the kids or something. We don't have it down pat how to really help kids grow and become themselves in every case. But it is achievable, and that's what we have to go through. And I think the answer, obviously, is it doesn't have much to do with it. There's no beating of kids. There's probably some picking your kid up and putting them back over here, or when they hit something, block them, or there's some way that's mild. It'll still be a little tiny bit physical, and that'll be okay, because you're supposed to hug and touch your kid anyway. And we don't know that. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is yet. I have a dream that it's possible.
I read this study about this topic, and it was saying that what really fucks people up psychologically as adults in terms of how they're conditioned as children to respond to these kinds of things is not so much corporal punishment itself, but inconsistently given punishment. So basically, if there's a solid set of rules, like if you go over to that place that you're not supposed to, or you open this cupboard or whatever, then you're gonna get hit.
Yeah.
And then that rule is actually applied really objectively and fairly to all the different children, and that kids can see that's just the rule, that's just the result. That doesn't really fuck people's brains up too much.
I believe that. I've seen that.
It's when the hitting is random. They're like, the absolute most fucking terrible thing for a kid's mind.
Or worse than random, but NPD, narcissistic, personality disorder driven vengeance kind
No,
of
but it's when the
emotional.
kid doesn't know when they're going to be, what actions will result in the abuse.
Yeah.
That's what fucks them up, because then they're
Yeah.
nervous all the time.
Right, so I'm against all of the physical stuff, but my point is it's not as big of danger as we thought compared to the emotional abuse of, you're no good, oh, I love you, forgive me, oh, you're a shithead. You know, this personality disorder behavior we get, even some good parents, everybody a little bit, but I mean, there's really, you know, there are truly... That's what I'm saying. Think about all the people that have serious psychological problems. That doesn't make them totally bad people, but then you give them kids that they have dictatorial control over. Imagine how bad that is. That's what we're living with.
Yeah, there should be there should be a licensing process, right? Like you need to get a driver's license.
The idea that mothers were automatically right, that mothers and dads were automatically, listen to your dad, kid, I don't know you or your dad, but listen to your dad. That idea turns out to be really, really, really bad.
Yeah.
Lots of dads
because there are so many idiots out there having children.
Yeah, and it's not even that it's bad. I mean, hey, we're all that way or whatever, but you know what I mean? It's the reality, let's face it.
The non-idiots are not... the non-idiots are not having children, right? That's the problem too. Like,
that's arguable now. That's a pretty new thing.
Idiocracy.
Yeah. That's a new thing, though. If that's even possible, it's sort of an antinatalist. Yeah, maybe that's true. I could see where you're going, but you have to also say, like, well, you don't have to, but like my age, 48, I'm looking at my parents' generation, and I'm going, you know what? No, everybody was supposed to have kids. We're just now at the idea that you don't have to have kids. When I moved to the city, I was surprised to find out that there were people, like a lot of the city families that have been there a long time, it's like they have aunts that never got married. Not all of them lesbians, but some of them. But, you know, that just, you know, and that was okay. But where I'm from in the country, and the normal American thing, when I was a kid still, it was like, you're supposed to get married. If you didn't, there was something wrong with you. Like you're retarded somehow and couldn't get a family. You know, and now that's obviously not the truth. Most people still want to have a family, it looks like. But if you don't, you feel cooler than the breeders. So, you know, things have changed a lot. Right. So it depends on what era you're from. You know, maybe now that's fair to say that the smart people are not reproducing, but it's very modern. It's the last 20 years you're talking about where that was even an idea people had. Very few people would argue for not reproducing as a position to have 20 years ago even.
What about reducing reproduction, though?
Well, I think that's where it came from, right? Everybody was paranoid from the 70s on. The baby boomers in their 20s, when I'm a little 5-year-old, were preaching about the overpopulation. Overpopulation was the biggest thing you ever talked about.
Well, it is, and it still is.
It isn't still, because the whole Peace Corps Act thing of teaching contraception stuff, it's worked. The world population growth has reduced tremendously, but it was a real issue.
Not really. It's still, if you look on a geological scale, it's still tremendous.
No, it's under 3. It's like 2.6 or something, and it only needs to be 2.3 to be steady. There's isolated. Well, you can look it up. There's isolated. This is something you could look it up, and I think you'll find that I'm correct, but maybe not. Maybe you'll have a nummy prove me wrong moment. That could be the main point.
We're heading for 10. We're heading for 10 billion, right?
Yeah, no, I think 11 was an optimistic thing, and it sounded like the high end, more likely 12 or 14.
Well,
but
10 billion is bad.
I don't think so. Why?
I think it is.
We got a lot of entry.
Because we're already straining resources as it is.
No, I don't really see that.
So you think this puzzles? You know, I'm curious about this because you seem to be coming from the environmentalist standpoint.
I do. I consider myself an environmentalist, sure.
But yet you counter this standard of the environmental movement.
What do you mean? Of what? That it's too late or whatever?
No. That population is a big, huge fucking concern.
Well, it could be a concern if it was Malthusian and out of control, but it looks like it'll level off around, at the worst 15 billion, and I figured,
15 billion!
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
I don't think that's going to work.
Why not?
Because we're already right now straining resources. We're already
Wow.
we're already
Are
killing
we?
the planet. Yes,
I
we're
don't
killing
think-
the planet.
Well, no, I don't really. Why? I don't see the planet has to die. Why?
Oh, okay, so you don't think 5 plastic gyres in our oceans is a big deal, apparently.
Oh, yeah, those are kind of a problem. I don't think we have to keep making
Kind
those
of a
bigger.
problem.
It's not like yeah, a
5
lot of-
plastic gyres that are growing in the
Well,
oceans.
I don't
That's
think-
kind of a
I don't-
problem.
I don't think it's hard to stop them from growing further. Really, I think.
I
that's-
think it is hard. It obviously is hard because we can't seem to do it.
Oh, well, people don't want to. Is the problem.
Well, okay, well that's a different argument. That's not saying that it's not hard
Well,
because you
every
can't.
time
If
I
people
move
don't
to-
want to, then it obviously is hard.
Well, every town I've moved to in the last, few decades keeps, stop prohibiting plastic bags for that very reason, which will work like with the ozone. I mean, if we stop.
But that's
putting-
anecdotal.
Anecdotal.
I mean, that doesn't represent what's going on worldwide. And people just throw out their shit. It winds up in the ocean.
Yeah. But it's not like we're not at the point yet. There's nothing. Look, the problem is with our practices. It's not with whether there's 7 or 15 billion people. It's with what those 7 billion people are doing. If those 15 billion people didn't use plastic bags,
Those 15 billion people are going to require energy
yeah,
to
there's-
support.
Yeah, and
Well,
also let's not forget
I think
that
there's plenty of
population
energy
is in different
thorium.
densities in different places.
There's
Maybe-
plenty of energy in thorium.
Maybe your optimistic viewpoint is entirely solid. I think to me, from my perspective, I
Right.
don't see how that can work.
Right, just because it is optimistic, and how could that be possible?
No, of course not.
Well,
That's
what are you
not-
talking about?
Yeah,
There's
but why would you say that? Now, come on.
well, because what else is the problem? I mean, I believe we can.
Because we're already straining resources right now.
Really?
With 7
'Cause
billion
I think we're
people.
doing pretty
You're
good.
talking about doubling again?
Well, I think we're doing pretty good considering the richest 1% has most of 90% of everything, and we're still managing to live and have longer and longer lifespans. I just don't think it's as dire as you say, because things are getting better and better, even though the rich people are also getting richer and richer and keeping a bigger proportion of the money. There's still enough left over that we're not doing as bad as we could be doing. It's just that we deserve to be doing better since we can't even get free college, but there's enough money for it because rich people got to keep their money. But still, our lifespan's getting longer.
Well,
and
you're
longer,
already admitting that.
freer and freer.
But you're already admitting that the systems are producing bad results.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm an activist. It's just that it's getting better and better as we
So,
fight.
so then you have to admit at least that the system that we have now is not going to produce a good result with 15 billion people.
Oh, well, yeah, it's got to change a little bit, but it will.
It has to change a whole hell of a lot.
Well,
How
depends what you
long
mean
can
by
you
that.
just keep adding plastic gyres? More to the plastic gyres. How long can you
no,
keep
we
doing
don't
that?
need to keep doing that, but obviously there is a big move to make stuff that is more environmentally sustainable. I think it's pretty obvious that is going on.
Okay, so
It's going to stop.
so you don't think that the fact that we're in the 6th mass extinction apparently is a big deal?
No, it's a big deal, but it's just
You don't.
happening.
I mean, this is why I'm saying this. You can't just keep adding to the population and think that that's going to go away.
The population is going to steady off here in the next 50 years.
Well, that's an assertion.
No, it's the prediction by the UN.
No, it's actually not. They
Yeah,
don't
I believe
predict
it.
that. They
I
predict
believe-
in 50 years. No, they predict that it's going to keep growing until the 22nd century.
Okay, maybe I have that wrong. I mean, the main point is that it's supposed to level off. You're saying what? It's 100 years till it levels off? That's not my memory, but I could have got that wrong. The point is,
well, the
it's
last time I
leveling
looked.
off. It's leveling off. I'm gonna look that up because it should.
Well,
be
people have been saying that for years, and
I don't like.
this was a prediction. Maybe it was the UN. I can't remember, but it was just a few years ago that they were saying, "Oh, it's going to level off at 9 billion," and yeah, that's why everything's okay because it's going to level off.
Well, this says 11.2 at 2100, but it doesn't say it's leveling off. But that's so.
Okay, so there you go.
Let's see.
11.2 billion people.
But that's good news because I was kind of saying it could get bigger than that sooner. Okay.
Well,
so
you're saying we need to double it again.
I would no. I'm just saying to be pessimistic. I heard this 11 billion and 12 billion. Hans Bukow was saying that, but I looked at the actual charts, and if you look, it's like a hurricane chart, right? There's an upper track and a lower track, and then they quote the one in the middle.
Yes.
And it could be more like 14 billion, and I'm just thinking, well, okay, let's say 14. But they're saying 11, but they don't show this balancing off. But I do know.
Well, I'm gonna say you're just at odds with the.
So 90 years from now.
Your viewpoint is at odds with the consensus among the environmentalist community.
That what? That we're gonna kill that planet.
That we can just keep growing and growing. We can double the population.
I'm not saying we can grow forever. I'm saying the planet has enough. If we used it wisely for how much we waste to go ahead.
You sound like Peter Joseph, though. Our systems can't.
Well,
our systems can't do that.
So much of where he's coming from, I just think he's kind of like trippy head and creating a cult that I don't want a part of. But yeah, I dig all the sound of that vibe.
I mean, like Peter Joseph too, but when he starts talking about we can, no problem, we can just add. That's when you have to plug in his whole system to understand how that could even work. And
I don't like the way the acolytes don't discuss things with you and act like they have a dogma. I don't like dogmatists. I don't care if the dogma sounds really like shit I like the sound of. If it sounds dogmatic, I like the open-minded people with theories. And I don't get that vibe from them. But other than that, yeah, I believe we could have a kind of, not a utopia. People are still going to be upset and sad, get depressed and stuff. We don't have to be oppressing each other or having 12-year-old girls in Bangladesh make our stupid Levi's. That's stupid. We don't need to do that to be happy. There's obviously a way where we can all do our jobs and have fucking cheap Levi's and not be, making little kids work instead of go to school. We know that's possible. We did it in the United States and Europe. We could do it in the whole world. It's not a problem.
Well, I agree with you on most of those points. I mean, of course.
Yeah, I think you do. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm preaching to, I think all of us would say in spirit we agree with that. We don't think kids need to slave away so we can have a cheap flip-flop.
But that's aside from the point of, hey, we have no problem growing the population as it is right now.
No, I'd have a problem. I had a problem as a kid when it was supposed to be predicted to go to 50 and 80 million. I'm like, yeah, that's a problem. We can't all live at what are we going to do, live under the ocean? But if you look at the world right now and you look at 15 billion and you looked at more ergonomic ecological practices, we can handle it. And hopefully it won't get any more than that.
By and large, we're not doing that enough.
Can I say something?
Because here's my other thing. I figured if we went
hand up.
If we went to 50 million or 100 million, I also believe sci-fi style, we could handle that, but we'd have to live underground or some really crazy thing that I don't want to live that way. So
I don't think that's possible. But
my point, yes, but it might not be. I'm sorry, one more thing is that it might not be possible. I agree with you, that part, the underground living, but it emphasizes that, well, at 11 or even 14, we're not at that point. We have a lot of cities. There'll still be some country. We might have to preserve it extra careful. We can't use fossil fuels. There's a lot of rules in order to be sustainable, but we don't have to go underground, so it's possible. Sorry, go ahead, Damage.
All right, okay, here's what I have to say. Is the more people, the more pollution. The more pollution, the more problem it becomes on what to do with it. So why don't we spend some money on NASA instead of military, so that we can get a technology where we can go to outside our galaxy and dump all our fucking shit out there. And come
Outside
back
our
home.
galaxy?
Why would you have to go there? You could dump anything into the sun and it wouldn't matter. Any toxic thing
However
does
you
not
wanna
matter.
do it.
Dump it in the sun.
Maybe we dump it all on Mars. I don't fucking care where we put it. Just get it off our planet. And that, to me,
Because damaged,
is
you're
more like what
misunderstanding.
humans would do.
Because damaged, you're wrong. Technology does not have to be poisonous. That's just a temporary thing we've been doing
It's just
because
an idea.
we didn't understand which technologies were poisonous. But once we understand, there's always alternatives. So we don't have to poison the world.
China has fog that has no moisture in it. You know why? Because it's 100%.
For example, how long does nuclear, if you want to have a nuclear power plant, how long do you have to store the radioactive waste? Does anybody know?
It's like a really long time, like 10,000 years.
Tens of thousands of years. Oh, wait. It depends on which kind of nuclear.
And how strong it is, and yada, yada, yada. But it's still like a really long time.
Is this the whole thorium thing?
Yeah, it's not even just thorium. It's a lot of different designs. There's one design that creates plutonium. Plutonium lasts for 10,000s of years. There's thousands of other designs that don't create plutonium, work with other radioactive materials, and they don't create plutonium. So guess what? They don't have a radioactive waste the last 10,000s of years. As a matter of fact, those kind can burn plutonium. So it's like people don't know these details. There's radioactive designs where, yeah, you got radioactivity. You don't want to touch it, but you don't want to touch, too much battery acid either. It's only lasts 300 years. So it's kind of an important difference, 10,000 versus 300 versus this and versus that and versus, because, at 300 years or anything else, well, when you burn things by, we put tons of obviously poisonous gas in the air and everything, and that all lasts hundreds of years too in our atmosphere. So it's funny because, frankly, if you use any of the more sane, and there's many better options of nuclear power, they're basically all less toxic per ton of toxic spewed out uncontrollably than fossil fuels and other things. And there's just so much of this energy around, and it's all over the earth. You don't have to go to one part of the earth to get a bunch of it. It's literally in all the dirt. So, I mean, it seems like a no-brainer, and it would be plenty clean, and then you're not creating poisons.
Well, it's clean. It's clean from the standpoint of creating CO2.
Yeah.
It's not entirely clean. You still have waste.
Well, yeah, but if you have something that needs to be, if you can,
incredibly toxic waste.
It's
yeah,
not
and what do you do about
toxic.
like?
You're wrong. It's not that incredibly.
The reason why we absolutely have to avoid in this civilization collapse is because of the nukes. If civilization collapses and the nukes are obviously the nukes will still be around, that will be a potential disaster that will end everything.
Right, for humans. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Exactly.
I'm one of them. So, but it was kind of a joke. But it's also, yeah. No, because yeah, but I mean, you can just do the math, is what I figure, and there's nuclear power, which would be cheap, and clean power carbon-wise, and yeah, if you have to keep the waste 10,000 years and it builds up, that's going to be a problem. But if you're keeping it 300 years, then you can do the math, and there's a lot of energy in that, and it's like literally you have to keep the stuff. And if it keeps going, the stuff's going to get old. By the time you get new stuff, you can calculate how much room you need. And it's not Yucca Mountain, right, where they had tens of thousands. Because the thing is, the current design, you guys, you have to know this. The current design with the solid fuel, the way it burns, only 10% of the radioactive material gets turned into energy at the plant. So you're dealing with the radioactive rods with 90% still radioactive, and that design of nuclear reactor can't get that energy out, and that's why you're storing it for 10,000 years. Perfectly possible to put it in a different kind of reactor, get that energy out, and then you're just left with little tiny cesium radioactive things that have half-lives of some of them hours, right? And so it's that simple. The current design creates this really long-lived kind of radioactivity because that's what you have to create, that's what you burn, and then only 10% of it is turned into energy, and you have to deal with it. So it's pretty straightforward that we could burn that. I mean, it's like there's so much, actually, even just from the Manhattan Project, there is hundreds of years worth of energy for the whole country. We have enough radioactive isotopes stored from the Manhattan Project to power this country for hundreds of years. And we're like, no, we're scared of nuclear. Well, whatever. I'm telling you that's the answer, but I know you won't believe me. It's just a Cassandra thing, but over the rest of our lives, see if I'm not proved right, because it's the
Well,
truth.
even if you're correct, I still don't think that backs up the claim that we can double the population again.
Well, you might be right. Those are a number thing, but I just think so because I was raised in the 70s to be scared that we were going to have 60 million people, and so I thought that through, and I'm like, how would that work? We could live underground. You know, my optimism at that point was like, we might have to live underground and shrink ourselves. I mean, you know, so compared to that, 15 billion sounds like, well, double. So there's twice as many people everywhere you go. So New York spreads out another 30 miles, and all the little towns that I've been at that lived in that were 10,000 people or 20, it would be kind of noisy, but I think I could see the space for that. You know, so it is. That's not an anecdotal, but it is sort of a gut thing, which doesn't amount to much.
The thing is the way the consumption rate.
Right. Is there enough resources to feed those people? And I think there is. I think
we're not getting the job done now.
We waste so much resources that
but why do we waste the resources?
Well, my idea is based on that we wouldn't waste the resources, and also if it happened,
but
and
that's idealism. That's idealism.
No, because the non-idealistic part is if we didn't do that, we'd have a crisis. There'd be a big starvation. Millions of people die. Everybody goes, "Oh my God, we actually have to be more careful," and then they'd be more careful, and we'd slowly, maybe painfully, learning the hard way, reach, you know, whatever was
that's
possible.
The problem. How do you get to that point? You're going to have a collapse.
Well, yeah, but it's not like a collapse back to 100,000 years ago.
Well, you don't know that.
Well, that's always
you don't know how far it would be.
No, that's always the question, right? Because you can have a collapse that catches people by surprise and drives them back farther than strictly in some sense was necessary. But I think people usually are fairly resilient and will start to recover after a thing like that. And if you lost 5 or 10 million people to a disaster, that is enough to get people really paying attention. And 5 or 10 million is a lot of people. We would all be shocked by it. And yet, out of 10 billion, it's not like it really makes a big blip on the, you know, the graph, right? We care, and we should care, but you know what I mean? So we can learn a lesson off of losing 1 million people to some crisis of AIDS or something, millions of people, but we will learn that lesson before we go back to the Stone Age. I know that's just faith. I'm just saying, enunciating, yes, you're right, I'm making a faith statement, but I think, you know, it doesn't sound that far-fetched, right? I mean, people kind of, within 1 million people, like Eddie Izzard says, hey, if you're going to kill millions of people in your own country, you're a leader, you know, the Western world will not put up with that after a few years.
The problem that I think I'm presenting with the whole idea of doubling the population or even increasing it even further than where we're at now is about the systems.
Mm-hmm.
The systems we have in place will produce a collapse. That's the whole point. So you have to
But how big
change the
will that
system. It will produce an entire collapse of
How big?
civilization.
How big do you think it could be? Like, what's Road Warrior?
Well, it's tough to say.
I actually
Yeah,
think
certainly Road
Road
Warrior.
Warrior is sort of the most realistic level of total collapse, right? Like people can find some gasoline and they fight over it. That's actually, oddly enough, I think I don't think it could fall much further than that. But I also don't think, of course, it would fall that far. I don't know how far though either. To answer my own question,
Well, you have to admit it's plausible, very much so.
Well, I love that. I love post-apocalyptic fiction, so I can actually imagine almost any level as plausible because I enjoy thinking about that. But it's hard to know like how bad could it get, like with Trump, because I think he can make decisions that really do cause things to be shantytown and crazy. It can happen, and yet how bad could it really get? I have trouble visualizing in any way that feels realistic. But I imagine it could get pretty bad. I do think you could have like whole regions that we might not hear about in New York or San Francisco, but where there was some sort of Dust Bowl, major, hundreds of thousands of people died from the famine. You find out 10 years later or something, kind of a thing happening in the United States again just from Trump. And yet we wouldn't actually die away or go back to the Stone Age. So, but
well, yeah, but it could get so bad that it's just bad. You know what I mean?
No, it could become, I believe you could have a civil war. There is a possibility, like I think with Trump, even in the convention, we could have some rioting. It could get into gunplay because you got both sides. You got the most violent leftist willing to go hassle Trump, and then you have Trump's people being like, Trump will pay for my thing after I kill this guy, and they're going to be crazy, both of them insane is my point, and you could have some nasty kind of stuff. Could that break out? I don't think it will in the U.S., but it could, theoretically. Sometimes in countries it does, and you could have that kind of discord. Sometimes that discord grows into a civil war. That can't happen, I don't think, in the U.S. right now, but it has in some countries. We can't say that's not a possibility. So in that sense, yeah, anything's possible. American cities could be on fire. I mean, look at the Rodney King stuff. It got pretty crazy. It can
Yeah, but it's not just about anything is possible. It's about looking at how. I mean, did you ever?
It's not that unlikely.
It's about what's likely. I personally, I'm more concerned about a world war than a civil war.
Well, I think. Look, how about this for likely? I don't think it'll get out of hand, but we're going to see some. Some.
Here's what I think.
We're going to see some 1968 violence in this election because of the Trump violence thing.
Here's what I think is going on with Trump. Like Trump, I just think he's just he's very green. He's very inexperienced. He's very ignorant.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
But obviously he's going to surround himself with people who are experienced. He even said so, that he's looking for a running mate.
Like Ben Carson.
Or
Ben Carson.
No, that would be a disaster. But I think he's looking at someone like Newt Gingrich.
He says Ben Carson's going to help him choose the vice president.
No, he's just saying that because he's trying to throw him a bone.
And Chris Christie.
But no, I think he's probably looking at appointing someone like, calling on someone like Newt Gingrich to be his running mate. And I think then that whole inexperience thing kind of goes out the window because he's going to have a lot of people who are very experienced in politics who are going to be able to inform him, no, you can't do that because of this and that. No, you can't do that because of this and that. Or there are legal issues here and there. You can't do this. So I think what I kind of like about Trump, and there are a lot of things that I don't like, obviously, but there are certain things that I do like, right? And I like where his mind is, like in the general direction is, right? Like for instance, this whole thing with the political correctness bullshit. I like that he's going overboard with it, obviously, with the ban on Muslims and shit. But I like that he's at least in that direction. Like for instance,
has Newt said anything about Trump?
He said in one of his speeches something like, "I'm going to say it once, people, all lives matter," right? And that was a a slap in the face right there to the Black Lives Matter movement, and I love that.
Which is a ridiculous response to Black Lives Matter.
No, I think it was perfect. I think that's the type. Type of
you
rhetoric
don't
I want to
understand
hear.
What
I don't like hearing the pandering from Bernie Sanders and
So
Hillary
when you hear
Clinton.
Black Lives Matter, do you hear them?
I hear racism. That's
You
what I
hear
hear.
white
Black
lives
on
don't
white
matter.
racism.
You hear that white lives don't matter? Is that the subtext?
I hear the Black Lives Matter movement is clearly a racist group.
So it
Okay.
says that white lives
No.
don't matter.
These people are chanting in the streets that we should I forget what they were saying about cops. We should take
Kill,
cops and kill cops like the pigs that they are, some shit like that.
White cops, right? Not black cops.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, yeah.
They're a racist organization, right?
But to respond to Black
And Hillary
the Black
is
Lives
pandering-
Matter thing came out of the Trayvon Martin incident.
I
Yeah, which
think it-
again was
Yeah, but
ridiculous. That
can I
alone
just
was
I
ridiculous.
think-
Well, I disagree with you on that.
I think it's
Obviously.
based on the
about
assumption.
the black
I think Black Lives Matter as a slogan is based on the assumption that all lives matter, and that's the point. Hey, black lives are part of that. That's what it's saying. And so I think it's ridiculous to think it's like, hey, Hispanic lives, they don't matter. Hey, white lives, they don't matter.
They
Get
focus
behind us,
entirely. They
Bernie,
have,
get behind
and
us.
another
White
thing
lives.
that Trump does is that he
suck.
does, and he
The
does.
whole premise of Black Lives Matter is that all lives matter. That's the whole fucking premise.
Well, then say that. Say all lives matter. Why do you have to say black?
Because
It's
the-
like it's-
don't
it's
you
like-
understand?
It's like feminism today, like third wave feminism. Why can't you just be an egalitarian? Why can't you just be a humanist? Why do you have to fucking throw in this shit where it's all this divisive rhetoric about women versus men? Why? Why can't we
Because
just get
feminism-
beyond that?
Because
Why can't we
feminism
get beyond that?
historically is what was brought forth because
I
of.
don't care about
the
his
situation.
Now, in the '60s, it was relevant because
Well, what are you just going to say?
They
Okay,
were
well, now we can just throw out feminism.
Yeah,
It doesn't
exactly.
matter.
If
And
it's
let's
not
just call it
relevant
something
anymore-
else. Well, that's ridiculous.
Infinity. If it's not relevant anymore, if it's not causing problems anymore in the same way, then
It is relevant.
it
So you
shouldn't
don't
be
think
brought up
feminism is relevant anymore?
Not the same way. No, these are like all the legal issues are done. Okay, now all we have are these petty fucking cultural norm issues, which are so insignificant for the most part, right? So minor, and yet they're being trumped up like these, like a civil rights movement of the '60s, like something of that import. It's ridiculous.
I don't know if I see it as being trumped up like the civil rights
is.
movement of the '60s.
It is.
How you figure?
Maybe it just seems that way because of social media and the internet, but certainly
Yeah, I
seems that
think
way.
so. I think you're playing into
Either
this
way,
whole.
oh, you're right. You're right.
Uh,
It doesn't exist. These people don't exist. They're not.
I
loud.
didn't
They're
say
not
they don't
they're
exist.
not-
I think you're overwhelmed by the.
media, dude.
I think you're overwhelmed by people on Reddit and people on YouTube and all these.
news. On the
What
news,
news?
right?
What-
Like these people who are, for instance, take that black woman on that one. I think it was at Yale, right? And they were yelling at.
That wasn't
some
in the
professor.
news.
It was in the news. What are you talking about?
That wasn't like a big news story.
That was a big news story. It wasn't like a
Okay.
scandal or anything like that.
I
but
didn't.
it was
I
a
didn't
big
view it
news
as
story.
a big news
But I'm
story.
saying those are the types of stories that are constantly coming out of the feminist movement.
And
right?
you make a big imagine.
Yeah, it's obnoxious. It's kind of like this whole thing with the transgender in the bathroom.
Imagine.
It's an overly
Imagine
complex
yourself in the '60s in the civil rights era. Those little
story. We can't compare.
side stories
We
would
cannot
not.
compare.
I'm just saying those little extreme side stories would not have. They would not have anywhere to go. Because they're not going to make it to the print press.
It's kind of like these discussions that we've been having today about, the things that men have to deal with. I consider these to be at most nuisances, right? They're inconveniences at most. It's not like anything that's like I feel oppressed about, that it's somehow impacting my life in some horribly negative way. Right, but I could act like that. I could act like a men's rights activist and act like these are huge issues in my life, and I think that's what feminists do. These social justice warriors, they exaggerate, they overblow these issues, and that's why they get this backlash.
Well, you consider me that, right?
Yeah, to a certain
Okay,
extent.
so how am I overblowing anything?
Well, the Trayvon Martin is a good example. You think that was an
Okay, so
example
how am I
of
overblowing?
somehow because you think that's an example of like the rampant racism in this country, don't you think? Isn't that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying, well,
When clearly it
yeah.
wasn't. I mean, everything
Well, clearly it wasn't. So by saying clearly, that makes it wasn't.
Yeah, because given the history of everything that was going on in that neighborhood, I think his actions, Zimmerman's actions in that situation, the suspicion, calling the cops, even following him, right? It
So
was
you think that?
reasonable.
Let me
It
ask you.
wasn't racist.
Let me ask you a question. If it had been reversed and
Yep.
Trayvon Martin had shot that man, do you think he would have gone to jail that night?
I don't know. I have no idea. It depends on what the story was. It depends how he presented himself.
I think you're kidding yourself if you think anything.
Well, this is just pure conjecture, Infinity. You're just getting.
Well, I'm
speculating.
well, of course, but
what is that based on? It's based on this idea that there is this rampant racism in the system against black people.
Well, you don't think there is?
No, I think most of it.
Okay, there's no racism in the justice system.
Did I say no racism at all, ever? No.
Okay, so then you agree there is
confirmation bias.
You agree there is some.
Yes, but it's not the overarching problem in the black community. I'm sorry, it just isn't.
Okay, well now we're getting down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to. I'm just saying. That's just an example. That's one of the examples. And then you also, the other thing with the feminism, you seem to be, when we were talking about Christy Winter, her debate against Sargon, and I brought up the issue where she was like using some story about how legislation.
Yeah, you totally misunderstood that, right?
And you misunderstood her point.
Nope.
How do you know that?
Well, because you totally did not understand
what the issue
was.
Infinity.
Because your entire premise was that she was trying to say that, hey, this law was made because men hate women, and that's the whole reason why the law was made.
Maybe not hate, but some sort of, I don't know.
No, that was not the perspective she was coming from.
Okay, so then what was it? Tell me what it had to do with feminism. Why did you?
Now you're asking me to remember something from like 3 weeks ago that I watched.
I'll tell you what.
But I can't give you all the details. And the reason why I actually had it wrong, that the actual story was.
You thought it was a man.
Yeah, but the reason why I did was because she at the end of it said that she made the point that this could be applied to men as well as women.
Why would you bring that up in a debate about why we need feminism in the world?
Because feminists, who are the ones?
The only way it makes sense.
Can I answer that? Can I answer it?
The only way it makes sense for her to bring that up in that particular conversation is because it's somehow she feels that supports feminism, that somehow justifies feminism in the world. And I'm asking you, in what way does that make sense if she didn't think that it was somehow, that law is indicative of some sort of oppression in the legal system or whatever in politics?
Well, obviously the law is incorrect, right? The law is incorrect, correct?
The law wasn't specific enough. Yeah, it wasn't.
The law is flawed, correct?
Or actually, it was overly specific. Yes, but it had nothing to do with women's rights. It had nothing to do with women being oppressed or being marginalized in any way. It was just an oversight, probably.
It's a law about rape, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the law was incorrect. Right, about rape.
And what does that have to do?
Because it did not specifically, it did not correctly define rape, correct?
Right. And
okay, so her whole point, the overarching point of the debate, was to show how feminism does
right,
how feminism does good in the world, right? So she was saying that feminists are the ones that are counteracting these types of laws.
What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with feminism. If it was a guy that happened to, it would have been overturned in the same way. What are you talking about? That's not a purely feminist issue.
See, that's where you're revealing your misunderstanding of the entire issue.
Feminism is not synonymous with humanism. I'm sorry, it isn't. If you write down a checklist of what
I didn't say
feminism
it
stands for-
was.
Right. So what the hell does an issue about a law that was written that was either too specific or wasn't specific enough? What does that have to do with feminism, with the goals of feminism?
Maybe
which is to
it's
eliminate.
wrong. Maybe it's wrong. But what other movement or political association is getting that law changed?
It's whoever it affects. If it happened to have affected a man, right? It doesn't have to be a movement. That's the whole point.
Well, who is actually doing it, Vic? Calm down.
This doesn't require a movement.
Who is actually doing it? That's the point.
If that had happened to a man, right? If a man
It's
was
not
unconscious,
if, it's not
somebody
if this, it's not if that, it's who is actually doing it. What's actually happening?
the person who was afflicted, the person who was wronged. Right?
No, it's
and it
that.
just so happens that a woman was the one who got jizzed on while she was unconscious.
But who's going to come to her defense?
You don't need a feminist move. You need a lawyer. A lawyer. That's it. A lawyer. You don't need a movement.
So you think that rape laws haven't been changed because of feminism? Is that what you really believe?
I don't know. But maybe. I don't know. But again, what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with
that's what we're talking about.
I'm talking about that specific example. Look, listen to me, Infinity. My whole point of bringing that up, right, was because here you have an issue that really doesn't have anything to do with feminism. And she's bringing it up as and now you're saying you're taking a very charitable interpretation of what she's saying. Now I'm saying that I think the more reasonable interpretation of the reason that she brought that up is because she's trying to pile on all these things. She has this idea that there's all this oppression against women, like kind of like Anita Sarkeesian, the way they do it. They exaggerate all of this thing, and what they're doing is there's a much easier explanation that has nothing to do with misogyny, has nothing to do with bigotry. It's just a simple fucking oversight. That's it. That's what I'm saying.
And I heard you when you said that before.
And you don't agree. Well, then we just have to agree to disagree on what her point was.
Well, yeah, I do, because she's not saying that, hey, these men are bad, and they're doing these bad things to women, and that's not what she's saying.
There are women who do that, right? There are radical feminists who think that everything is, almost everything is oppressive towards women.
I'm sure there
all
are.
All these microaggressions. Right. Now you're saying that somehow Christy Winters is immune from this. Like, it's inconceivable that she could be one of these women.
No, I'm just talking about what she actually was arguing and what she actually said as I saw it.
That has nothing to do with feminism.
Why would she start talking about how, right after she says that, why would she start talking about how that affects men?
A men's right activist could have said the same exact thing. A humanist.
Well, you didn't answer my question.
A Christian could have said
answer the question,
right?
Answer the question.
Wait, Infinity, I want you to just think about this for a second.
But why won't you answer the question?
No. What question? What question?
Why would she immediately after talking about that case? Why would she start talking about how it affects men, giving your presumption of what she's saying?
Yeah, again, that's another thing. She's trying to trump up the need for feminism because she's not just trying to say, well, this is good for men, it does good for everybody, blah, blah, blah. She's trying to basically redefine feminism as humanism. You can't do that.
Then that defies what you were talking about to begin with.
No, it doesn't, because look,
Yes, it does, because you're saying that she's coming from the viewpoint that this is only about women and this is how men are against women. That's your whole fucking viewpoint.
She's piling on. There are multiple things that she's doing incorrectly here, not just one thing. It's multiple things. She's trying to trump up the need for this third wave feminism, and it's not needed. It really
so we don't need to change that rape law.
It was not third wave.
Not for feminism. It's not feminism that's going to do it.
But that's the whole thing. That's what's happening.
It's like if you point out some sort of religious, some sort of law that's a big.
So you're denying
religion,
that,
right?
You're denying that feminism has changed rape laws.
Look, let me ask you. It's like, oh my God,
I can't believe that you could be so delusional.
Listen to me.
That you would think that feminism changed the fucking rape laws. That's the history.
You're telling me to calm down. Calm down. All right.
No.
Imagine if I'm the head. imagine if I'm the head of an atheist movement, right? Now let's suppose I'm all about, because most atheists are about humanism, right? And I start saying in a debate, why do we need an atheist movement in the world, right? That's the debate. And all of a sudden I start saying, well, you see, we were the ones fighting for, the Christians' rights to do this and that, and we were fighting for feminists because we wanted
That's
women's rights.
That's a wonderful thing to imagine.
All of a sudden, do you think that would be
I'm actually talking about reality.
Hold on. That's why. Would that be a viable argument for why we need an atheist movement? Because I helped a Christian once. Because I helped a feminist once.
That is the most ridiculous. You made some ridiculous analogies, but that is the most ridiculous analogy or fake bullshit you could ever fucking come up with.
It is a perfect analogy to what she was doing.
I mean, no, it is not.
These are issues
because
that have
I'm talking about reality. You're making up shit.
These are issues that have nothing to do with. What do you mean? It's reality.
You're denying that feminism is the one that the thing that got the rape laws changed. You're denying that.
There are I'm sure there are atheist movements that can have that change laws in certain ways that benefit other groups. It doesn't mean that that's the purpose for it. That doesn't mean that's why we should have an atheist movement.
But we're talking about specifically the rape laws. It doesn't matter about the goddamn groups.
The
only point I was making about that is that you were saying that she's coming from, men are against women. Mm-hmm. Well, that kind of shows that she wasn't doing that. It's not about that.
If we take because she said multiple, she's piling on infinity.
I gotta take a break.
I think in that particular example, when she used it, it's because she was suggesting, I could be wrong, maybe she did mean it in a different way.
You need to listen to it again because your presumptions are incorrect. You're coming at it from presumptions.
You're right, and so are you. And so are you.
No, I'm actually listening to what she is saying. That's the difference.
It sounded to me like
I say we put it to a vote.
You didn't even know that she said the thing about the men until I brought it up.
How do you know that it's related? How is it relevant? Anyway, I'll listen to it. I'll try to take a charitable interpretation of what she was saying. But in my opinion, this isn't uncommon. Maybe I'm gonna throw this out there. Maybe I misinterpreted Christy Winters and what.
Do you guys hear me?
But the point is that there are a lot of feminists. There are a lot of feminists who do this, who think that everything, like
it doesn't matter. Okay, fine.
I don't stop interrupting.
Here's what I thought she was misunderstood at when she was going, "Hey, feminism is the only thing that has a theory about this." She wasn't saying it's the only possible theory. She was saying historically, right now, no other academic field has tried to conquer this with a model because nobody thought it was important. So we're waiting. I mean, MRAs, they could come up with the theory of gender interaction, but literally the only other model of gender interaction we have is kind of a folk wisdom of what, we as a historic culture think women are like and men are like. And it's, that's what she was saying. She wasn't saying that only feminists could figure it out. It's more like only people that have been feminists so far have worked on that. On the other hand, I would point out they're also calling stuff gender studies now. These same people are trying to make it gender neutral and not women only, and they are making it gender neutral. It's becoming a gender neutral theory. There will be other groups that do it, but and so that was misunderstood because people are like acting like, well, we feminists, we own anything you do humanist. No, she's pointing out they are humanist and they're the only ones that have offered theories yet. And all you have to do to prove her wrong is offer theories, and in the future it'll be different.
Let me ask you a question, Puro, and Infinity. I don't know if he's listening, but do you think that if the feminist movement, the third wave feminist, not the second wave feminist, but the third wave feminist movement didn't exist, that we wouldn't be changing rape laws, that we wouldn't be changing all these things for the better, we wouldn't be clarifying certain laws and fixing all whatever, cultural norms that,
I don't defend.
No, we would still have that under humanist and egalitarian movement. Huh?
You mean like third wave feminism, like all men are rapists and stuff?
third wave feminism, like
Rad
Anita
fem.
Sarkeesian and the like. Yeah.
Well, Anita Sarkeesian, she's not rad femme. She doesn't say all men are rapists.
That's not what. That's not what. You can't limit radical feminism to just that. Radical feminism is people who just believe that, like she says, like most things or all things are misogynistic. Most things are homophobic. Most things are racist. That type of shit. That type of social justice warrior mentality. That victim complex that they constantly peddle. Right. That is what we're talking about. Radical. That's the radical. It's where they exaggerate the problems that these groups are facing.
Mm.
So my point is that these issues they don't require feminism. They don't, and I think that's what Sargon was suggesting too. It's like you don't get to take credit for all. I mean, the civil rights movement gets to get a lot of credit. The feminist movement in the '60s and stuff, they deserve a lot of credit, but the stuff today, I don't think they've really accomplished much, right? The third wave feminism, I'm not sure that that's really accomplished anything. And I think it's a shame that Sargon didn't specify that he was referring to third wave feminism, that we don't need that in the world. And I would agree. I don't think we need that in the world. What is that accomplishing?
Yeah.
To fix that law, all that woman would need is a lawyer. That's it. A good lawyer. They don't need a feminist movement to peddle this anywhere. So it's overblown. They're good in the world, I think, is overblown. And the thing is, they're trying to co-opt the other shit, like any humanist act, just because they happen to endorse it. Oh, this is now an accomplishment by the feminist movement. No, I mean, shit. There are atheists who stick up for Islam and Muslims and Christians and stuff. Does that mean that Christians need an atheist movement? No. That's not what atheism movement was about. It's more about rights for us, and it's incidental. Anything that we do to help Christians and Muslims, that's kind of incidental. That's not really our agenda.
Wow, you're still going with this ridiculous comparison that makes no sense.
Why is it ridiculous?
I've already explained why it's ridiculous.
Infinity, I just asked the question. Maybe you weren't here, you didn't hear it, but I just asked the question. Do you think that we wouldn't have any of these changes in the law against, these things about rape and stuff? Do you think that we wouldn't have those changes if it wasn't for third wave feminism? Those changes wouldn't be happening.
Now you're framing things in a way I can't really answer. What I'm saying is that as a broad concept, at the very least, feminism is what changes the rape laws, or what has changed the rape laws.
Lawyers changed it. I'm saying that if those
what the fuck does that mean? So a random lawyer say, "Hey, I want to change that law."
Change the law.
That's not how the system works.
How it works, yeah.
What rape law changed?
You get enough support.
100 years ago, so charged with death for rape. You're convicted of rape.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what rape laws you're talking about, Infinity.
Yeah, the rape laws have gotten.
That's because you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you tell me then. What rape laws have changed?
Well, I'm not going to sit here off the top of my head and name everything that's changed.
Name one.
Oh my God! Just look it up yourself.
In other words, you don't know. But
I don't know. I admit, I don't know. I can't name the specific laws that have changed. No, I'm not assuming it. I know from my previous knowledge.
One thing that women's groups did. One thing that women's groups did is that they got a lot of backing and public support for those organizations. When you get raped, they're right there with you. They were the ones that helped. They were behind putting together the rape kits with the doctors. I mean, feminists were activists, so that covers the field of law, that covers the field of medical. So they were working on a bunch of fronts, and it's second wave feminism, by the way. It got all this stuff going.
Right. But
the laws have always, rape has always been very illegal.
But Christie was not arguing third wave or some kind of special
you're saying they got the
feminism.
rape laws. You keep saying
that was why I really wish they had defined I really wish that in that debate they had actually defined
I
feminism.
mean, she was just saying feminism. That's all.
Right, which is too broad. That's the problem with that whole debate. Is like they were talking past each other because clearly Sargon was talking about third wave feminism.
Well, there we agree. I agree that they did not do a good job. Yes,
talking about
a horrible
just
debate.
feminism in general. Yeah, it was. It was.
The details matter in these conversations. Like it really does. If you're gonna say the rape laws, just know what the fuck you're talking about.
All I am talking about is what she was arguing. And I know from my previous research or whatever readings on the topic that rape laws have been changed because of feminist activism.
Changed how?
Like defining what rape is, and you know that sort of thing.
I'm not
We're historically harsher. For hundreds of years.
The question was, do we need third wave? Let's just assume that let's imagine they were only talking about third wave feminism, because that's what Sargon.
I don't even want to argue that because I.
But that's what Sargon was. That's what he's.
But I'm not going to sit there and defend something that I don't really care to defend. I don't know enough about what quote-unquote third-wave feminism.
That's the substantive argument, because obviously Sargon is not against the type of feminist activism that's happening in the Middle East.
Sargon is an ideological person. He's coming from this very ideological perspective. Okay, so I'm not going to sit there and try to tackle something that has this very narrowly focused viewpoint of these radical feminists with blue hair on YouTube. I don't give a shit about that.
Who the fuck is? Why do you both you and Piero keep up bringing up this blue-haired shit? Like as if that's the problem with radical feminism. It's like, oh, they like blue hair. What the fuck? That is not what we're complaining about.
Well, it's a characterization. I realize